Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined Seekvaira and became Trishula Dragon movie. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Explanations. The Gremory clan, with the exception of Zenobia, with Irina, Ravel, Serafal, Kuroka, Lefay, lead Issei for an old love of Rias, Jean. Since their reunion, Issei Hyoudou is considered someone reputable by all of them for not being like him. He will only have allies Sona Citri, her entourage, and the main woman in this story, Seekvaira Agars, considered the laughing stock of the underworld, being the only heir not to have an entourage. Zenobia will have a little more brain here and unconditionally loves Issei. Rias and Sirzechs will have a younger sister named Amelia Gremory, considered the dishonor of the clan for not having the power of destruction, will only have support from her mother Venelana and Grayfia, which both are divorced from Xiaticus and Sirzechs respectively, equally in love with Issei. Jean Hyoudou has a plan to have the heirs of the underworld in his harem, to which some factions consent. There will be several monsters from the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Terminal, and in some Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes outside of Terminal Duel. The girls of the archetype, Gusto, and Gishki, will be Issei's childhood friends. Old enemies from the Terminal Duel will also appear. Issei Hyoudou will have sealed the spirit of Trishula, one of the most powerful dragons of the Duel Terminal. It will be so powerful that it will terrorize Ophis and Great Red. Prologue Reunion with my old friends. The wind of pleasure reaches Kuoh. We can see Issei a little resigned sitting in the park. Ddraig, I hope you arrived safely with her, he said while looking at the sky and remembering the boosted gear in his left hand. But what happened that Ddraig is not with Issei? Flashback. After the defeat of Ryzelvim and Trihexa, Issei and the Gremory clan had everything going smoothly. But one day Jean, Rias's former ex-boyfriend, arrived. Immediately Rias and her entourage, with the exception of Zenobia, fall in love, forgetting about Issei. Jean is considered a playboy at his best and, as they say, a gentleman, while I was classified as the worst. Oh Jean, you're the best, Rias said as she sat on his lap. Era Rias, don't take it for yourself, said Akino. Naya Jean, give me strong kittens, said Kuroka. Don't take it for yourself, Nei-sama, said Kaneko. All the girls in the DXD group had changed Issei for Jean, but one remained faithful to the brunette. You all are bitches! Zenobia shouted furiously. I asked this how you pay the only man who did a lot for you. How dare you insult us? Irina shouted. Issei, it was just a journey. Jean was the destination. Also, he must abide by my decisions. Issei is my servant, and Rias said without caring. But crash! Zenobia summoned Durandal and broke a piece of furniture in the Hyoudou residence. She looked very furious. Zenobia-san, Asia said nervously, please join Jean SAS harem. Shut up, damn witch! Shouted the blue-haired girl. I should have killed you when I got to Kuoh. Shouted Zenobia, and those words hurt Asia. Zenobia, I order you to moderate your language and abandon that damn pervert Issei and join us, Rias shouted angrily. Rias Gremory, I disregard you as my leader. Zenobia shouted, I resign as your knight. Zenobia shouted, teleporting in a magic circle, leaving Jean's now harem. It was later revealed that Zenobia went to Ajuka Beelzebub to get Rias's horse piece back. She told the Mao about Rias Gremory and the DXD girls switching places with her current boyfriend Jean, which infuriated the green-haired Mao. To stay away from Rias and the Vixens, she went to heaven with Michael, and told him about her former teammate's situation, which angered the leader of heaven and the Seraphim. Despite everything, she kept in touch with Issei. Then in a meeting of leaders, a delicate subject was being discussed regarding Issei. Issei Hyoudou is no longer useful to us, Sirzechs said seriously. Jean, Rias's current boyfriend, could be a better security, Serafal said seriously, and I could also ask him to join his harem. Me too, said Penamio. I don't know why I noticed Issei, when Jean is such a heartthrob. Definitely in Rias's plan. With Jean she has more chances of becoming the new empress of the rating game, said Azazel. But there were people who were against those decisions. How dare you say that to the hero who helped us against the beast of the apocalypse? Gabriel shouted in alarm. How can you change the only man who sees you as a woman and not as a hexual object? Michael demanded indignantly. There's no doubt they're ungrateful to the boy, Yasaka said. Ajuka remained silent, but inside she wanted to kill her companions, especially Serafal, for being selfish. Those who agree to take the boy away from Ddraig, said Sirzechs. Those who were in favor: Sirzechs, Falbium, Seraphal, Azazel, Shemhazai, Penemu, Odin, Shiva. Those who were against: Michael, Zeus, Gabriel, Yasaka and Kill. It's official, Ddraig Gutch will be extracted from Issei's body tomorrow, Sirzechs said, smiling. Rias. At that point the redhead shows up at the meeting. Yes, Ani-sama? Said Rias. Jean will be the next Seikvaira, Sirzechs said while Rias smiled. Make an appointment with Issei tomorrow to extract his sacred gear and pawn pieces. Hi, Ani-sama, said Rias, withdrawing. This meeting is over, the red-haired mouse said. Those in favor were happy, and in the case of Seraphal and Penemu, fantasizing about Jean wearing the Seikvaira armor and surrendering to a true knight. But those who were against it were very frustrated, like Michael and Zeus. In Yasaka's case, she was sad because she would have to tell Kuoh what they would do to Issei. Gabriel cried because of the decision that was made at the meeting, but someone was going to save Issei's skin. Ajuka communicates with someone through a communication circle. Bring Issei Hyoudou to my palace right now. We must prevent him from being treated unfairly by the leaders. I will tell him everything, said Ajuka. Understood. I will prevent Oni-san, the pack of hustlers she leads, and Oni-san from laying a finger on Issei, said a woman's voice that reflected hatred when mentioning them. I take care of you, Amelia, Ajuka would say, cutting off communication. 2 hours later, in the green-haired Mao's palace, Issei Hyoudou and a year-old red-haired girl appeared in a magic circle. Thank you, Amelia Gremory, Ajuka said with irreverence. Please, Ajuka-sama, don't say that last name in my name. I don't forgive my father's bastard or my brother's, the redhead said with obvious disgust when mentioning said last name. If you mention any last name, it would be my mother's. Bale. Agree, Amelia. Bale said. Kill Issei Hyoudou. Yes, Ajuka-sama? The chestnut worriedly said. Just tell me, Ajuka, said the green-haired man seriously. I summoned you for the following. He began to tell him what happened in the meeting and the decision to extract Ddraig along with the pawn pieces. Something that depressed Issei a lot, but Amelia supported him emotionally at that moment. This is the last straw. First they changed me and now this, Issei said in pain. Calm down, Issei said. Amelia, you still have people who support you. There's Zenobia, Seekvaira-chan, there's Ajuka-sama. The Yukais see you as their hero, just like the Olympians. The Sky faction also supports you, and of course I'm there, said Amelia, hugging the brown-haired boy. Thank you, Amelia-san, said Issei, calming down and returning the hug to his friend. Even if they extract me, I won't be of any use to trash like that pretty boy, said Ddraig. Are you calmer now? Ajuka said. I summoned you because I won't let you be killed on the whim of Rias, Gremory and Sirzechs. I will extract your pawn pieces so that you stop being at the service of that damned family. Thank you, Ajuka, Issei said, happy. But what about Ddraig? Don't worry, partner, I have an alternative, but it will be a question of whether you accept it or not, said the red dragon. At that, Ajuka begins to extract the pawn pieces from Issei. It was a somewhat long and painful process for the chestnut, but they managed to extract the pawn pieces. Well, with this he is no longer linked to the cursed Gremory, said Ddraig. Now my proposition for you to save yourself and not be extracted from you, Issei. There is a way, but it all depends on you. This method is called inheritance. What are you trying to say, Ddraig? Issei said. You'll have to give up and pass on the boosted gear to someone. I didn't want to tell you this, partner, but if you want to save your life, you'll have to get rid of me, said Ddraig with some sadness in his voice. But I'd prefer that you free me and save your life than for those bastards to force me and serve a stupid kid. Issei felt his friend's desire and agreed. Very well, said Issei. Thanks for everything, friend. You have been one of my best carriers, Hyoudou. Issei, said Ddraig. Well, it is time to begin the inheritance ritual. Create a magic circle, said Ddraig, and in that the brown-haired man obeys. Now you must put your right hand on a boosted gear and say, I, Hyoudou Issei, renounce the power of my Longinus. I, Hyoudou Issei, renounce the power of my Longinus, Issei said. And at that the boosted gear of his left arm began to fragment until it broke into 1,000 pieces as a sign of Issei's request, and a reddish sphere came out of the brown-haired boy's arm. Now touch the sphere and think of someone worthy of the power of the Seikvaira, said Ddraig. At that, Issei closes his eyes until he suddenly thinks of the only person who was always with him since he met her, and showed him that she was a worthy warrior and worthy of having his complete trust. So she is, huh? Ddraig said. It will be interesting to have her as a partner. Thanks, Ddraig. You'll be in good hands with her, said Issei. It will be a see you later, Hyoudou Issei, said Ddraig. We will see each other again soon. At that the sphere bathes in light and disappears from the sight of Issei, Amelia and Ajuka. Well, you should go, Issei. There should be no suspicion that you were here. The same goes for you, Amelia, said Ajuka. Thank you, Ajuka-sama, said Amelia, and proceeds to leave with the chestnut from there. End of flashback. Issei sighed heavily at what happened these days. Do you think Ddraig will have arrived with her? Said Issei while the younger redhead arrived with 2 cans of iced tea. I say yes, said Amelia, sitting next to the brown-haired boy. I want to see Rias and Sirzechs' faces when they find out that you no longer have Ddraig and that you got rid of the pawns. Both boys laugh at their possible reactions. They leave the park at dusk and turn a corner. 5. Issei bumps into someone. 1. Oh, said a green-haired girl who had her hair tied back with a golden clasp. 2. Hey, look, brat, said another green-haired girl who had her hair tied back in a ponytail with a silver clip. No, the one who should be focused is her, Amelia said. Are you okay, Issei? 3. Issei? Said a third green-haired girl with orange streaks who had her hair in 2 pigtails. Are you Issei Hyoudou? Yes, said the brown-haired boy, somewhat confused. Don't you remember us? Said the same green-haired girl who asked Issei. Crybaby. In that, Issei has a flashback in his head where he remembers playing with 3 green-haired girls and a boy, a light blue-haired girl, and a white-haired boy. Issei, crybaby, said a green-haired girl hugging a boy. Issei, and they both smile at each other. Reese? Said the green-haired girl with orange locks. Nods calm. The green-haired girl with a golden brooch nods. Winda? Said Issei, smiling at the green-haired girl with a silver brooch. Are you? The same, said Winda. We miss you so much, Issei. We haven't seen you in a long time, Issei said calm. The hero who defeated Trihexa, said Reese, hugging Issei from behind and smiling at him, which made Amelia jealous. Issei, crybaby. Friends! Issei shouted as he hugged his childhood friends, which the green-haired girls reciprocated. Ahem, Issei, said Amelia, calling the attention of those present. Could you tell me who your friends are? Said Amelia with obvious jealousy. Well, Amelia, these are Reese Gusto, Calm Gusto, and Winda Gusto. They are my childhood friends, said Issei, and now he was talking to the green-haired girls. This is Amelia Bale. Nice to meet you, said the 4 girls. It was a pleasant reunion for Issei with his childhood friends at Kuoh Park. But what are you doing here? Why are you sad? Did something happen to you? Winda said worriedly. Issei and Amelia told him what happened after the war against Trihexa, how he was now repudiated by his former harem and by some leaders of the Alliance, and they were planning to get rid of him, which bothered the green-haired sisters. But in the distance an albino Nekomata was watching the brown-haired girl. She had given the whistle where Issei was in front of her mistress, and in that, Rias with her boyfriend, entourage, and allies makes her appearance in the place where Issei and Amelia were with the Gusto sisters. Something that the brown-haired girl, the younger redhead, and the green-haired girls, when they saw Rias Gremory, got upset. What do you want, Rias Gremory? Issei said with obvious disgust to the older redhead. I came for something that belongs to Jean, your boosted gear, Rias said coldly. Chapter 1, Power Difference. The reunions continue. Issei, Amelia, and the Gusto sisters confronted Rias, her entourage, her allies, and her boyfriend Jean. Issei, hand over your sacred gear to me, Rias said coldly, or my entire entourage will kill you. Issei and Amelia got serious, but ha 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 ha. They both started to laugh in a rude way, something that offended Rias and her followers. Well, they arrived late. Ddraig left my body and is with a person I completely trust. You're lying! Aquino shouted, and no one can remove a sacred gear by themselves, otherwise you would be dead. He's not lying, you slacker bitch, Amelia said, which offended Aquino and made her furious. If you want, tell the mangy cats in heat to look for any trace of Ddraig and Issei. More respect for your sister's entouragement, Amelia Gremory shouted. I stopped considering you my sister the day that bastard Zeoticus divorced my mother. You slapped her and supported the wretch, as well as Sirzechs, for a decision as stupid as his person. Milikas is missing and Grayfia asking for a divorce. Amelia shouted at Rias with an imminent hatred towards the aforementioned. I hope your damn clan goes to shit for you 3. But leaving the rest, tell those cats in heat to track Ddraig and Issei. Do it. Let's go! Amelia shouted, very exasperated. Rias had a furious expression at what her sister said. Kaneko Kuroka, can you see traces of Ddraig? Rias said, containing her fury. At that, both Nekomatas began to sniff around and see if there were any traces of the sacred gear. The sacred gear is not here, Bucho said, Kaneko impressed. That bastard doesn't have the sacred gear, Kuroka said with sharp eyes. At Kuroka's comment, Rias became furious. Where is Ddraig, Issei? Said the redhead. I don't know, maybe her new wielders Tobio Ikuse or Suzaku Himejima, said Issei looking at Akino, or maybe he's with Dulia or Gabriel, said Issei while looking at Irina with mocking eyes, or maybe he's with Milika, said Issei looking at Rias, who got furious when he mentioned her nephew's name, or maybe with someone as worthy of his power as Grayfia. Enough! Rias shouted angrily as she extended her hand and invoked a small magic circle. It's time to punish you. The redhead said with disgust, but saw that the spell had no effect. Why doesn't it work? Oh, are you looking for this? Issei said as he showed a transparent plastic bag in which his evil pieces were reflected, something that shocked the redhead. Let's just say that a good friend did me the favor of extracting them, so now I'm free from you. Free from your damn ties, Issei said, smiling. Emilia imitated the action, and the Gusto sisters were just spectators. How dare you make a fool of me, said Rias while expelling her aura of destruction. You will pay with death, shouted Rias while throwing a sphere of power towards Issei. Everyone was anxious for the brown-haired boy to die, but phewish! A gust of wind dispersed the sphere of destruction as if it were a dandelion being blown, leaving the traitors stunned, and they saw the author of the gust of wind. Wow, Issei! And to think that you were the servant of someone so weak, said Winda, annoyed, while in her hand she had a staff with an emerald prism. Issei, the next time you want to be someone's servant, at least let them know the word loyalty in their person. In that, Issei remembers a blonde-haired girl with glasses, a fan of mecha anime and a master of time magic who, despite maintaining a totally serious and strict attitude, was a trustworthy woman with her actions, and it was something that both Issei and Zenobia admired about her. Winda, I know her and you'll meet her soon, said Issei, smiling at his childhood friend, which made her blush furiously and made Calm and Reese jealous. Very well, I think it's time to finish off these bitches, said Reese while hitting an earring on his ears, and then his civilian clothes change, the image from the prologue, and a staff also comes out. Anyway, we have to meet up with your mother, said Reese while adopting a combat position. Anyway, we will defend you. You may not be the security, but we are your friends, your true childhood friends. Calm said out loud, also summoning a staff, and the moment he let out that shout, Irina felt hurt in a certain way. I will not allow them to harm Bucho, said Kaneko. Let's go, Chiron, declared Kuroka, sharpening the claws of her hands. I will also attack, Irina shouted, taking out Excalibur Mimic and looking at the green-haired girls with hatred, but she felt that the sword was not responding as it should, since it had become a katana but was weighing. The three traitors went on the attack, but the one who came out to retaliate was Reese. With just a movement of his staff he summoned a tornado, trapping the Nicomatas, sending them flying in a violent manner. Nyaya! /ah! Kaneko, Kuroka and Irina screamed while the tornado winds battered them cruelly, but that was not all. Kaneko! Shouted Rias, Akino and Lefei terrified. Kuroka-san! Cried Asia. Irina! Rosswise shouted. How boring, said Reese while with her same staff she hit the ground, making the same tornado whip them on the ground like a snake, creating a crater where the Nicomatas and the chestnut were knocked out with their clothes in tatters. I don't even use my best wind techniques. You have great potential. I will convince you to join my cause, said Reese in her mind. Hey girls, I think we start on the left foot. I will formally introduce myself. I am, said the redhead, but we know who you are, Rias Gremory, and we are not interested in being part of your bunch of traitors, and we will not turn our backs on Issei or Emilia. Calm Gusto shouted with obvious disgust. A damn Judas skin, along with the two of Boris who see a pretty face and get their crotch wet when they don't value Issei's actions and what they did for you. The green-haired girl shouted with obvious hatred when dealing with the Gremory. More respect for Rias Gremory, shouted Asia Argento. Respect is earned, damn witch, Emilia shouted. Era, we have some rude girls. I think I'll have to punish them, said Akino with her typical sadistic gesture just as she was preparing her rays and saw that they were neutralized. What the hell? Calm just sighs. If you don't know the precepts of elemental magic, fall with open leg syndrome, said the middle sister with boredom. The wind neutralizes the lightning, and you have seen that my sisters have used the wind element against all of you, and yet you dared to use your pathetic lightning, said Calm as he began to manipulate his staff. Now it's my turn to attack. Gusto tribe technique. Sharp air current, shouted Calm, and the current was received by Akino full on, and she was also brutally attacked by Calm, impacting her into the trees of the park. "It will be some disgrace," said Aquino, but she didn't finish because she fell unconscious. Aquino Roswise shouted but didn't notice that Winda was in front of her. Maldi, she shouted, but Winda had already attacked her. Gusto Tribe Technique. Windy Impact. Winda shouted as she hit the albino Roswise. The latter felt that Winda's punches and kicks were reinforced by the wind element that was practically breaking her armor little by little. Now Tio's Sleep Valkyrie, eternally spinless. That distracted Roswise from what she called her, and it was enough with a well-connected blow from Winda to Roswise's jaw to knock her out. Rias couldn't believe that her valued entourage and allies were being defeated in a humiliating way against humans. Elsewhere, Calm was fighting Lefay. The green-haired woman had Morgana's descendant in a whirlwind. "And to think that you are descended from the best sorceress after Merlin, you only bring shame to her glorious lineage and the Pendragon's surname," Calm said with boredom. "You'll be a," said Lefay, but the whirlwind began to increase its strength and consequently hurt the girl. "Ahhhh," shouted Lefay, so Calm just sighed and sent the whirlwind with Lefay to crash into the pavement, leaving the blonde badly injured. At that moment, a fireball was going to hit Calm, which she noticed and dissipated with her magic. "Damn," Ravel shouted, glaring at Calm, "you will pay for what you did to all of them." She threw other fireballs, but Calm neutralized them by simply hitting them with his staff. "It's not possible. They are my most powerful attacks, and to think that a phoenix would give me more of a fight. But you only dishonor her last name like the cheap witch of Pendragon," said Calm as she began to create 2 balls of concentrated air. "Let's see if you can handle this." Gusto Tribe Technique. Compressed air bullets, shouted Calm, throwing said air balls 2 to be precise. Ravel tried to repel them with 2 fireballs, but they were dissipated and Calm's air balls came out like cannonballs and hit Ravel. 5. The first impact on Ravel from the first air ball hit him in the abdomen, knocking out air and some blood in his mouth. Wag! Ravel vomited but saw that the second ball of compressed air went straight to his face. Pick! The second air ball hit her, like a blow from a professional heavyweight boxer, hit Ravel's face, leaving her with swollen chins and cheeks from the blow, adding severe bleeding in the blonde's nostrils, leaving her KO. Now only Jean, Asia and Rias remained. They were stupefied at the power of Issei's friends, who had quickly left the traitors unconscious, while the Gusto sisters looked fresh as if they had not made the slightest effort. "What are you?" Rias said fearfully. "The same with Asia and Jean. We could say that she already took a bath from pure fear." "We are the ones who will defend Issei, Amelia Bale, and their loved ones," said Reese as she began to brandish her staff rapidly. Taste technique. A gust of wind began to blow. Rias was afraid she couldn't move from there. Asia and Jean were petrified with fear, but nothing happened. At that point, Amelia takes out her cell phone and takes pictures, and starts laughing like crazy. "Ha ha 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 underscore. This will be worth millions, ha 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 ha." Amelia laughed wildly. At that, Rias, Asia and Jean noticed something strange about them and see that they had urinated, and their jeans were completely wet, and in Jean's case, a brown stain was shown on the back of his pants. Ha 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 ha. Now Issei and the Gusto sisters were laughing. Rias, Asia and Jean got angry and tried to cover up their potty training accidents. "This won't stay like this, Issei. Now at these moments, Seraphal and Penemu are going to erase your parents' memories, and they will be on our side," Rias said as she teleported along with Asia, Jean and her allies in a magic circle. At what Rias said, Issei was alarmed. "Don't worry, Issei," said Winda. "Right now your parents must be protected by their 2 closest friends, our leaders." "I mean they came back too," Issei said as he remembered his former neighbor, who was a bit of a creep but a great friend of his parents, as well as her colossal husband. "That's right, Noelia Kasama and Suza Otosama," said Reese. "Let's go, we have to meet them again," said the green-haired girl with pigtails running excitedly. At the same time, when Rias faces the Gusto girls, Hyoudou residents, Gora and Mickey were reading a letter from Zenobia. "So they're going to kill our son," Mickey said, crying. "How is that possible? After I saved their skins? They're getting rid of my baby like he was a disposable battery." "Demons had to be," said Gora. "I hope Issei arrives safely," said the patriarch, but talk. They had knocked on the door of the residence. The Hyoudou patriarchs went out to answer with caution and received a pleasant surprise. "Mickey, Hyoudou, how long has it been since we last saw each other?" said a redhead who had her hair arranged in the shape of a sea snail shell and showed malice on her face. But her tone of voice showed pleasure and happiness. She was accompanied by a girl with pale blue hair and a shy look mixed with disinterest. Noelia's combat suit. Gore, a friend, give me a hug, said a man of 1.95 mice and muscular build. Sousa's combat suit. Noelia! Mickey shouted happily upon seeing her friend hugging her. My evil friend, and you come with someone, don't tell me it's Ariel Gishki. So long time no see, Mickey-san, said Ariel, bowing to the brunette. Sousa! Gore shouted as he hugged him, but the friendly gorilla gave her a bear hug that practically broke her ribs. Air. Sorry, Gore, said the colossal man sadly, while a little ghost came out of Gore Hyoudo's mouth, to the laughter of Mickey, Ariel, and Noelia. Hey Mickey, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Noelia said, somewhat worried. And by the way, where is Issei? At that, Mickey became depressed again. I think we should talk about that inside, said Goru, which Sousa and Noelia agreed to. Mickey and Gore told about the supernatural, that Issei is now the former Seekvaira, about what happened to Rias Gremory, and everything he did for her, and the underworld. He told them everything up to the war against the Trihexa and the imminent betrayal of Rias and most of her entourage by changing him, as they say, a useless good-for-nothing handsome guy, and the letter from the only girl who did not betray him, Zenobia Corda, considered his daughter-in-law officially, mentioning his current situation and the decision to kill Issei to extract Ddraig from him and have Jean replace him. At what Noelia and Sousa said, they couldn't contain their anger. But two people appeared in a magic circle, revealing Seraphal, Leviathan, and Penemu with serious looks. What the hell do you want? Mickey shouted at the intruders. We know your intentions with Isci. That makes things easier with you. We came to erase your memories and modify them so that Asia Argento has parents, Seraphal said maliciously. I will not be the mother of a bucking, crawling, nun-failed magical girl, Mickey shouted, confronting the Mao, who was enraged by what she said. No one insults me, disgusting human! Seraphal shouted, throwing a stalagmite at Mickey and a few meters from hitting Issei's mother. The stalagmite stopped dead in its tracks. Why didn't it hit? The Mao shouted in surprise, and then the one who stopped her attack appeared. I won't let you hurt Mickey Hyoudou. I won't let you hurt my mother-in-law. A mummy dressed as a magical girl, Ariel said coldly while having her staff active. Noelia and Sousa laughed at Ariel's insult. That provoked Seraphal's fury even more. I'll teach you a real ice attack, Ariel said while preparing an ice attack and the Gishki tribe's Seal Gishki tribe technique. 1,000 ice needles. Ariel launched a shower of said needles on Seraphal. She could not avoid the attack, and everyone saw how the Mao's body turned into a voodoo doll when they saw how the ice needles were stuck in her body. Ah! This is not possible, Seraphal screamed, crying while the needles thrown by Ariel began to drip and drain her blood little by little. Penemu was horrified at what a simple human girl did against the most powerful woman in the underworld. Crow-born Noelia said with an evil smile, I recommend you get out of here, or else the Hyoudos will have grilled black chicken for dinner today. Never! Penemu shouted, ready to throw a sacred spear at Noelia. But, don't you dare hurt my wife, shouted Sousa as he drew two sabers and slashed across the floor. Slash! Ah! Penemu screamed as her voluptuous body began to shed blood abundantly. Who are you? My name is Sousa Saber, one of the leaders of the X-Saber tribe. Shouted the so-called leader. I swear that if you lay a hand on my friends the Hyoudou, especially Issei and his friends, the next cross-slash will go to your neck. Damn crow prostitute, said Sousa, very angry. Now get out of my sight with that cheap copy of Sailor Moon. With difficulty Penemu walked in front of a paralyzed and stung Seraphal. They proceeded to leave there in a circle without first giving them a look full of hatred. After minutes the door of the Hyoudou residence knocks again and reveals Issei, Amelia, and the Gusto sisters. My baby, I was so worried about you. Mickey cried out in relief as she hugged Issei. I thought those scumbags had killed you. It was all thanks to Reese, Winda, and Calm. She humiliated Pudirius and her entourage of traitors, said Issei. Noelia-san, Sousa-san, are you Ariel-chan? Greeted the first Issei. They gave her a warm smile, and the last one, the blue-haired girl, nodded. You have grown a lot. I missed you, Issei Baka, said the youngest of the Gishki coldly, hugging Issei and giving him a kiss, which made the Gusto sisters jealous. I wish you had seen. Mao, Leviathan, and Penemu arrived with the objective of erasing our memories, but Ariel-chan defended me. She left Seraphal like a voodoo doll, said Mickey. Wow, who would have thought that a human daughter would humiliate the most powerful woman in the underworld? Said Amelia. At Amelia's statement, the Hyoudou, Sousa Saber, The Gusto sisters and the Gishki laughed at the night that witnessed two rather violent and rapid confrontations with the humiliating defeat suffered by the traitors in Kuoh. While in the underworld, Agar's territory, former exorcist and former Gremory knight, Zenobia Quarta was seen walking to one of the territory's hangars where she was to meet her next master. Seekvaira Agar, said Zenobia as the blonde walked out of there with her eternal strict seriousness. What do you want, Knight of the Cursed Gremory? Seekvaira said with obvious disgust when mentioning the redhead's surname. Isn't it enough for you to betray Issei? She said angrily to the heiress of Agar's. Seekvaira-sama, I no longer belong to the Gremory clan, said the blue-haired girl kneeling before the blonde. Please don't compare me with those bitches. And how do I know you're not lying to me, said Seekvaira when. He is not lying to you, heir of Agar's, a voice sounded while the boosted gear appeared on Zenovia's left arm. Zenobia, Isekai'ed's successor, has formally come to join your entourage. Seekvaira, seeing Issei's boosted gear in Zenobia, couldn't help but shed tears. No, Issei is dead, said Seekvaira crying. No, he's not dead. Isekai'ed inherited the boosted gear to Zenobia Quarta, said Ddraig. Seekvaira girl, my new wielder has come to join your entourage. Both have something in common, and that is the love for Isekai'ed. Seekvaira, seeing that Ddraig was speaking the truth and blushing, agreed by invoking a magic circle and making a night piece appear. I, Seekvaira Agar's, order you, Zenobia Quarta, to reincarnate and give glory to the Agar's clan. In that the horse was absorbed by the blue-haired girl's body. Welcome to the Agar's clan, Zenobia Quarta, said the blonde-haired girl. Now where is Issei? I don't know, Seekvaira, said Ddraig. But what I do know is that she will become strong, and when she is, she will join your entourage, don't doubt it, said Ddraig before a smile drawn by Seekvaira Agar's and Zenobia. Chapter 2, Flight and Promise. Citri Hospital. The emergency room was very busy as Rias, Asia and Jean had arrived with the traitors to receive medical attention since they had been brutally beaten by the Gusto sisters. It is worth mentioning that Rias called her brother in advance, and the aforementioned accompanied by Kiba and Gasper arrived at the hospital minutes after Rias arrived. What happened? Why did your entire entourage end up like this? Sirzechs said as they watched Kuroka, Kaneko and Irina get in four in their arms. It was Issei, Rias said very furiously, but I didn't know he had some pretty powerful allies. What do you mean? Sirzechs said incredulously, as far as I know, you were his allies and loves of his life. He never told us that he had other childhood friends, Rias said, frustrated. The worst of all, we were defeated by some simple humans, Rias said, kicking. How? That's not possible, said Sirzechs, still incredulous at his sister's comment. And now my question is, why were you looking for Isekai'ed? We wanted to speed up the plan to extract the sacred gear from this one and give it to Jean-san, Asia said, equally frustrated. And they succeeded? Sirzechs said hopefully. The three traitors shook their heads. Issei, I will transfer Ddraig through the inheritance of the boosted gear, said Jean angrily. The bastard got ahead of our plans. Sirzechs couldn't believe what Rias, Asia and Jean were saying. Not only had Issei and his allies given them a humiliating defeat, but now they don't know who has the boosted gear now. However, now Serafal-sama and Penemu-chan must be doing their job of erasing the memory of Isekai'ed's parents. Asia-chan, soon you will have new parents and new in-laws, said Jean, to which Asia, Rias and Sirzechs smiled because they thought that today they did not lose almost everything, because they knew that attacking a more delicate point in Issei's life would be a checkmate for the brown-haired boy. But that smile was erased when, quickly, it's Amayu, Serafal and Cadre Penemu, shouted a nurse. They are coming in a critical condition. Sirzechs sees a scene that he rarely saw. It was a very injured Serafal, but he was alarmed to see her with several pieces of ice embedded in her body as if she had slept in one of these beds, and Penemu with bleeding in her chest from 2 cuts. Rias and Asia covered their mouths in horror when they saw the state of their allies. Serafal, who was the one who did this to you? Said Sirzechs. Well, several allies of the Hyoudou, Serafal said with difficulty. Angels, demons, fallen, yokai? Sirzechs said, already impatient. Humans, said Serafal, but she screamed when one of the doctors removed one of the ice stalagmites from her body. Issei, I suppose he prevented our attack and called for allies. Screamed Serafal while another stalagmite had been removed from her leg, and it was starting to bleed. This is humiliating. Sirzechs couldn't take it anymore, and in a communication circle, Falbium, I need you to organize a meeting with the alliance leaders in 2 days urgently. shouted the redhead, very furious. Issei Hyoudou, I swear that you will pay for what you did. But what they didn't know is that Sona Citri had heard everything the Gremorys had said. So what Zenobia Quarta and Seekvaira had told me was true, said the angry black-haired girl. They are trying to kill Issei. Sona finished, and immediately left in a magic circle. At the same time, Hyoudou residents, the Hyoudou, Gishki, the Gusto girls and one of the ex-Saber leaders, were talking seriously about what happened before. Most likely at this moment Sirzechs must be finding out from Rias and Serafal about the attack they suffered. Issei said very thoughtfully. My inept brother is most likely going to cause a scandal in the underworld and in the Alliance, said Amelia, very annoyed. So the Hyoudou are in danger, Ariel said stoically. They are demons, and they are capable of treacherously attacking whoever they want however they want. And even more so if it's Sirzechs. Gora said thoughtfully. He always took on a threatening expression when someone touched Rias. Most likely, less than we expect, he'll attack us since Rias-chan, Kam-chan and Winda-chan attacked their sister's entourage, and let's not forget that the magical girl who came to attack us is a Mao. Who? Her? Mao? Noelia said mockingly. Ha 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 ha. If it's the level of the lords of the underworld, I don't want to imagine how weak the demons of now are. Ha 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 ha. They may be weak, but there are still demons who are loyal to Issei, Noelia said Mickey, such as the case of Ajuka, one of the Maos who helped Issei break ties with the Gremory, the Citri clan with the exception of Serafal and the Agar's clan, among others, as well as our daughter-in-law Zenobia Quarta. Crick! Something in the Gusto girls and in Ariel broke. They began to show several veins on their foreheads and they began to emanate a dark aura. Issei said, Reese smiling innocently but in his hands. Who is this Zenobia? Said Calm, appearing calmer than usual. Winda and Ariel cracked their knuckles, smiling in a cute way. And we saved your ass from my creepy sister and her entourage, and I found out that Zenobia-chan is your official girlfriend, said Amelia, warming her arm, also smiling. Hey girls, said a terrified Issei. Mickey, you just killed your son, said Susan nervously. Issei baka! Shouted the girls present, and then, boom! Ay-ya! Issei shouted because they had thrown their wind and fire spells at him in the most Trinity 7 style, Erita and Lilith, exploding the room where they were, and then an explanation afterwards for the girls Gusto and Gishki. I think we won't be safe here, said Issei. Most likely Sirzechs will convince at least the majority of the underworld and Gregory to come attack us. You're right about that, Winda said. Even if we outnumber them, they will outnumber us, and we won't be able to attack them all, said Ariel. In this case I think there will be no other alternative, said Suzy, getting up from the armchair. I think it's time to go to that place, and at the same time, for you to train. At that comment Noelia, her adopted daughter, smiled. That's right, we'll go to the world of terminal duels, said Suzy. It's time for Mickey and Gora to train too. With me training them they'll be able to put a stop to those demons. And by the way, let them know that Issei Hyoudou has a strong family that supports him, said Noelia, receiving the nod of agreement from the brunettes, the green-haired girls and the Gishki girls. But a magic circle appeared. Citri? Said Amelia, and then a short-haired brunette appeared. Sona Kaicho, Issei said when he saw the black-haired girl with glasses. Issei, I'm glad you're okay, Sona said, and then she hugs him, which makes the Gusto sisters, Amelia and Ariel, jealous. Issei, who are they? Well, girls, Suza-san and Noelia-san, she is Sona Citri, a great ally and a good friend, said Issei. It's a pleasure, said Gusto and Ariel. Same as me, Sona said, somewhat dejected when she mentioned her as a friend. Issei, they are going to gather the faction leaders and they want to deal with the matter of you hurting, or rather hurting, Onisima and Rias and her entourage. Sona said most likely they will take it as an offense against the underworld and go for their heads. Then there's no time to lose, we must leave here, said Issei. Without Ddraig I can't face them and they will come like vile plagues against us. Quick, pack your bags, take some clothes, said Suzaris. Calm and Winda help Issei, while I, Noelia, Amelia and Ariel help Mickey and Gora. Hi, said the females of the terminal duel. I'll help too, said Sona, heading with Issei and the green-haired girls to his bedroom. Thanks to Sona's magic, they gathered all of the brown-haired boys' clothes in a suitcase, and likewise she helped Mickey and Gora with their clothes, taking no more than minutes with each one. Once finished they decide to leave the residence that Sirzechs had once given to them, but because of the plans they had in mind, they would not hesitate to kill them. Girls, one last favor, said Mickey, looking at the Gusto sisters. Destroy that residence. It stinks of a plague called Gremory. The girls nod and the four magicians summon their staffs and scepters, beginning to recite a spell. Gusto tribe technique. Hurricane. Reese, Calm and Winda shouted, and in that, A dangerous hurricane surrounded the Hyoudou residence, beginning to destroy it as if it were made of paper. Sona and Amelia, who were spectators, were impressed that humans had such brutal power. In less than minutes the hurricane ended, and when the winds dissipated there were ruins and pieces of destroyed concrete of what was once a mansion in Kuoh, without damaging the other neighboring houses. "It's time to go, but first," said Noelia, approaching the ruins where the Hyoudou residence used to be. She left a letter in the ruins, and so they proceeded to leave. They walked for a long time until they reached a vacant lot. Making sure that no one would see them, Souza and Noelia began to recite. "We, the leaders of Dual Terminal, Noelia Gishki and Souza Saber, demand that you open your doors and give us the way home. Open your doors, Dual Terminal." Both leaders shouted, and then a white portal appeared. "Well, once you get in there, you'll get to know our world, Hyoudou family," said Souza. "We are ready," said Mickey and Gora Hyoudou, and then they are the first to enter the portal. "Sona Kaicho," said Issei, looking at the black-haired girl. "Issei, wherever you go, please promise me you'll come back," Sona said worriedly. "Don't worry. He'll come back for you and his allies," said Souza happily to Citri, which made her blush anyway. "There are women in this world that this jerk likes," said Souza while ruffling Issei's hair. "That's right. By the way, Sona Kaicho, give this to Seekvaira-san now, Zenobia-san," Issei said as he handed her 2 letters, which her ally Sona accepted without hesitation. She took the 2 letters and kept them in her own pocket. "Dimension Sona, I must go. I assure you that I will return, not only for you, your entourage. For Zenobia and Seekvaira-san, I must settle accounts with those traitors," Issei said seriously. "We will wait for you," said Sona, shedding a tear from her beautiful eyes. Issei proceeds to turn his back on Sona and decides to enter the world of Dual Terminal. "See you," said the Gusto with Ariel, and they also entered the portal. "Take care, heiress of Citri," said Noelia, entering the portal. "It's a shame you have a sister with a neurological deficit." "Sona-chan, tell Okasama and Grayfia Onisama that I left with Issei to train and that they shouldn't worry about me," said Amelia, which made Sona smile in agreement, and the younger redhead enters the portal, disappearing. "Until then, Sona," Citri said, Souza being the last to disappear, and at the same time the portal disappeared without leaving a trace of the Hyoudou and their allies. "Take care, Issei, my love," said Sona as she teleported in a circle to the underworld to carry out Issei and Amelia's errands. Agar's territory. Sona had arrived, and then she saw Seekvaira and Zenobia in one of the hangars. The first one was adjusting mechanical parts of a robot, and the last one was practicing with Durandal. "Seekvaira, Zenobia-san," Sona said out loud as she walked to the women of Agar's. "Sona, who offers herself to you in my domain?" said Seekvaira. "Well, I have to explain a few things first," said Sona. She explained that Rias, her entourage and her allies, along with Serafal and Penemu, tried to kill Issei and his parents, and that most of them were now convalescing, and that their objective was to extract the sacred gear from the younger brunette. That really enraged Seekvaira and Zenobia. "That damn thing, I swear if I find her I'll cut off her wings with Durandal," the blue-haired girl said angrily. "Don't worry, Issei and the Hyoudou are fine. In fact, Amelia Gremory is with them and they went to a place to train," said Sona smiling, which Seekvaira and Zenobia imitated. "They are safe from Anasama's attackers and Rias's entourage. By the way, Issei told me to give you this," said Sona, handing him 2 envelopes. "Well, I'm off," said Sona, retreating in a magic circle. Seekvaira and Zenobia opened the envelopes, and what they read caused them to shed tears of happiness. Seekvaira's letter. "When I return, I agree to be your pawn, but I will train and become so strong that everyone in the underworld will stop calling you a laughingstock and start respecting you." Zenobia's letter. "When I return, I will ask you to marry me. I will give you the strong and happy child you long for." "That fool always conquering us," the ladies of Agar said happily in their minds. In BL Castle, Venilana and Grayfia were seen taking care of Sona, which also bothered both women because they really appreciated Issei. "From now on I don't recognize Rias, Gremory and Sirzechs as my children," said Venilana. "But what makes me happy is that Amelia-sama has finally decided to become strong," said Grayfia. "They will be in good hands like the Hyoudou," said Sona smiling. "I have seen the power of your friends and protectors. Well, I say goodbye," said Sona, retiring in a magic circle, leaving Venilana and Grayfia alone. "I'm glad my daughter is becoming strong," said Venilana smiling. "You mean our daughter?" Grayfia said, sitting on the brunette's lap, and they proceeded to kiss passionately. "Like after our divorces, our union became so deep that we began to have a relationship. But I would like Issei to join us. He would be my reason for becoming bisexual," said Venilana smiling. "Me too," He is the only man I would accept by my side, said Grayfia, and share him with my beloved Venelana, although I will not deny sharing him with Emilia-sama, Seekvaira-sama and Zenobia-sama. Jujuju Grayfia, just thinking about Issei makes me want to devour you. We must prepare to be great wives for Issei's return, said Venelana as she began to undress the albino and begin a night of lesbian hex between the albino and the brunette. Chapter 3: The World of Terminal Duel. Signs of Reincarnation. A natural silence accompanied by the soft breeze of the wind brushed the long green grass of the plains when suddenly some white rays appeared on the plains and suddenly, shum! A white portal appeared where several people were starting to come out, first a brunette couple, then 3 green-haired men, then an expressionless blue-haired woman, then 2 redheads and finally 2 brunettes, one of colossal size and the other, Issei Hyoudou. Welcome to our humble home, said Souza smiling as he showed them the world of Terminal Duel. The Hyoudou couple were amazed and all the newcomers started walking on a dirt road. So this is your real world, girls? Issei said, seeing beautiful landscapes where the plateau was surrounded by large mountain ranges. This is only the beginning of the true beauty of our world, said Reese. In this plain live the tribes where Suza Tusama and Noelia Kasama originate. He pointed to a rural-type village where many people could be seen living happily together. But all without exception, even the children, carried a sword or bladed weapon. Others carried the emblems of the Gusto and the Gishki. They all lived together in eternal peace and harmony. Reese, we'll tell you the truth about our world now, Noelia said, smiling at her, to which the green-haired girl with pigtails nodded. We must get to our home. When the travelers arrived at the entrance to the town, they were greeted by 2 knights in dark blue armor, measuring 1.80 meters and of robust build. Identify yourselves, said the gentleman, denying them entry. Noelia Gishki, leader of the Gishki tribe, said the redhead with a serious look, showing her staff and revealing the Gishki logo. Ariel Gishki, sorceress of the Gishki tribe, said the blue-haired girl who also showed her staff. Souza Saber, leader of the X-Saber tribe, said the leader dryly, revealing his belt, and on the buckle he showed the X of his tribe. Reese, Calm and Winda, members of the Gusto tribe, said the 3 green-haired girls while the Gusto emblem formed in their eyes. Who are you? Said one of the knights. Aquamarine Gem Knight. They will be new members of our town, said Noelia. Friends, identify yourselves. Gora Hyoudou, said the aforementioned politely. Mickey Hyoudou, said Gora's wife. Amelia Bales, said the younger redhead. Issei Hyoudou, said the younger chestnut. The Gemma Knights saw each other, nodded and proceeded to clear their way. Welcome home, they said as a gate began to open, leading into the village where everyone lived together in peace and quiet, a picturesque medieval village. Meanwhile, in the underworld, you could see a meeting of the Alliance leaders. In particular, you could see a totally enraged Sirzechs, Sarah Fall with bandages on her body and equally enraged, Penemu with stitches on her abdomen, and just like the previous ones, her face was totally angry. But who enjoyed seeing these the most were the leaders who supported Issei. They remained calm, but inside they mocked. This is more than an offense, said Sirzechs, showing a card on the table. Flashback. Sirzechs was transporting himself in a magic circle to the Hyoudou residence in order to confront Issei Hyoudou, but he was surprised to see the large residence in ruins. He was looking for traces of the Hyoudou essence but found the letter that Noelia had left at the foot of the ruins. Sirzechs takes that letter and begins to read it. Faction leaders, if you dare hurt the Hyoudou or anyone who cherishes our dear friends, you will end up dead. What we did to the Amaelu Serafal, the Cadre Penemu and Rias Gremory Ceinture is just a small warning. Attention. The Terminal Duel faction. That message made Sirzechs furious, and he went to the underworld to deal with this. End of flashback. We must look for Issei Hyoudou and his parents. I don't care if they look for him in the 7th circle of hell. He must face the audacity of hurting my sister's entourage and hurting Sarah Fall and Penemu, said Sirzechs. I don't think it's right, Michael said seriously. Your sister attacked Issei, but her allies defended him. Obviously they weren't going to let them kill their friend. Michael, understand the boosted gear should have been extracted from him by good means, Sarah Fall said angrily, but he made fun of us by getting rid of it. Jean is the most suitable person to carry it. Sarah Fall, I'll ask you a question. Are you saying this for the benefit of the Alliance, or because of a whim of some women who exchanged a man who risked his life to defeat Trihexa, the Chaos Brigade, and especially Reiselvim, for an incompetent who only knows how to boast about his power and heritage when he hasn't proven anything? Ajuka said, leaving Sarah Fall silent. I suppose so. But Issei is just a pervert without Ddraig. He is nothing, said Penemu, trying to attack Ajuka's logic. So why does she have human allies who humiliated your Seekvaira prospect and left that huge scar on your chest, Penemu? Gabriel said sarcastically. Penemu couldn't say anything to the seraph. Sirzechs, this meeting is going to get nowhere, Zeus said seriously. If you try to convince me to search for Hyoudou Issei all over the world and send my soldiers all over the world, you're wasting your time. The Olympic faction won't participate in this nonsense. Likewise, my faction will not seek out or treat your hero as a vile criminal, Yasaka said. When Kuoh found out what they were going to do to Issei, she cried so much that I had never heard her curse a person. Especially your sister. The Yukai faction will not participate in this. Vampires won't support this either, said Valerie Teeps seriously. We will not turn our backs on the one who managed to settle our differences between the Carmilla and Teeps clans, said Elmenhild, glaring at the leaders of the fallen angel demons. Heaven will not support this either, said Michael indifferently. I will never be ungrateful to Issei. He risked his life for us without asking for anything in return, and it is the lowest of lows to consider him a criminal on the whim of your sister and her entourage of idiots. Then I will notify Irina of her dismissal as my ace and as an angel. Sirzechs and Azazel couldn't believe that the Alliance leaders didn't support the idea of Issei being considered a criminal. HHH. You are right, Sirzechs owed inside. Searching for Issei all over the world is like looking for a pin in a haystack. If you want to look for him in your territory, go ahead, but keep in mind that what you will do is a powerful risk. There are people who love Issei like your mother and your ex-wife. They have given him a lot of support, not counting that they madly love Issei behind your back. Apart from that, Tannen and the dragons, if they find out what you did, they will go personally against you. So I will say two things. 1. The Asgardian faction withdraws support to recognizing the demon gene as the true Seekvaira. 2. The Asgard faction will not look for Issei Hyoudou. I will not risk my people to a senseless war. The leaders of the demons, with the exception of Ajuka, Beelzebub, and fallen angels, could not believe that the Alliance had turned its back on them. If there is nothing to discuss, we leave, said Michael, while the other leaders left, leaving Sirzechs, Azazel, Penemu and Sarah fall frustrated. Sirzechs, I'll give you some advice, Ajuka said seriously. You keep making hasty decisions to please your spoiled sister. The alliance that cost us so much will go to waste. For my part, one will not recognize Jean as the true Seekvaira. Ajuka ended, leaving there in a magical circle. What will we do? Said Sarah. Fall Issei Hyoudou is missing. There is no trace of him, nor do we know who carries the sacred gear. Then we will make Jean, our own, Issei Hyoudou, with our own sacred gear, said Azazel smiling. I think we will advance Jean's wedding with the entourage of your sister, Sarah Fall and Penemu. We will have our Seekvaira. After all, said Sirzechs smiling evilly. Everyone celebrated that plan without knowing that a small amphitheater was spying on the meeting of leaders, transmitted his mistress, a gothic lowly, along with a colossal red dragon who looked with contempt at Sirzechs and his accomplices. Those bastards, Ophis said, very furious, but then she heard a laugh from Red. Why are you laughing, Red? Don't you know that Issei is in danger with those damn demons? It's not that, said Red. The world of Terminal Duel, the world before Elohim. They don't know who they're messing with. Do you know who that faction is, Red? Ophis said curiously. Yes, let me tell you that when that faction existed, you were just a newborn larva and I was just a very young dragon, said Red. They were known for being great warriors. Terrible sorcerers and dangerous beasts lived there that were at the level of a dragon king or higher. That is why the mouse Seraphal was easily defeated by that human, and without counting there lived 3 dragons that easily. The young and weak of those 3 could overcome both of us without difficulty. Ophis was stunned. It's a joke, right? Ophis said, hoping it was Red's joke. I never lie, Red said seriously. I witnessed the brutal power of those 3 dragons, Bryanak, Gungnir, and especially Trishula, the dragons of the ice barrier. One alone could mercilessly destroy all planetary existence without any problems, and together they could destroy the planet. I could tell you that they were my inspiration to become stronger after the last tragic event that caused their extinction. Tell me, Red, the story of the dual terminal, the world before Elohim, Ophis said, interested especially about the power of those dragons. World of Terminal Duel. After a walk through the village of the Hyoudou allies, they arrived at a castle where the other leaders were already waiting to meet their friends. Souza and Noelia. Welcome back, said a man with black skin and monstrous build, his torso bare and carrying an ice flake detail on his back. Thank you, Gantala, said Noelia. Let me introduce my friends, Goru, Mickey and his son Issei, along with his girlfriend, Amelia Bale, said Noelia, mentioning her friends. They greeted with a bow before the leaders of Dual Terminal. Why did Noelia and Souza bring them? Said a blue-haired man seriously, and something that Issei and Amelia could feel, a scorching fire power running through their veins. You know that it is a risk for beings from the ordinary plane to come to our existential plane. We know Yurakiza, said Souza, but they were in grave danger, so we decided to bring them to our world, especially the son of my friends. He was betrayed by the women and leaders he once trusted, and now they are looking for him to kill him. The leaders Gantala, Yurakiza, and the knight who gave off an incessant glow heard that, and could not help but feel annoyed at the word betrayal. Well, for this time we will let Souza and Noelia pass, said the knight, but before giving them protection they must learn our customs, our secrets of magic and combat. So Souza and Noelia will be responsible for their friends and guests learning everything about our world. So it will be, said the leaders who were entrusted with this task, leaving the palace with their guests. But the Gem Knight remained looking at the redhead Bale and Issei. Crystal, why are you staring at that girl? Said Yurakiza. She reminds me of the princess of the Necras, the bearer of the dragon Gungnir. Those eyes, that mane, she could be the reincarnation of Amelia Gishki, said Crystal, and the brown-haired boy, that determined look reminds me of Shurit. That leaves the two leaders surprised. It will be a matter of it reacting to the staff of the deceased Amelia, said Gantala. Her staff that carries the spirit of Gungnir only reacts to its true owner, that is, who created it, as well as the sword of Shurit, the combat claws of Exa, and the spear of advanced Gishki, the only members of the extinct tribe, the Necras, said Gantala, while the other leaders nodded. The three leaders were left thoughtful. Are Amelia Bale and Hyoudou Issei the reincarnations of the last heroes who faced the ancient primordial goddess of creation Sophia and her most lethal creation, the Infernoid Earth? Is it a sign of fate? Or will those tragic events be repeated? London, England. Pendragon Castle, AM. Vala was sleeping next to Lavinia Remy. The blonde was sleeping peacefully snuggled up in Vala's arm, but the albino was having a bad dream. Vala's dream. The albino saw a completely desolate place where death had walked with a brutal step. He saw many dead people, parts of machines completely destroyed. What happened here? Albion? Vala shouted to communicate with him, but the dragon didn't answer him. Damn lazy lizard. But in that boom, Vala saw how a mechanized creature covered by shadows rose up in an intimidating manner. It was much larger than Trihexa himself. The albino began to tremble with fear. Terminal Dual Tribes, this is the last fight, it's all or nothing. Vala heard someone and suddenly saw several people, among them two that he easily recognized, a redhead sister of the nefarious Rias Gremory and another her rival Hyoudou Issei, but her hair is scarlet but with a white lock, and she had heterochromia in her eyes for the world. Vala saw who was shouting. It was the same one, but wearing an imposing dark armor. He had long hair and a beard. What the hell? Vala shouted, but something interrupted his sleep. Ali, Vala, I heard a scream, until he reacted and saw that Lavinia woke him up and had concern in her expression. Lavinia, what's going on? Said the albino. That's what I want to tell you, said the worried sorceress. Albion woke me up to make you react. You kept screaming in your sleep. What is this terminal duel? Vala remembered the dream. No, nothing, I have to stop watching movies, said Vala, settling in with his girlfriend. Let's go back to sleep. Lavinia nodded and went to sleep with him, but Albion had seen the sleep of his bearer. Vala, do you have something to do with the world before Elohim? Said the white dragon mentally. Chapter 4. Issei, Wedding Plans and the Hyoudo's Decision. World of Terminal Duel, home of Noelia and Souza, PM. The Hyoudou along with Amelia Bale had arrived at a house large enough to accommodate the family of their friends and apart from more guests. A 3-story house, simple with a Baroque style. On the 3rd floor were the rooms where the original family of the dual terminals slept, with rooms for guests. On the 2nd floor was a study where there were documents, books and other writings of the world where they lived, and finally on the lower floor was the dining room with furniture made of maple wood, and the main hall consisting of 3 sofas and a fireplace. There were all our protagonists gathered and with a serious face while the fire illuminated them. Well, first of all, let's be honest with you, my friends, said Noelia seriously. We are a civilization that existed before what you say the biblical gods, said Noelia, surprising her friends. If I told you how old we are, let me tell you that we must have more than millennia of life. So they are older than Great Red and Ophis? Said Amelia incredulously. We saw Ophis when she was born from nothing. Just like Great Red, she was a very young dragon. It was the last time I remember them, said Souza, but it's time for them to know our origins, dear Noelia. At that, the redhead puts her staff in the middle of everyone so they could see the entire history of the dual terminal, and see with their own eyes the entire world before Elohim. The Emperor Jinx, 651K 65.1K, Kim Dan, an Omega slave, will arrive at the palace, capturing the attention of the cold and cruel Alpha Emperor Ju Jaekyung. Harry Potter. Is Harry's mother Wanda? 63.8K 8.8K. In the final moment before her destruction, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, is pulled into a void beyond time and form. Lost in the abyss of her. It's not an official version, but it was a version that I liked. After seeing the origin of everything and how it ended with extinction, Goru and Miki Hyoudou were shocked at how many tribes and civilizations died in a cruel battle, where at first it was because they wanted to dominate one tribe over another, but in the end they had to unite against a powerful goddess and a lethal cybernetic creation as an ultimate weapon, but it cost the lives of the last warriors who fought against the last threat. But everyone noticed that Issei and Amelia were crying unconsciously at what they saw. Issei? Amelia, what's wrong with them? Reese said worriedly. I don't know, said Amelia, wiping away her tears. Why does it feel so nostalgic? Me too, Issei said, shedding tears. Why do I have this feeling of nostalgia? That left the dual terminal beings perplexed. So how come they're alive? Mickey said, interested. When all the extinct civilizations that wandered in limbo, among which were me and the Gishki, Souza and the X-Saber, the girls and the Gusto previously exterminated because of me, we talked, and each one apologized and repented for everything that caused their respective tribe. It was until Elohim, feeling our true regret, proposed us a new opportunity to live, but he created another dimension where we could live in harmony and peace, something that we all accepted, and now we live eternally. Thanks to Elohim, said Noelia. But there were souls that did not reach limbo, said Reese. Among them were the members of the Necros tribe, Amelia Gishki, Avance Gishki, Shurit and Exa, and the members of the ritual beast tamer. Among them were my late husband Kamui and my daughter Sniff Pilika, said Reese, while crying for her family who did not return to her side, and Winda comforted her. At that moment, it was a sea of emotions after seeing the story that reminded them of the pain of war, the extinction of their tribes, and seeing the death and sacrifice of their loved ones. They had to learn the hard way about the consequences of the war that brought about the end of the world before God. Meanwhile, in the underworld, in Sirzechs' palace, a party of high and supreme class demons was taking place. There you could see several patriarchs talking animatedly. You could find the Gremory with Irina, Kuroka, Lefay, Seraphal and Penemu talking animatedly, and some behaved like divas or the eighth wonder of the world. With everyone but in a corner there was a group that looked at them with eyes of death. Wow, they still act as if nothing had happened, said Seekvaira with total disgust. You're not the only one who thinks that, said Sona, glaring at her former Gremory friend. Her entourage had also broken relations with the Gremory. With the exception of Zenobia, they considered Issei as their greatest friend, and in the case of Saji, their greatest rival, but a friendly rivalry. Hey girls, a voice was heard where Vala was reflected, accompanied by Lavinia Remy, Gabriel, Kunu, Razor and his entourage, Grayfia held by the hand by Venelana, Almenahild, Valerie Teeps, Arthur and Biko. Do you know where Hyoudou Issei is? Don't you know what happened to him? Seekvaira said, to which the albino denied. Sona explained to him. The youngest of the Citri told him about what the Maus had planned, especially Sirzechs, Seraphal, also on the part of Azazel and Penemu, to kill him and extract the sacred gear and give it to Rias's new fiancé. She also told them about how Issei inherited the sacred gear to an ally, also about his new allies and how they easily humiliated Rias's entourage, as well as Seraphal and Penemu tried to kill Issei's parents, but were badly injured by their audacity, and finally she mentioned to them about her journey to become strong. In that group you could see all of Issei's allies and friends getting angry at such an action by Rias and her cronies, but the arrival of a group only made them angrier. Hello Seekvaira-san, said Rias, greeting cheerfully. Nice to see you here. For me it's the complete opposite, Gremory, said Seekvaira with great disgust. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you talking to One-sama like that? Asia said indignantly. And you still have the audacity to ask him? Pathetic nun, said Sona, something that shocked the Gremory entourage. Sona Citri never offended anyone, and if she did, it was because she truly detested that person or did something unforgivable. More respect for my entourage, Sona said, Rias offended. Respect is earned, Gremory. A voice was heard while a magic circle appeared and revealed Zenobia wearing her exorcist clothes siding with Seekvaira, and you lost it because of what you did to Issei. Zenobia, where were you? Rias shouted imperiously, never raise your hand again and disobey your master. You! My master? Zenobia said with disgust while she took out Rias's evil piece from her clothes. I stopped seeing you as my master when you decided on Jean and abandoned Issei. So now I am Seekvaira-sama's loyal knight, she said while she threw the evil knight piece at an enraged Rias. Issei, he's someone easy to manipulate and an idiot, and without Ddraig he's someone who's just laughable. I assure you that as soon as we locate Draig's bearer he'll join us. That dragon must never leave the Gremories, Rias said with complete certainty. Of course, Seekvaira said sarcastically, but you know something, Rias. Your entourage with your allies are nothing without Issei. With or without Ddraig, Issei is the fundamental piece of your entourage, and the one who has given you many victories. That's not, Rias claimed, but was interrupted by Vala. But you know one thing, Seekvaira. I'm glad that some humans have put them in their place, and know their reality, said Vala, mocking them who would say that the great Rias Gremory and her group of followers would lose in a humiliating way to some simple humans. That angered Rias and her followers. They still hadn't gotten over it. Shut up. They were just lucky, Rias said with arrogance. Lucky for them, said Sona, mocking the redhead. If it weren't like that, they would all be 3 meters underground. If that's true, Issei-sama, even though he doesn't have Ddraig-sama anymore, must be working hard to become stronger. He always finds a way to become strong, not for himself, but to defend his loved ones. Eubelina said, not like a certain king, who only spends his time flirting, and pampering his entourage. That comment from the Phoenix Queen received nods from others but caused annoyance to her opponents. Damn, Rias shouted, but someone touched the glass of a glass cup and they saw that it was Sirzechs with Azazel, something that Rias and her followers smiled and said, it's time. Let's leave these losers who still respect the idiot Issei, said Rias, leaving his allies very upset, and they went up to the temple where the Mao and the cadre were. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make some important announcements, said Sirzechs. The first will be that I am pleased to tell you that in a year the faction rating game cup will be held, and I am pleased to tell you that the inaugural rating game will be between Rias Gremory's entourage, and at her request, she will face Seekvaira Agar's entourage. Everyone applauded, and there was no shortage of mocking comments against Seekvaira. The heiress of Agar's has already lost, said a demon. She only has one piece. She's easy prey for Gremory, said another demon. Other comments that only the heiress of Agar's completely ignored. And also a person very dear to us wants to make an important announcement, said Sirzechs when everyone saw a very familiar brown-haired man wearing the boosted gear. Issei Hyoudou. Everyone shouted. A pay dragon. Some noble children shouted. Good evening, said Issei. Just let me tell you one thing. My wedding with my beautiful fiancée Rias Gremory will take place in a year. In fact, I have planned that when we defeat the heiress of Agar's we will immediately get married, you and the others who have stayed by my side, said the brown-haired man towards Rias, who smiled happily. The entire gathering celebrated their hero, but the allies remained static. No, he can't, said Seekvaira, crying. He promised me to be. Not only Seekvaira cried, also Venelana, Grayfia, Elmenahilde, Valerie and Gabriel cried at what the brown-haired boy had said, but only one remained firm and looked at Issei with hatred and disgust. That Issei is fake, said Zenobia, annoyed, crossing her hands. What do you mean, Zenobia-san? Grayfia said. Why does Issei have a boosted gear, when my current wearer is the one who currently wears it? Said a green light on Zenobia's left arm, something that surprised Issei's allies. I have remained hidden so that the damn Sirzechs does not locate me or my current partner. You're doing well, Ddraig, said Elbian. Sirzechs Gremory, has he lost all my respect by impersonating you with a low-class dragon? Said the white dragon upon sensing the dragon that possessed the fake Issei. It's true, it's a dragon doppelganger, said Vitra, very annoyed. That crow and that bat have fallen so low. I remember that Azazel had an artificial sacred gear with the spirit of that dishonorable dragon in his laboratories, Vala said very thoughtfully, and indignantly. I suppose you know that Issei disappeared. That's true, said Sona. I witnessed that Issei went to train and promised to return. He also promised to return, and he would become my new pawn, said Seekvaira, calming down. He also promised me that he will propose to me, Zenobia said happily. But soon she felt the inquisitive and murderous gaze of her friends, something that made Zenobia pale with fear. Well, I will convince him to marry you too. Good strategy, mate, said Ddraig. We'd better go. Grayfia said this meeting only disgusts me because of such a farce. Shall we go, dear? Yes, love, said Venelana, kissing Grayfia on the lips, leaving all her allies shocked. Hey, you are, said Biko. Lesbians? Couples? Yes, for all men, said Venelana, but except for one. Issei, just for him. I'll become bisexual, Grayfia said, smiling maliciously, and caressed Venelana's cheek while she looked at her with eyes of authentic love. Let's go. I can't stand seeing this. All the allies and lovers of the real Issei agreed and proceeded to leave the meeting, but was seen by a Sascona who, upon seeing Sona leave, went to claim her, and when they were in a hallway, Sona-tan! Seraphol shouted, you should be at this meeting. It's my moment of glory for getting engaged to Issei-chan, Seraphol said with a pout. Wow, friends, how curious, said Sona, giving a sharp look to her older sister. According to me, you had changed and professed a lot of hatred to Issei-kun since you are so vile, dragged with that damn gene, and overnight, you profess pure love to Issei again. Seraphol started to get nervous at what her younger sister said. Sona-tan, Seraphol said nervously, but for you I am Sona Citri, and may you Leviathan! Shouted Sona, very furious. Do you think that we are going to swallow the lies that both you and Mao Lucifer, Azazel, and that bunch of horny bitches come to impose on us? We know that Issei is not the real one. Seraphol felt pain and anger when she heard her sister speaking to her. And we know that they were going to kill Issei, our Issei! Shouted Sona furiously with tears in her eyes. You wanted to kill my true love, my hero to whom we owe our lives. You have fallen so low, Seraphol Leviathan. The Mao could not articulate a word at what Sona said. She began to cry because the person she loved the most was yelling at her, repudiating everything she had done. And as soon as this whole farce is over and the real Issei returns, I and all these women who accompany me will be his true wives, and more those who accompany you, and your world of fantasy and lies will fall, and there will be no way out for you, said Sona, looking at her sister with hatred. Seraphol, upon hearing that, began to get angry. I will not allow a pervert to take away your innocence, said Seraphol angrily. Sona, we will do this. If Seekvaira wins against Rias Gremory, you are free to marry that one, said Seraphol confidently, but if Rias wins, you will marry our Issei. They couldn't believe that Seraphol, who had fought to get her sister engaged to someone, now wanted to get her engaged to someone they repudiated, and even more so Sona herself, who personally wanted to kill Jean for harming Issei. Very well, Seraphol Leviathan, Seekvaira shouted, but I hope you don't back down when I beat that bunch of bitches. I order you to respect Rias Gremory. Seraphol shouted furiously. Thanks to her I have a real man by my side. And we will have a real dragon, said Venelana, taking Grayfia's hand, and believe me, your man is quite pathetic that to feel satisfied he had to demand riches, power, especially beautiful women with hot crotches to feel satisfied, and no, she is not my daughter anymore, nor do I consider Sirzechs my son. Do you think I feel proud of what he did in that meeting? To bring an impostor! Shouted Venelana when Seraphol was going to claim why he calls Rias that the only one I consider my daughter is Amelia, and in something that far surpasses Issei, with your Issei, is that he doesn't ask for anything in return, said Grayfia. It's enough for him to see us well. That speaks volumes about a true gentleman and not a stupid bearded man. Seraphol was now very furious. If you excuse us, we will proceed to withdraw, said Sona, while a huge circle surrounded the chestnut allies. Don't even think about visiting me, she said as she disappeared into the circle, leaving an angry Seraphol alone. World of Terminal Duel. Noelia and Souza's home, PM. After seeing the origin of the world of the Hyoudou allies and Amelia Bale, Souza began a crucial topic. Friends, I think for your own good you should train, said the ex-Saber leader, looking at the parents and Issei with Amelia. But my friend, I don't think our old bodies can handle your training, said Gora. We can barely jog for half an hour, and that's barely enough, said Mickey Hyoudou, embarrassed. Don't worry, said Noelia as she returned with a glass jug containing a golden liquid. This is a rejuvenation potion, difficult to make for a common mortal, but for me it's like making lemonade, said Noelia, pouring the potion into 2 glasses. Drink to the bottom, said Noelia, smiling at them maliciously, giving Issei's parents the glasses with the potion. They looked at each other smiling and proceeded to drink the glasses to the last drop. Everyone in the house looked at the Hyoudous with curiosity. Noelia-san, said Issei. What happens if they take that poorly prepared potion? Simple, the redhead said proudly. They have a sudden heart attack, in that, arg. Goro shouted, holding his heart. Honey arggh. Noelia screamed now while Mickey clutched her heart. Dad, mom. Issei shouted when he saw his parents writhing in pain. Noelia, what have you done to them? Just look and see, said the leader calmly. Then both Amelia and Issei saw how the bodies of Mickey and Goro Hyoudou began to undergo a metamorphosis. They saw how the signs of aging of both Hyoudou patriarchs began to disappear and they began to rejuvenate. It took a little more than minutes for the potion to take effect. I'm done with the pain, said a year-old young man. Dear, said the same young man when he saw a very beautiful brunette, and was stunned. I no longer feel the pressure in my heart, said a very beautiful brunette. My love, said the young woman, also dazzled by the sight of the brunette. Dad? Mom? Said Issei while Reese and Ariel passed him 2 hand mirrors, and both rejuvenated patriarchs looked at said mirrors and began to cry. I'm young again, I'm young again. Both patriarchs shouted, crying with happiness and hugging each other. Everyone looked on with happiness and tenderness at seeing Mickey Hyoudou and Goro Hyoudou young again. Well, now I think there will be no buts to train them, said Suza, smiling. So Goro and Mickey, do you accept to be trained by me? Both newly rejuvenated patriarchs looked at each other and addressed Suza. We accept, shouted Mickey and Goro determinedly. But Issei said, but was interrupted by Mickey. Son, you've already done a lot for us, Mickey said determinedly. Now that those demons have betrayed you, we have made the decision to help you and also know how to defend ourselves, since you won't be looking after us every day. It's time for us to make our contribution, said Goro, not only for you, but for our friends, your allies, and above all, for the girls who still love you despite the Gremory's betrayal. I think that also as their in-laws we should protect them, especially from Seekvaira and Zenobia. Issei, upon hearing the last two, put on a nostalgic face. Girls, I hope you are okay, said the brown-haired boy as he remembered his next king and the only Gremory who did not betray him. They will be, said Winda, hugging him with one arm. Our harem sisters will be fine. That's right, said Amelia. They have several factions supporting them, not counting the Citri clan with the exception of Serafal, Okasama and Grayfia Anasama. We will also support her, said Ariel, smiling at her. But it's time to get strong, Issei, said Reese, smiling. Not for nothing we will be your harem. Issei smiled. Thanks, girls, said the brown-haired man, grateful for all the support he received, and the meeting ended. In another area of the dual terminal, on one of the cold mountains, was a block of ivory where the legend was inscribed. In memory of extinct tribes, Beast Tamer, Shadal, Sadalark Knight, Nikraz. Inside that block of ivory were several weapons of the last heroes who put an end to the Infinite Earth, but 2 weapons, a sword and a staff, that remained silent, began to shine and showed a sign both in the center of the handle of the sword and the tip of the staff. That presence, said a very imposing male voice that resonated in the sword. 2. Could it be, said a female voice that resonated in the staff? Without a doubt, Gungnir, your presence has awakened us from this lethargy, said a young but equally imposing voice. You're right, Bryanak. Amelia, I missed you, old friend, said Gungnir. It seems sure it is alive, Trishula, said Bryanak. Or their reincarnations, said Trishula. Anyway, I feel that millennia have passed since the last battle and I don't believe they are alive. So if they are their reincarnations, we must train them and make them worthy of our power. Hi, said Bryanak and Gungnir, while said weapons began to radiate energy to attract the reincarnations of Shurit and Amelia Gishki to the icy mountains of the dual terminal dimension. Issei and Amelia, who were sleeping together, feel this energy and see the icy mountains through their bedroom window. Did you feel it? Said Amelia. Yes, said Issei. Something is calling us there, said the brown-haired boy, pointing at the mountains. We'll explore tomorrow, said Amelia. Hi, Issei said as he returned with Amelia to sleep to begin tomorrow the search for said power that called them incessantly. Chapter 5. A fated encounter with the ancient dragons. World of Dual Terminal AM. Issei and Amelia were the first to wake up. Both decided to go to the mountains of the vast world of Terminal Dual, without saying anything to the Hyoudou and their allies. Is the letter ready? Said Issei. Hi, said Amelia, showing him an envelope and leaving it on Noelia's oak table. I think we should go now, said the redhead, to which Issei nods. The Bale girl and Issei silently left Noelia and Suza's house, and headed to the mountains where the power that was calling their attention. The 2 teenagers walked through the rustic town where several shops, mostly selling perishable goods, were just beginning to open. Both Issei and Amelia welcomed all of this, Wow, I've never felt so much peace and tranquility, Issei said calmly. Walking through these places makes all your problems magically disappear. It's true. I don't rule out coming to live here, said Amelia, smiling. I will convince Oka-sama and Grayfia 1-sama to live here. The further away from the Gremories the better. I will also convince Seek-chan and Zenobia, said Issei, but he stopped walking and his gaze went from calm to one that reflected pain and despair. What's wrong with you, Issei? Amelia said when she saw her friend, who just pointed. Amelia saw a brunette wearing a cream-colored cotton one-piece dress, a black apron, and a scarf on her head. This girl was carrying vegetables and greens in wooden boxes and looked happy doing the job. Rainer! Issei said, terrified, seeing the fallen angel who had killed him and who caused him great emotional evils, even after his death. The black-haired girl, when she saw who said her name, was shocked to see Hyoudou. Issei said the fallen angel with a surprised face, but suddenly her eyes began to shed tears. Amelia saw tension in both people due to the unexpected reunion. She knew that Rainer tried to kill Issei, but her nefarious sister reincarnated him. OH. Ray-chan said, a woman with a fine and flirtatious appearance. I didn't know you knew the new members of Dual Terminal? Manuela-san, Rainer said, somewhat surprised, wiping away her tears. Come on, Ray-chan, take the day off and don't worry. I won't deduct it from your pay. I think it's time for you two to talk for a while and smooth things over, said Manuela, winking at him. Okay, Rainer said, very embarrassed. Manuela left, leaving Rainer alone with Issei and Amelia. Want to come to my house? I guess I owe you an explanation, right? Rainer said, to which Amelia and Issei nodded and followed the fallen angel to her house for a brief chat. DxD World. Underworld, Gremory Castle, PM. You could see some traders with their heads down, sad, and crying a lot. Why? It all happened a few hours ago. Flashback. Rias and her followers were preparing the invitations for her wedding with Issei, and were going to distribute them to their respective families so they could attend. But things didn't go as planned. With Rias and Asia, they had arrived at Bale Castle to deliver the invitations to Venelana and Grayfia, but what they received was Grayfia freezing said invitations and destroying them. I won't go to your wedding, said Venelana, looking with disdain at her daughter and the ex-nun. Do you think we'll swallow that lie that the one they're marrying is Issei? Grayfia said, looking at the redhead with hatred. Oka-sama, seriously, he is Issei. You must support me in this significant moment, Rias said in pain. But, Paf, shut up! Grayfia shouted, slapping Rias, leaving her on the ground. We know that's Jean. But even so, Grayfia-sama, we want you to come to our wedding. She's your daughter, said Asia, trying to convince her. But, Paf! Now Venelana slapped the ex-nun, making the blonde shed tears. She stopped being my daughter when she changed Issei, who sacrificed an arm to cancel an arranged marriage, who saved her life countless times against evil gods and dragons, and overnight changes him for an inept who doesn't know how to do anything. Venelana said with disgust, the only one I consider my true daughter is Amelia. Venelana sentenced, which enraged and saddened Rias. Don't tell Jean that. And everything Issei did for me was his damn obligation as my slave. Rias screamed, offended, and Amelia, you should never have had. She is a disgrace to the Gremory clan. We will tell him and offend him, however. Grayfia shouted, very angry, Jean, you will not be able to replace a great hero and a great man like Issei, and with Amelia, she will not be able to have the power of destruction like you, and she is Sirzechs' bastard. But she has one thing that makes us value her a lot, and that is, she is a great woman and a big heart, which she loves Issei unconditionally with or without power, and in her person. There is a value that your perfied entourage lacks, and that is loyalty. Rias couldn't believe that her mother and her ex-sister-in-law were turning their backs on her. I'll just tell you one thing, why do you think we haven't said anything about that, Issei being an imposter? Venelana said with hatred, because we're waiting for his lie to be discovered. And as soon as the real Issei arrives, and especially the new wielder of the boosted gear, it will be too late for you. Rias paled. They still didn't know the whereabouts of both Issei and the new boosted gear wielder. They were two very important things that she hadn't been able to solve. If you have nothing else to do, get out of here, said Venelana, turning her back on her daughter, to which Rias and Asia left with a pain in their hearts. With the others it was something similar. Akino tried to invite her family, but Barakiel and Suzaku destroyed the invitations. Not to mention that she received a slap from her cousin for trying to kill Issei. Kaneko and Kuroka went to Kyoto to deliver their invitations to Yasaka and Kunu, but the Kitsunes forced them to withdraw from there, because they said that it was territory loyal to Issei Hyoudou, and anything or anyone that was related to Jean would be seen as something or person non grata in the Yukai faction. Rossweiss fared a little worse than the others. When she went to deliver her wedding invitation to Gondel, she saw it at the door of her house and slammed it in her face without a word, not to mention that the Valkyries were making fun of her, saying things like, "Ross, did she change into that haughty Issei? She's pretty stupid to change into a Seekvaira. If I were her, I wouldn't have changed him." She couldn't stand it, so she charged at the Valkyries, but all she got was a good beating from them. She returned to the underworld with several wounds. Irina went to heaven to deliver her invitations to Michael and Gabriel, but, quite unbelievably, the most beautiful and strongest seraphim took the invitations and put them in a shredder, tearing them to pieces. She told her to leave because they were very busy, which depressed Irina. She then went to her father's to deliver her invitations, but he also refused to go to the wedding, claiming that he would have to go to England for some Protestant church business. Note: Michael, with magic and adjusting the system, still keeps Irina as his ace. He just waits for the right moment for her wings to turn black due to her betrayal of Issei. Ravel went with her family to deliver the invitations. Her parents reluctantly accepted, but with Razor and Revel, they burned the invitations and threatened to kill her if she didn't leave the castle. Seraphal tried to invite her parents but was ignored, which depressed her, so she tried to invite Sona, and a dialogue similar or much worse than the one Rias had with her mother occurred, leaving her emotionally devastated. Lefay tried to invite her brother, Biko, Lavinia and Vala, but all she earned was the total contempt of her entire former team. End of flashback. How is it possible that our families turned their backs on us? Aquino said, crying as she remembered her father's face of disappointment and anger. That bastard Issei, he won my family, my own family, Ravel said angrily. And not only that, said Kaneko, Kyoto no longer accepts us since we got engaged to Jean-senpai. Not to mention the humiliation I felt from my former colleagues, Ross said, very distressed as she remembered how she was beaten by the Valkyries. My own mother has disowned me as her daughter. I wish I could find Issei and Amelia, dismember them and kill them, Rias said very furiously. And there are no clues about Hyoudo's whereabouts, said Lefay distressed. No, Rias said very dejected, there is no trace of her parents, or my damn sister. It's as if the earth had swallowed them. I don't like this, Kuroka said. We must find him and kill him, before our plan goes to waste. Okay, we'll start the search again, Rias said. We have a year to find him. Ready? Yes, said Rias's followers determinedly, as they teleported in a magic circle to set out on the task of finding Issei and killing him as soon as they saw him. World of Terminal Duel. Rainer's house, 00 a.m. Issei and Amelia were sitting in a room drinking tea with Issei's former assassin. She showed sadness on her face, while Issei and Amelia showed seriousness and caution. Issei, I think you deserve an explanation as to why I acted that way, Rainer said as she took a sip of her apple and cinnamon tea, to which the brown-haired boy nodded. I suppose you faced Kokabile. Well, I was an angel loyal to Azazel, but due to a bad move by Donosik I fell under a mind control spell, Rainer said very dejected. I committed quite a few atrocities in the name of Kokabile. Among them the attempt to kill you and Asia Argento, when your mistress Rias Gremory was about to kill me, was when I freed myself from the mind control and asked you to save me. So your pleas for help were true, Issei said incredulously. Yes, but the inevitable happened. Your mistress killed me, said Rainer. When I woke up, I had teleported to this world, and the one who welcomed me with open arms was the head of the Dark Lords and one of the leaders of the dual terminal, Morningstar. According to him, he heard my prayers and my regret for what I did against my will, and he proposed me to be a member of his army of Dark Lords, Rainer said. So I am grateful for this new opportunity to have a quiet life in this world, Rainer said, and above all, Issei, I can only ask for your forgiveness. I know that I caused you great evil in your soul, but believe me, since I came to this world I have always wanted to apologize to you. Every day I have regretted, Sniff, what I did to you, Sniff, Rainer said, crying. I know you hate me, but Sniff, I have earned it, Sniff. Issei and Amelia saw that Rainer was really sorry for her actions. They both look at each other and nod. Ray-chan said, Issei, what happened is done, and now we just have to move forward and not stagnate in the past. And with respect to you, I forgive you with all my heart, said Issei, smiling at her, to which Rainer couldn't help but hug Issei, cry, but this time it was from happiness and joy. Thank you so much, Rainier shouted happily. Okay, don't get near Issei anymore, said Amelia, very jealous, pulling Rainier away from Issei. And another thing, Rainier, Gremory is no longer my master, and Azazel, he lost all my respect as leader of the fallen angels, said Issei in a cold manner. What do you mean she's not your mistress anymore? And why do you say that about Azazel-sama? Rainier said, very surprised. I'll explain, said Issei. He proceeded to tell him the events after his death at the hands of Rias until he touched on the subject of the betrayal of most of Rias Gremory's entourage, Sirzechs, Seraphal, and also Penemu and Azazel. They decided to switch him with an old childhood love of Rias, and the critical point was when they decided to kill him to extract the sacred gear and give it to Jean. That made Rainier very angry, especially with Azazel, whom she saw as an example to follow. Well, thank you very much for the tea, Ray-chan, said Issei, getting up, but we have to go to the mountains to train. But in those mountains there is only the monument to the extinct tribes, said Rainier, not to mention that the environment is quite hostile. But a power is calling us, so we can go find it, said Amelia a little anxiously. That power is somehow familiar to me. Rainier was surprised by that. She had knowledge of the last heroes of the terminal duel and their confrontation against the infinite earth. You know, guys, I'll go with you, Rainier said, also standing up from the couch. And I won't take no for an answer. I know the way to that monument. Let me tell you, the path is quite dangerous, and if someone doesn't know the exact route, they could get lost and die. So in minutes we'll leave, okay? Okay, Issei and Amelia said as they watched Rainier go for 3 coats and a suitcase to head out. Time skip. Issei, Amelia and Rainier left the town and headed to the mountains of the dual terminal. It was a very long walk where the dirt road and an endless pasture were present at all times, but when they reached the foot of the icy mountains, everything got complicated, since the road was paved and frozen, not to mention that a snowstorm had broken out, but thanks to Rainier and 3 oil lamps, they were thankful that they didn't get lost and fall into an abyss. They spent 2 hours walking and occasionally climbing icy and slippery walls to reach their goal, until they found a marble block in the shape of an incomplete pyramid. Here you go, guys, the monument to the extinct tribes, said Rainier. Issei and Amelia approached the base of the monument, and felt the power that attracted them spring from this block of marble. Both of them ran their hands over the cold white monolith. They looked at the inscriptions on the monument until they saw a name that caused them both strangeness and great familiarity. Necros, Issei and Amelia said. At that moment a flashback came to their minds and made them remember the events of the last battle where they themselves fought against the infinite earth. Suddenly they both separate, excited, holding each other's heads. Guys! Rainier shouted worriedly. She saw Amelia and Issei holding their heads and shaking from the shock. Are you okay? No, said Amelia. What was that? We remember things from the last dual war that ended when we said the name of a tribe. I saw it too, said Issei, very agitated. That tribe, this world. I think our arrival here was not a random event, but I can't understand something. And what is it? Rainier said. I know I'm Issei Hyoudou, but seeing all the visions, my current question is, who am I? Issei said, already very distressed. But suddenly, we will answer you just like you, Amelia BL. At that moment, the white monument began to open a floodgate, and both the brunette and the redhead felt something in common. The power lies here, said Amelia. Come on, Issei. Yes, said the brown-haired man, entering the white monolith. Rainier also wanted to enter, but a force field repelled her. Girl, Dark Lord, we won't allow you entry, said another voice. But you can tell their loved ones who live in the village that they won't be leaving here for a long time, said a female voice, while the monolith's hatch closed indefinitely. Rainier was worried, but suddenly someone stood next to her. Don't worry, Wani-chan. They will be fine, said a redhead wearing a greenish outfit similar to that of a greenish bird. How are you? Hey, I recognize you. You're the son of Mouse Sirzechs, Rainier said. He is not my father, shouted the redhead. Just as I stopped seeing Zeoticus Gremory as my grandfather, and especially Rias Gremory as my aunt, since Sirzechs Gremory sent me on that suicide mission in order to avoid interfering in the macabre plan he had against Issei and Amelia Wani-sama, said the redhead, crying with fury, as he remembered that gloomy moment in his life. So you are? Rainier said. I am Milika's Lucifuge, or in your case, Milika's bearer of the Necros of Clausulas, said Grayfia's missing son. In the marble monolith, Issei and Amelia advanced in an underground corridor, and as they walked, some torches magically lit up. The path was very long until they found a room where it was illuminated by the glow of weapons buried in a block of steel and chained, a sword, a staff, a spear and some combat claws, that illuminated said room. Suddenly the sword began to shine and one of the voices they heard outside on the mountain resonated. "Welcome, Issei, Hyoudou and Amelia Bale," said a powerful voice. "Who are you?" Issei said, somewhat terrified, because he felt a lot of power in the weapons that shone. Now the staff was shining. A female voice made its presence felt. "I am Gungnir, dragon of the ice barrier. My spirit resides in this staff," said the dragon. "I am Bryanak, dragon of the ice barrier," said a voice. "My spirit resides in this sword, but I am not the only one who resides here." So Issei said, very impressed. "Now I introduce myself. I am Trishula, dragon of the ice barrier, and the most powerful of the three," said another voice that resonated in the sword, "and we have made you come for two reasons. The first is to train them, and the second, which is the most important, reveal the truth and their past lives." Issei and Amelia were surprised at the last thing. It was more evident that this meeting was really predestined. Chapter 6. Shurit and Amelia Gishki. Agar's Entour is present. World Duel Terminal. Marble Monolith. Interior. At such a statement, Issei and Amelia were in shock. "Our past lives?" Issei said. "That's right," Trishula said. "Your simple presence has awakened us from a 1,000-year-old sleep. But as you see, only the sword and the staff were activated while the spear and the combat claws remain inactive." "Are there spirits inside them?" said Amelia. "That's right," said Bryanak. "The spirits that reside in inactive weapons can only awaken when the original owners or their reincarnations are present." "Reincarnations?" Issei and Amelia said, still not believing. "We will help you to know about your past lives," said Gungnir. "It is enough to touch, in your case Issei, Hyoudou, the sword of Necros, while you, Amelia, the staff of Necros." Determined, Issei and Amelia proceed to each grab the weapon that corresponds to them, and at the moment of contact, Amelia and Issei move to an area that is practically an empty area. "Where are we?" Issei said. "What is this place?" said Amelia, grabbing Issei's hand. "They are inside their weapons," said one of the male voices, to which, inside the space, it begins to snow and both feel three presences behind them, and both gave off a powerful, destructive and atrocious aura, which left Trihexa in great red, like a child's game, that left the protagonists terrified. "Bryanak, Gungnir, Trishul, you are," said Amelia, totally terrified. "Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you," said the snake-shaped dragon. "Will teleport you here so all your doubts can be cleared up." Now the quadruped dragon was approaching. "You need to remember who you are," he said in a feminine voice. And now the three-headed dragon was approaching menacingly. "It's time for Shurit and Amelia Gishki to wake up," said the three-headed dragon. At that, the three dragons' eyes began to shine and an aura surrounded Issei and his red-haired friend. "What's wrong with us?" said Amelia. "What are they doing to us?" said Issei. The dragons said nothing and continued with their business. It was then that Issei and Amelia saw a luminous silhouette detach itself from them. A minute later, when the silhouettes began to reveal two people, who they had seen when Noelia showed them the origins of the terminal duel. "Are you Shurit?" Issei said incredulously while he smiled. "No, it's possible," Amelia Gishki said, the redhead Bale, when she saw one of the heroines of the terminal duel, and she looked exactly like her. "Amelia Gishki." "Issei, Hyoudou, nice to meet you, my incarnation," said Shurit. "Hello, Amelia Bale," said the heroine of the Necros tribe, smiling at the Bale girl. "I've wanted to talk to you for a long time." Issei and Amelia Bale didn't know what to say. "We haven't seen them for millennia," said Bryanak. "So long, old friend," said Gungnir. "I knew their souls were still in the old world," Trishula said. "I didn't expect it would take so long to reincarnate," said Shurit, "and especially in a boy who only likes breasts," said Shurit, embarrassing Issei, which only caused the laughter of the two Amelias and the three dragons, although the life of this boy has ended in a terrible betrayal by the woman he once loved. At that comment the three dragons began to get angry. "My reincarnation didn't have a very happy life either," said Amelia Gishki indignantly. "Not having that disgusting demonic power, she was despised and cast aside by the one she once called father, brother and sister. She only had the unconditional support of her mother and her ex-sister-in-law. Curiously, her sister is the same person who betrayed the incarnation of my son Shurit." At what Amelia Gishki said, it provoked an angry roar from the three dragons. "Unacceptable!" Bryanak shouted angrily. "They must die!" Gungnir shouted in the same way. Trishula roared in a thunderous manner, which made Issei and Amelia suffer. Now that you know that they are our incarnations, said Shuret, a spiritual rule is that at the moment of such revelation, we will merge with their souls and unfortunately disappear. But Shuret, I still have things to ask you, said Issei, confused and somewhat anxious. Don't worry, you'll have your answers sooner or later, said Shuret. Amelia, does that mean you'll disappear too? Said Amelia Bale, I also have a lot to ask you. Don't worry, my girl, said Amelia Gishki, hugging the Bale girl as Shuret said, you will have your answers sooner or later, and when we merge our souls with theirs, we will inherit our powers and abilities. So I think it's time to say goodbye, said Shuret as she began to shine again. Trishula Bryanak trained Issei, very well, please. We will do it, said the aforementioned dragons while they saw how Shuret's soul was amalgamating before Issei. In that Issei undergoes a slight transformation. His hair had the same shape, but the brown color changed to scarlet along with a white lock, and Shuret's heterochromia was present in Issei's eyes. Well, it's also time to merge with you, my dear Amelia, said Amelia Gishki, also beginning to shine. You never needed that power from your family, because you will receive a power greater than that from both the Nikraz and the Gishki tribe, and the support of my friend. Gungnir, old friend, takes good care of Amelia. I will, old friend, said Gungnir with some pain in his words, while he saw Amelia Gishki for the last time when she merged with Amelia Bale, and in terms of transformation into the Bale girl, she only increased in height and her hair grew a little longer. I feel a lot of strength and magic inside me, said Amelia. Me too, said Issei. I feel much stronger than when I had the boosted gear. We are not going to let Shuret-san and Amelia-san down. Hi, said Amelia. I really like your attitude, said Gungnir, and for that, we moved you to this dimension. Here time will pass in the following way. A year of training will be a month in the world of Terminal Duel. These 12 years we will train them so that both their bodies and their magic reserves are sufficient to support our respective powers, said Bryanak. Very well, are you ready? Said Trishula. Amelia and Issei looked at each other smiling and looked at the three dragons. Hi! They shouted, motivated. Let the training begin. Trishula shouted. World Duel Terminal. Noelia and Suza's house. While Issei and Amelia were training in that dimension inside the monolith, at Noelia and Suza's house, they had read the letter that the now ex-brown and redhead Bale had left. This letter notified them that they were going to look for a power that was quite familiar to them in the Dual Terminal Mountains. Something that worried the Gusto girls, Ariel and Issei's newly rejuvenated parents. But when they were going to look for them in the mountains, because with the exception of the Hyoudou they knew that those mountains were dangerous, and there was no reason why they should visit them, it was only to honor the tribes that never reached Limbo after the last battle. Rainier and Milikas arrived to notify what happened to Issei and Amelia. The Hyoudou, upon seeing Milikas again, were so excited that they hugged the redhead because they knew he had disappeared on a mission, when in truth it was a plan by his father to get rid of him, in order to carry out his plan to extract the sacred gear from Issei. When Rainier explained to them when Issei and Amelia entered the monolith, she surprised Suza and Noelia, who smiled at each other and especially at the Gishki leader, because a tear sprang from her eyes. It seems that the dragons of the ice barrier will return to action, said Suza, smiling. The Nikraz have returned, Noelia said, smiling. You have returned, my daughter, Noelia said in her mind happily, because Amelia Bale turned out to be the reincarnation of her daughter Amelia Gishki. Okay, Gora and Mickey, ready for your training? Said Suza, smiling. I will demand a lot from you in your training, and not only me, but the leaders of my tribe X-Saber will bring out the best in you. Ready? Hi! Shouted Issei's young parents. Well, you should train too, Noelia said to the green-haired girls, and Ariel, you must be worthy of Issei and not let Amelia gain ground on you in that sense. But the most important reason, to save the heiress of Agars and the new Seekvaira, to her harem sisters. Hi! Shouted Gusto and Ariel. I also wish to help, said Rainier. I must reciprocate for their noble cause. Issei told me the predicament those damned people got him into. I will do it the same way, said Milikas. I must show my father that he made a mistake by sending me on that suicide mission to fulfill. That once, said Milikas, referring to Rias Gremory with hatred and disgust, and be able to meet my mother again. Then let's not waste time, shouted Suza. It's time to train. Yes, everyone in the residence shouted. Time skip. 1 year later, in the marble monolith, the dragons subjected Issei to hellish sessions of work and physical endurance, while with Amelia, Gungnir subjected her to exhausting magical training. With Issei, the first 2 months, 2 years in the dimension, He managed to mark his muscle mass and acquired new physical abilities such as a % increase in strength in hand-to-hand combat, since he fought and trained with Brionac. With his newly acquired strength, he could easily destroy metals and precious stones such as gold, silver, platinum, jade, and be able to crack pure diamonds. For the next 2 months, Trishula trained him in magic so that he would be a good receptacle for the power of both the three-headed dragon and Brionac. He managed to create new dragon-like magic, including attacks and defensive magic using ice and water. With that training, he knew he could easily overcome Seraphal and Grayfia. The next 8 months were the test of fire, mastering the 2 Necras of the 2 dragons. The first was Brionac. At first it cost him a lot of work because unlike the balance breaker when he had Ddraig, he felt that there was a lot of power when he summoned the Necras of the youngest dragon of the 3. But little by little he mastered the Necras of Brionac. With its power he could freeze a city without difficulty. Necras de Brionac. But what remained of his time, his true challenge, was having mastered the Necras of Trishula. At first it was very unstable. It was so much power that many times Issei was badly hurt, but thanks to Brionac and Gungnir, with the help of Emilia, he managed to recover. There were so many times that he failed to master said Necras, but his spirit and willpower, and wanting to save Ddraig, Seekvaira and Zenobia, from the hands of Sirzechs and Rias, was the fundamental factor that allowed him to master the Necras of Trishula. With his power he could easily match Great Red and could destroy an entire city the size of New York in less than seconds. Trishula Necras, with Emilia, her magic reserves and training by Gungnir and sometimes with the help of Brionac, she managed to master the ancient Gishki magic by being able to control 2 transformations of her former self without losing control, thanks to the fact that the dragon gave her the mirror with which she can transform. But also his challenge to overcome was to master the Necras of Gungnir, like Issei with the Necras of Trishula. At first he was very unstable and also got hurt in so many attempts, but also his willpower was the trigger for him to master said Necras. Necrosis de Gungnir, both reincarnations of Shurit and Emilia Gishki. They passed the basic training of the Ice Barrier Dragons. With the Hyoudou, Souza took Issei's parents to the X-Saber tribe and there he met its members. They were subjected to brutal physical training sessions for 2 months and little by little, they managed to acquire strength, speed, endurance and defense. When they also fought hand-to-hand against Souza and against the leader of the X-Saber, Saber Gothams. They were also subjected to hand-to-hand combat against Gem Knights. Sometimes they were beaten by the weaker, more basic Gem Knights, but thanks to that, they gained strength in their fists and kicks. This training lasted for 2 months. But the 8 months were sword training. Souza gave them the choice of the type of weapon Issei's parents would use. Miki chose a wakizashi and a saber, while Gaara chose twin swords. The rest of the training was with swords and both offensive and defensive techniques. Both parents achieved X-Saber training, earning the following titles. Miki would be named XX-Saber Hyunlei, while Gaara would be called X-Saber Bellum, XX-Saber Hyunlei, X-Saber Bellum. Noelia trained the Gusto sisters, Ariel, Rainier and Milikas, achieving progress in matters of magic and physical resistance as a magician. Marble Monolith. The mountains continued to be punished by the continuous snowstorms and the monolith could be seen, static without changes, until the same gate opened again and 2 redheads came out wearing their old clothes with which they entered said monolith. Although Issei's old school uniform was very tight showing said musculature as well as Emilia by showing an enviable figure that practically looked more aesthetic than her sister Rias and Aquino. The 2 carried the weapons of Shurit and Emilia Gishki. Issei carried her on his back and Emilia carried the staff on her hip and the headband was on her head. But the curious thing, both carried dragon marks. In Emilia's case she carried one on her abdomen. While Issei was carrying it he was carrying it on the back of his neck. "It's good to go out, right?" Issei said while Emilia just stretched a little. "That's right," said Emilia while grabbing Issei's hand, "but we must meet with the others and with my harem sisters." "Good," said Issei while giving Emilia a kiss on the lips. "We must meet with Seek-chan and Zenobia." "Hi," said Emilia smiling as she began to descend the mountains. Time skip. Having arrived at the village, precisely at Noelia's house, they were welcomed by her and her friends and told them about the training they had, as well as the Hyoudou and the girls. They also boasted about their progress and training. But Issei and Emilia were surprised to see someone they never thought they would find. Soldiers! Both boys shouted when they saw Amelia's nephew, Issei Nikan. Amelia Nachan! Shouted the redhead, hugging Amelia tightly at such a reunion. Milikas, but how come you are here? Said Issei. That will be a topic for another occasion, said Milikas. In any case, I have already been informed of why you are here, and let me tell you that I am willing to support you and reveal everything that Sirzechs Gremory did to pamper Rias Gremory. They'll pay a high price for it, Ariel said, smiling. Anyway, I have a cheap Mahou Shoujo to punish again. We have to punish an ungrateful angel, an ex-nun, said Goru and Eri Hyoudou with great determination. Issei, Amelia, you will not be alone in this, said Calm, smiling at them. We have made the decision to be part of Seekvaira-san's entourage, surprising the former brown-haired boy and Amelia. We know that she is very special to you, said Winda, as is that girl Zenobia Quarta. So as your harem, we officially accept them both as our sisters. Issei, I didn't know what to say. Thanks girls, thank you very much, said Issei happily. But Reese said, smiling evilly, in exchange you will compensate us with a night of hex and lust, huh? She said, while in her green eyes some little stars shone and a malevolent smile appeared on the green-haired girl with pigtails, while on her sisters, on Ariel, and on Rainier it also appeared. Oh okay, said Issei, all blue, while Amelia also blushed. If only they knew that I took her virginity on that monolith, Amelia said in her mind, very red. Okay, it's time to save two girls, Souza said as they headed toward the backyard. Then, Souza and Noelia began to recite. Terminal Dual World, open your doors for us to reach the destination in the real world. In that another portal opened. Come on, next stop Kuoh, Japan, Noelia said, and then everyone from Noelia's residence with Rainier and Milikas entered the portal to return to the DXD world. Academia Kuoh, Student Council Hall PM. The Citri entourage was arranging some things regarding the academy. Saji was helping Momo and Ruruko with some things, since as a good boyfriend it is his duty to lighten the work of his females, while the others were supporting Sona and Tsubaki with the paperwork until they felt the arrival of a presence. Tsubaki, the pocket dimension, Sona shouted in alarm, and her queen piece obeyed, activating said pocket dimension. Everyone get ready, Sona shouted seriously. At that moment, a white portal appeared. Everyone was on guard for what was going to come out of the portal. But then they felt a powerful aura that practically made everyone nervous. Hey, why such a hostile reception, Kaicho? Said a voice from the portal that Sona Citri recognized, and tears of joy began to flow from her eyes. You're back, Issei, said Sona happily. At that moment Issei came out of the portal, followed by Amelia, the Gusto girls, the Gishki, Souza, and the rejuvenated Hyoudou Isci. Shouted Sona and threw herself at the now redhead. Is that Issei? The girls Citri and Saji shouted incredulously upon seeing the now redhead. Hi, said Amelia, smiling at him. Amelia Gremory. The Citri shouted, also surprised and jealous when they saw the beautiful woman who had become. I am Amelia Bale. I renounce my father's surname, she said in a serious manner. Hey, who are the guys in the back? Said Rhea Kusaka when she saw the brunettes who were with Souza. These are my parents. Rejuvenated version, said Issei, smiling at them while they also smiled confidently. That was the trigger for the Citri entourage to faint, with the exception of Sona. What happened this year that we were away? Issei said to Sona while the boys from the terminal duel accommodated the black-haired girl's fainted entourage. Well, Rias's entourage has been looking for you all over the world to kill you, Sona said, very angry, and worst of all, Sirzechs and Azazel have disguised Jean as the true Issei Hyoudou by implanting him with a boss gear that contains a dragon doppelganger. At that, Issei couldn't help but show a face of annoyance at such rudeness from someone who once respected him. And tomorrow is the rating game between Seekvaira Agars against Rias. Very well, thanks for the information, Sona-chan, said Issei. I'll go meet up with Seek-chan and Zenovia, said Issei, while Amelia teleported the boys from the dual terminal to the Agars territory. Agars territory PM. In one of the hangars, the blonde-haired woman was working on one of her machines. She looked serious, but inside, she was very nervous and anxious, since in a few hours she would face Rias Gremory and all the girls who betrayed Issei. But what worried her most was that there was no sign of him. Issei, where the hell are you? Said Seekvaira, very worried. Issei, I hope you keep the promise you made me. Because if not, I will be able to go to the end of the universe, find you and give you a good beating. Even if it takes me all eternity. said Seekvaira very furiously, throwing a wrench out of anger when she didn't notice that a person picked it up and said, "I always keep my promises." Seek-chan said that voice that the heiress of Agar's recognized and in that she sees. "Issei," said Seekvaira, seeing her beloved. "Is it you?" said Seekvaira, approaching, looking at the now scarlet-haired man with a white lock. "That's right," said Issei as he also approached her to caress her cheek. "I'm back, Seek-chan." Seekvaira was crying but from happiness. "Idiot!" Seekvaira shouted, hitting his chest. "Idiot! Idiot, idiot! You don't know how worried I was." "Damn, I'm the worst," Issei said in his mind. "Sorry for worrying you so much, my Seek-chan," Issei said, taking Seekvaira by the chin to give her a kiss on her tender lips, which the heiress of Agar's reciprocated with happiness, tightly hugging the neck of the now scarlet-haired man, and he took Seekvaira by the waist, while their tongues fought in a kiss full of passion, finishing and seeing the blonde. "I have come to join your entourage, my king," Issei said, kneeling down. "But I will not only join," Issei said, while the hangar opened and there were the girls from the dual terminal, along with Rainier, Amelia, Issei's parents and Milika's. "They also decided to join forces with your noble cause, and they also want to join your entourage." Seekvaira was impressed. A miracle had practically happened less than hours before the raiding game against Rias. She could count on a full entourage. "Seekvaira-sama," said a voice, while in a circle of it appeared Zenobia. "Who is it?" "Hello, Zenobia. Long time no see," said the scarlet-haired boy as Zenobia unconsciously cried upon seeing the man she fell so much in love with. "Issei," Zenobia shouted as she threw herself at him and planted a kiss on him, in front of everyone's eyes, but the girls holding back their jealousy. "Sorry for worrying you, Zenobia. I promised to make it up to you," said Issei as the blue-haired girl nodded. "Hey Ddraig, how have you been?" said Issei as the boosted gear appeared on Zenovia's arm. "Issei, it's been a year. I'm glad you're okay, friend," said Ddraig, who sounded happy that his former wielder was alive. "But I feel a great power inside you." "After the raiding game against Rias, I'll explain," Issei said. "But also Amelia Milika's," Zenobia shouted to hug her two red-haired friends. "Your mother will be very happy that you are alive." "Zenobia Nichin," Milika's shouted very happily as she hugged the only one who didn't betray Issei. "Well, since everyone has met again," said Noelia, heiress of Agar's, "all my children and friends of Issei are willing to be your entourage so that you shut the mouth of that red-haired bitch and that bunch of interested liars. But with the evil pieces that you have, you will not be able to reincarnate any of them," said Noelia seriously, depressing Seekvaira's hopes. "But," said Noelia with her typical evil smile, "that's why I'm here. We are going to mutate some of your pieces, Seekvaira-san." Seekvaira understood what Noelia meant, so in a magic circle from her hand came out her box with the evil pieces and gave it to the leader of the Gishki. Noelia began to recite a spell by which the evil pieces of Seekvaira changed from red to a sapphire blue color, feeling the increase of power in them. "Done. With this you can reincarnate Issei and company without problems," said Noelia, satisfied with her work. "Very well," said Seekvaira seriously and gratefully. "First would be my rook pieces." At that Reese's taste and the brown-haired one raised their hands. "May I know your names?" Seekvaira said politely. "Reese Gusto." "A pleasure, my king," said the green-haired girl with pigtails. "Goro Hyoudou," said the brown-haired boy, causing the blonde to be surprised. "Are you Issei's father?" Seekvaira shouted incredulously, to which the brunette nodded, smiling. Well, ahem, I, Seekvaira Agar's, order you, Reese Gusto and Goro Hyoudou to reincarnate, and give glory to the Agar's clan. In that the tower pieces are absorbed by the bodies of the eldest Gusto and the patriarch of Hyoudou. "Now the horse," said Seekvaira, to which the brunette raised her hand and paled with a feeling. "You are Mickey Hyoudou." "Hi!" said Issei's rejuvenated mother. "We made this decision to rejuvenate and train for you, because we appreciate you and consider you as part of our family." Seek-chan said Mickey, smiling at her. "Besides, we have to settle accounts with a plague called Gremory." Seekvaira couldn't contain her happiness anymore, as her in-laws were worried about her. "Very well, I, Seekvaira Agar's, order you, Mickey Hyoudou, to reincarnate and give glory to the Agar's clan," said the blonde Agar's, and then the night piece was absorbed by Mickey Hyoudou. "Now we go for the bishops," said Seekvaira, and then Winda and Ariel raised their hands. "Winda, it's a pleasure, my king," said the younger green-haired girl with a bow. "Ariel Gishki, a pleasure," said the expressionless sorceress. "Very well, I, Seekvaira Agar's, order you, Winda Gusto and Ariel Gishki to reincarnate and give glory to the Agar's clan." And the same thing happens when Winda and Ariel are reincarnated as Seekvaira's new bishops. And now my queen peace, said Seekvaira, to which a redhead raised her hand. I think Issei has earned that position, said Amelia, surprising Issei. Oh no, guys? Everyone from Dual Terminal nodded. I think this is not up for discussion, Issei said, smiling. I accept being the queen peace, Seekvaira, Issei said. Well, I, Seekvaira Agars, order you, Issei Hyoudou, to reincarnate and give glory to the Agars clan. And in that, Issei begins to absorb Seekvaira's queen peace, officially being the blonde's queen peace. And with the pawns I reincarnate Rainer, Milikas, Kam and Amelia, each absorbing a piece. In about hours there will be a press conference, said Seekvaira. Really, guys, I really appreciate your valuable help, said Seekvaira seriously, but inside she was happy. There's nothing to be thankful for, said Reese. After all, we came at Issei's own request, and we also accepted them as harem sisters. At that, Seekvaira went wild, and in her head, a whistling sound like that of a pressure cooker sounded, and Zenobia could only smile at that. Well, said Seekvaira nervously, but happily. It's time to get ready and prepare for the press conference. That's right, Seek-chan, said Issei, smiling evilly. It's time to give a surprise to those wretches who dare to usurp my name, and show them that with Issei Hyoudou and the newly formed Agar's entourage, no one interferes, said while a wave of frozen air expelled Issei from his body, freezing some machines. Seekvaira smiled at that. Rias, you have definitely made the worst of your mistakes. I will prove it to you by preventing you from becoming the queen of the rain games, said Seekvaira, smiling, and show her something that your entourage is missing: loyalty and true love. And so Agar's new entourage went to get ready for the press conference. Chapter 7: Seekvaira Agars vs. Rias Gremory. Chronicle of a Foretold Defeat, PT1. Conference Room. PM. In a room were many reporters to start the interviews of the two contenders. Many already had the cameras ready, and apart there were more people invited, among them the two Maos, Sirzechs and Serafal, along with Azazel and Penemu, who saw all this spectacle with eyes of satisfaction. But there were also Grayfia, accompanied by her partner Venelana, escorted by Vala and Serorg. These four supported Seekvaira and glared at the four leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, Rias Gremory and Seekvaira Agars are here now, said a voice. Then the contenders for a seat come out. Rias appeared with the air of a goddess with her entourage, accompanied and embraced by Issei, while Seekvaira with her usual seriousness was escorted by Zenobia, and they sat down. We will begin the questions. The first to ask will be Miss Yuzu Hiragi, from the newspaper, Infraspectacular. Yes, thank you, said a pink-haired girl. This question is from Miss Seekvaira Agars, said the pink-haired girl, which the blonde-haired girl agreed to. We know that she has only one piece in her nobility, and it is the former Gremory knight, Zenobia Quarta. I have two specific questions. Can you know the reason why her now knight is in her entourage? And the other, will she have her full nobility by tomorrow? Thank you. Seekvaira took the microphone. Good afternoon, everyone, the blonde said politely. To answer your questions, Yuzu-san, I'll be direct. To answer your first question, Miss Zenobia had differences with her now ex-mistress, said Seekvaira, looking with total hatred at Rias while she maintained an arrogant smile. And to answer your second question, I prefer to leave it in suspense. The reporters raised their hands and the organizer selected a short-haired blonde. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Nishino Tsukasa from the newspaper. Fire word. This is a question for Issei Hyoudou. Go ahead, beautiful, said Issei, while squeezing Rias and Akino's buttocks from below. Will you be able to easily defeat Seekvaira Agars and his only known piece? Said Nishino Tsukasa. Ha! Of course, said a very arrogant Issei. Any opponent who crosses my path will be defeated by me. The great security, he said while materializing the boosted gear. There were murmurs of security, and everything was seen before the eyes of Sirzechs, Serafal, Azazel and Penemu, who had a big smile, but Venelana, Grayfia, Vala and Serorg showed great displeasure at what was said. But these last four looked at Seekvaira and Zenobia, and a suspicious smile formed on their faces. You'll be next, said the organizer, pointing to an orange-haired girl with pigtails. Good afternoon, Coco Akashia of Infogossip, said the aforementioned. According to what was rumored a year ago, if the Gremory entourage defeats Agar's entourage, at that very moment Issei Hyoudou will marry all of you, right? All the girls in the Gremory entourage put on a smile. Kiba and Gasper were happy for their master and their friend, while Issei just stood up with the airs of a boastful prince. That's right. After we sweep the floor with Seekvaira Agars and Zenobia Quarta, everyone is invited to the magnificent wedding that my brother-in-law, the Honorable Mouse Sirzechs, organized for our union. Everyone murmurs with approval. Hey, I doubt you'll make it to the wedding in one piece after the rating game, Seekvaira said with a defiant smile, and I doubt you can beat me. Do you dare to challenge me, heiress of Agars? Said Issei, looking at her with disgust, but Seekvaira just smiled provocatively. Of course I'm not afraid of people of your ilk, said Seekvaira. My specialty is putting in their place people as pedantic as you and more to the followers of those people who only go like sheep straight to the slaughter, said Seekvaira, mocking the Gremory entourage. You are getting angry at the insult of the heiress of Agars. Although you are sure of your victory, said Issei, approaching Seekvaira. She looked with disgust at her opponent. Zenobia ready to defend her king. How about we bet something at the last minute? If I win, you will marry me that same day. No problem, right girls? Said Issei, to which his fiancés denied, but a glimmer of evil was present in their eyes. There were murmurs of, his defeat is imminent. The heir of Agars has already lost. Very well. But if I win you in that attempt at entourage, said Seekvaira Agars, a request will be granted to a person I esteem very much, and of course, your wedding will be cancelled. Very well, said Issei. Better give up and join my glorious harem, he said while trying to caress Seekvaira's cheek. But, paff, Seekvaira slapped Issei's hand in a sign of repudiation, glaring at the Gremory pawn. I suggest you don't pet me, you miserable bastard, Seekvaira said with disgust while leaving everyone stunned. Damn, said Issei angrily. But I mean, the Gremory fiancés intervened. Seekvaira, you better be realistic and give up, Rias said, smiling confidently. Issei, he will defeat you in less than 2 minutes. Era, if you give up, we'll give you special treatment on your honeymoon, said Akino, smiling. Seekvaira-sama, feel proud to be part of our man's harem, Asia said with a tone that tried to convince the blonde. Don't make it harder, Seekvaira-sama, said Kaneko expressionlessly. Seekvaira couldn't feel more disgusted by Issei's ex-fiancés. I'd rather be dead 1,000 times than being the fiancé or wife of that sort of man, Seekvaira said angrily. Seekvaira's statement left everyone shocked. Seekvaira Agars, I order you to respect Issei Hyoudou, your next fiancé, Sirzechs ordered. Respect is earned, Sirzechs Gremory, said Seekvaira, glaring at the Mao, leaving the redhead furious. That also left the reporters frightened. According to what happened, if a Mao was called by his family name, and not by Mao's name, it meant that he didn't recognize him as a Mao. At that point, Issei headed towards Seekvaira in order to harm her. You'll learn that you can't mess with a dragon and a Mao, you damn bitch, said Issei, about to slap Seekvaira, but his hand stopped abruptly. What's happening to me? Said Issei, struggling. Why can't I move? At that moment, footsteps are heard and suddenly a voice is heard that stupefies everyone. You dare touch my king and I assure you that hand will not return to its place, said that voice as the doors opened, revealing the real Issei Hyoudou and Amelia Bale leading a group of hooded figures. Everyone saw that entrance and started taking pictures like crazy. Sirzechs, Azazel were with a mixture of surprise and anger, while Seraphal and Penami looked with horror and hatred at the unexpected guest. But on the other hand, Grayfia and Venelana looked with a heart in their eyes at the now scarlet-haired man. Issei, you're back, the bisexual couple said, licking their lips when they saw Issei. Then they smiled when they saw their daughter, now Amelia. You've changed so much. Serorg and Vala smiled at the presence of Issei Hyoudou. Issei, Amelia and the hooded figures approached the conference table and stood on Seekvaira's side, looking indifferently at Issei and the Gremory. How is it possible? To Issei Hyoudou, shouted the organizer, at which there were many murmurs of bewilderment. He is an impostor, said Issei, angry and nervous. I am Issei Hyoudou. Shut your mouth, fraud, said Amelia, glaring at the brunette. Shut up, Amelia Gremory, Rias ordered, looking at her little sister with hatred. You have no right to give your opinion on this matter. Wow, and the bitch had to speak, said Amelia without flinching, something that angered her older sister. And I remind you, I am not a Gremory, I am proudly a Bale. Leaving the reporters excited and Rias furious. I am Amelia Bal. Seekvaira Agar's pawn. Rias and Sirzechs could not believe what their little sister said about her denying her father's surname, while Venelana remained calm, but in her mind she jumped and screamed. That is my daughter! Amelia, damn traitor, Rias said, very angry upon seeing her little sister's action in joining Seekvaira. Traitor, Issei said as he looked at Rias with indifference. Tell me, Rias Gremory, you didn't bite your tongue when you said that subtle word. At that, Rias was silenced as she couldn't contain her contempt for Issei. And you, who are you to address Rias Gremory? Aquino shouted angrily at the scarlet-haired man. Easy, my name is Hyoudou Issei. I am the Queen Piece of Seekvaira Agars, said Issei, smiling, leaving more excited to the reporters and the hooded ones. Is the rest of the entourage of the honorable heiress of Agars, but you will meet them tomorrow. And since we are at this, what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Since there are two Issei Hyoudou, let's make this more exciting. The entourage that loses, the losing Issei, will be exiled from the supernatural. His memory will be erased and all his power will be extracted. At that there were murmurs of excitement, and the one who came out to respond was Sirzechs, who showed a macabre smile. We accept, said Sirzechs, looking at the scarlet-haired boy. Fine, no more questions and two more things, Rias Gremory, said Issei, looking at her with indifference, but a defiant smile appeared on his lips. First, the angel Irina's Hyoudou, Kuroka's ordinary cat, and Lefay Pendragon can help you, and the other, but more important, tomorrow you will not celebrate a wedding, it will be a funeral procession for your boyfriend. For messing with me and my family, said Issei, leaving Rias very furious at the offense, while Agar's entourage retreated in a magic circle. After the press conference, the media and the entertainment world were excited. There weren't as many challenges and insults as a simple ratings exhibition game. But what was most exciting was that there were two Issei Hyoudou. Sirzechs and Azazel were on the line, not expecting the real Issei to show up, but they had full confidence that Issei and his sealed dragon doppelganger would achieve victory against Seekvaira Agars. And the day of the game rating arrived. Arena de Rating Games, Seekvaira Agars vs Rias Gremory. The arena was packed, and the demons and some beings from other factions weren't going to miss a great encounter where threats and critical challenges were present. Everyone expected a ratings game of unforgettable levels. In the VIP lounge, on one side were Sirzechs, Seraphal, Azazel, and Penemy watching with a wide evil drawn on their faces, but on the other side, in a fairly large group, were the leaders of the factions of the angels, Michael, Gabriel, and Metatron, Yukai, Yasaka with Kunu, Asgard, Odin, Thor, Baldur and Hela, vampires, Almenhild and Valerie Teeps, Olympians, Zeus, Poseidon, even Hades himself came to see this, who would unconditionally support Seekvaira. In the stands he began to observe Sona's entourage, along with Razor and his entourage, Serorg, Venelana with her partner Grayfia, Vala's team without Kuroka or Lefay obviously, all of them supporting the real Issei and Seekvaira. Audio from the video for the presentation of the Gremory entourage. Theaters de Vampires Carmilla plays. Immediately the lights go out, and in the eastern area the Gremory symbol appears, revealing said entourage led by Issei and Rias, while her followers looked on with total confidence of their victory. There were some cheers but many boos, which bothered them. Audio plays for the video introducing Agara's entourage. Leech the Gazette. But from the western area the Agars logo was seen, and then Seekvaira's retinue appeared, led by her, Issei and Emilia. Well, it seems we'll do it the hard way, said Rias while giving an arrogant but unfazed smile to the scarlet-haired boy. I hope you've thought about your wedding dress, Seekvaira. I assure you that you'll be happy with us. Neither in this life nor in another, said Seekvaira, turning her back on him. Talk less and fight more. Then the referee appears. This will be a rating game in Battle Royale mode. The victory condition is whoever defeats the king of the opposing side wins. Gremory entourage, are you ready? Said the referee, to which Rias nods. Agar's entourage is ready? They nod. Let's fight. Audio from the Two Steps from Hell Sons of the War battle video plays. The first to attack was Kiba. Issei, I will never forgive you for what you did to Bucho and the girls a year ago. And it's also your fault. Tsubaki ended our relationship because of us, he said while summoning his sacred demonic sword. It would have been easy for you to hand over Ddraig and die immediately. But you only prolonged your agony. You talk a lot, Kiba, and when it came to Tsubaki-chan, she preferred to be loyal, and that's what I appreciate about her, her true friendship. Not that a certain traitorous blonde man and a transvestite vampire revealed their true appearances to me. Issei said, better give me your best shot so I'll know if you're worth it. You'll regret that, Issei, Kiba shouted, launching himself at the scarlet-haired boy, but suddenly something stopped the blonde in his tracks. He saw a sacred spear in his stomach made by one of the hooded figures. Kiba couldn't help but spill blood from his mouth. Evil, evil. Your voice is giving me a headache, said the hooded figure, as he created a saber with sacred energy, and proceeded to quickly cut Kiba's neck, eliminating him in a fleeting manner. A knight of Rias Gremory has been eliminated, shouted the referee in surprise. The Gremories were shocked at how easily Kiba was defeated, but when the hooded woman took off said garment, it terrified Rias and shocked Azazel, since according to them, she should have been dead a long time ago. You! Rainier! Rias shouted with surprise and hatred at the aforementioned, while the Dark Lord showed her usual dominatrix attire, looking seriously at the Gremories. But you should be dead? I was, but I came back to support the person I truly loved, said Rainier while she put Issei's arm in her breasts, and I found out what you were doing to him a year ago, said Rainier looking at Asia, who was terrified. Disgusting traitor, none. You will pay for what you were going to do to Issei's parents. At what he said, Asia was terrified, but the one who came to her defense was Irina. I won't let you get close to him, you filthy fall! He shouted while spreading his white wings. Fallen? No, I'm something more. I'm a Dark Lord, said Rainier as her body transformed and her back released pairs of dark wings. Her dominatrix outfit changed to a black dress and her skin turned brown, revealing her new appearance. Everyone could feel the drastic shift in power, if you compare it to how she could practically overpower a cadre with ease, and it made everyone start to feel nervous. In the VIP room, Azazel and Penemu gulped nervously at the new Rainier. Back to the arena. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get married now, Gasper! Rias shouted, and at that the vampire activated his power to stop time, and in that both Issei and the rest of Agar's entourage were paralyzed, ready. Easy target. Attack. The Gremory entourage with their allies went out to attack with a smile that they would come out with victory on their side. You messed with the wrong person, Seekvaira! Rias shouted triumphantly while Seekvaira remained with her same serious attitude until, now Ariel! Seekvaira shouted, and one of the hooded figures took out a staff and began to drain the energy that surrounded Agar's entourage, and also Gasper's. My magic! Gasper shouted. Rias, Boucha, help me! The vampire shouted as he felt his magic being drained by the hooded figure's staff. Gasper! Cease fire! Rias shouted, stopping the crowd attack in its tracks. Ready, said the hooded figure. With this the Gremory bishop is useless, he said while that hooded figure took off his garment, revealing the blue-haired girl Ariel Gishki, bishop of Seekvaira. Agar's ready to fight. In the VIP room, Seraphal recognized Seekvaira's bishop. That girl was the one who caused these wounds, shouted the Mao, very angry while passing her hand over several scars that she had on her body. Sirzechs also began to get angry because it seems that he was before those who humiliated his sister and her entourage a year ago. Back to the arena. Ariel expanded a magic circle with the emblem of the Gishki. Ritual art Gishki transformation, she shouted as her body began to glow and transform. Everyone in the arena was shocked at the release of power from Seekvaira's bishop. Suddenly, Ariel's transformation began to take on large dimensions until she revealed what she had transformed into. Crawl! The beast screamed. That scream practically terrified the Gremories. What is that? Ravel shouted, very shocked upon seeing the transformation. What the damn thing are you? I am Evagishki, mind August, looking at Ravel, who practically fell to her knees before the powerful presence of Ariel. Say goodbye, Bishop of Gremory! Shouted Ariel while preparing a beam of water towards Gasper. He could not do anything because of fear. When, bam! Mind August's lightning bolt was launched at a catastrophic speed and power in the direction of Gasper, but Gasper-chan! Ravel shouted to get in the way with a defensive barrier, but it was easily destroyed by Mind August's attack, hitting Ravel and Gasper. Ah! The blonde and the vampire screamed in pain while Mind August's ray hurt them and destroyed their clothes, leaving them unconscious and being eliminated from the game. A Gremory bishop is eliminated. Ravel Phoenix is eliminated, said the referee in terror upon seeing the destructive power of Mind August, which practically made the pocket dimension unstable for a moment. The arena had been silenced by Ariel Gishki's display of power, and suddenly they shouted euphorically, Agars! 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 It was the shout that was heard throughout the arena. They were amazed at the demonstration. Sirzechs, Seraphal, Azazel and Penemu could not believe what was happening, especially it was supposed to be the day of glory of Rias and Issei, to defeat Seekvaira, the laughingstock of the underworld. But easily 3 of their allies were easily defeated, and now the entire arena was on Seekvaira's side. Back to the arena. The Gremories and their allies began to feel fear for Agar's entourage. What are you? said Kaneko, very terrified. We are a real entourage, a real family, said Amelia, smiling, compared to you who are a bunch of selfish people led by the older bitch Gremory. I won't let you insult Rias Naya! Kuroka shouted, launching a senjutsu attack. Shut up, Gremory bastard! Shouted Lefei, launching a magic attack. You don't deserve to step on this battlefield! Kaneko shouted as she also launched a senjutsu attack. Those 3 magic attacks were headed towards Amelia, but a wall of wind dissipated them like dandelions being blown away. What? That wind, said Kuroka, while she saw 3 hooded figures intercede for Amelia. Thanks, girls, said Amelia as the 3 people took off the hood, revealing the 3 green-haired girls who a year ago humiliated the Gremory entourage when they tried to kill Issei. Damn! Kuroka shouted upon seeing the Gusto sisters. Surprised, kitty? Reese said, I think I'll take care of the black cat. I, the bastard daughter of Morgana, said Calm, referring to Lefei. Okay, I'll take care of putting the bell on the white cat, said Winda, looking at Kaneko. Rias couldn't hold back her anger at her younger sister's offense. Kuroka, Kaneko, Lefei. Daraton, a smallest of such malditas. Hi! The aforementioned shouted angrily and went on the attack. Kaneko versus Winda. The Nikomata entered close combat. It began to attack Winda, who easily dodged Kaneko's attacks. So much power with such low speed, what a waste of potential, said Winda, infuriating Kaneko. Shut up, you shouldn't have interfered in Rias Bouch's business with Hyoudou. Issei, he should be dead, said Kaneko. As his friend, do you think I would allow the murder of my beloved because of that bitch of yours as a mistress? Winda said. Shut up! Kaneko shouted, throwing a high kick, but Winda was expecting that attack. Winda knocked Kaneko off balance by kicking her on her supporting foot, and with her staff charged with wind magic, she slammed her to the ground, not taking into account that Winda was preparing the devastating attack against Kaneko. Taste technique. Green storm. At that moment, some rays began to surround Winda. They came out into the sky and suddenly, the pump! A green ray hit Kaneko. Nya! Kaneko screamed enough. Kaneko screamed in pain as she felt an electric shock on her body 1,000 times worse than Akino's most powerful lightning, destroying the Nikomata's clothes, and suddenly, the Nikomata was left on the floor with her eyes blank and half naked, while her body gave off smoke and revealed 3rd-degree burns. That's for Issei, said Winda, turning her back and leaving from there, while Kaneko was shooting out into particles of light. A rook of Rias Gremory is eliminated, shouted the referee. Lefei versus Cam. It was a magical duel. While the Pendragon cast spells from the sky, Calm only limited himself to dispelling them with his wind magic. Is that all you can do? Calm said stoically, if your ancestors saw your ephemeral and pathetic level, they would be ashamed of you. Shut up! Shouted Lefei, it's pathetic that you defended Issei Hyoudou. He deserved to be wiped out of the face of the earth. He should die with dignity the moment the boosted gear was removed, said Lefei, but immediately covered her mouth upon revealing the macabre plan. But that only caused Calm's imminent anger, and she began to release her aura that practically began to release a fairly strong wind that began to shake Lefei from her flying broomstick. Get ready, Lefei Pendragon, because with this attack you will hesitate again to use your flying broomstick, said Calm, while the emblem of his tribe formed in his eyes. Taste technique. Tornado, divine breath. And in that, thump, a tornado of great magnitude engulfed Lefei and began to riddle her with bullets. Ah! Lefei screamed as the air also tore off her clothes and shook her violently. Her broom was destroyed by the violent winds. In the VIP room, Ajuka was impressed by the power of that tornado, and from a magic circle he took out a device that measured the speed of tornadoes, Fujita scale, and was terrified. It's amazing! Ajuka shouted, impressed. What's going on, Ajuka Dano? Almenahald said. It's a tornado. According to the Fujita scale, it's an F5, said Ajuka. That type of tornado only causes total devastation in its path. Only gods like Fujin and Aeolus can make this type of tornadoes so violent. It will be a miracle if Lefei comes out of this well, Hades said with a macabre smile on his face. Back in the arena, the cruel and violent punishment continued on Lefei. She screamed in great pain, until nothing of her screams could be heard, and Calm proceeded to easily make the tornado disappear and revealed a totally half-naked and unconscious Lefei falling from the sky. This is for Issei, said Calm, also turning his back on Lefei as he faded into particles of light. The sky. Lefei Pendragon is eliminated, shouted the referee, very excited and shocked. Kuroka vs. Reese. The Black Nikomata, upon hearing that her little sister was eliminated as well as Lefei, proceeded to attack Reese with more violence by launching senjutsu attacks that she easily dodged. Damn you, you will pay for my sister! Kuroka shouted with fierce eyes at Reese, who looked calm. When I defeat you, my Jean, I will be so pleased in bed, and I don't expect Tio have strong kits with him. Strong cats, ha 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 ha, what a good joke, mangy Nikomata, said Reese, laughing and offending Kuroka. The only thing your strong cats inherit is the mental retardation that all of you carry, not to mention the arrogance and the poor power of that supposed dragon, said Reese. Shut up, damn human! Kuroka shouted. Now you'll see the differences in power between you and me, said the Black Nikomata, while preparing a very powerful senjutsu attack, but Reese adopted a combat stance. That's right, you'll see the difference in power, taste, technique, Reese shouted, while in his eyes, the emblem of his tribe appeared in his pupils. Kuroka immediately launched a devastating attack towards the green-haired girl, but she went head-on into the attack. In the stands, she's crazy! Sona shouted as she saw the green-haired girl heading towards the destructive attack of the Black Nikomata. But she saw Souza and Noelia calm. Don't worry, said the redhead, that attack won't have the slightest effect on him. That's right. For it to cause any kind of damage, that attack must be times more powerful, said Souza, something that Gremory's entourage wouldn't reach even by mistake. In the sand, Reese ran straight into Kuroka's attack and hit the green-haired girl, but she had summoned a shield and was splitting Kuroka's attack in two. Impossible! The Nikomata screamed, terrified, seeing one of her best attacks being split in half. Reese ran at full speed, slicing through the senjutsu attack like a knife and butter until she completely destroyed it, facing the Black Nikomata, who looked at the green-haired girl with terror and surprise. Green Wind Blade! Reese shouted, running and lightly attacking Kuroka with her staff, touching her in the stomach, stopping her in her tracks. Kuroka was between confused and surprised until slash! Kuroka's abdomen was bleeding profusely and her mouth was oozing blood. Eh? Said Kuroka as her eyes lost their shine, and she fell face down. You don't deserve to have Issei, said Reese, looking with contempt as Kuroka disappeared with a lost look, and revealing the humiliation in her person, she disappeared from the arena. Kuroka Hellcat is eliminated! Shouted the referee. Chapter 8. Seekvaira Agars vs. Rias Gremory. Humiliation. Arena Derating Games. The arena was very loud and euphoric. It hadn't been this loud since Dihauser Belial had been proclaimed champion by defeating Roygun Belfelger. But the crowd roared at a similar level watching an exhibition ratings game between two beginner devils. On one side was Rias Gremory, younger sister of the current Mouse Sirzechs Lucifer and one of the figures recognized for being involved in the sealing of Trihexa and the defeat of the Chaos Brigade. But on the other side was Seekvaira Agars, known only as the laughingstock of the underworld and a mecha obsessive, although she is also known for her beauty and her bad temper. But now we see a scene that no one had planned for and that made both Sirzechs and Azazel look ridiculous, since the legendary and unbeatable Rias Gremory's team was in a great predicament. It was being defeated by the newly integrated Agar's entourage. It had lost half of its members while Agar's representatives had only fought people and had not made any effort. Rias and the others witnessed how their comrades were cruelly eliminated by the allies of their now enemy, Issei Hyoudou. What kind of people are you? Rias said, terrified, seeing how Kuroka, Kaneko, and Lefei were cruelly eliminated by the sisters of the Gusto tribe. We are just beings who watch over the safety of our friend and our king, said Reese, cleaning his staff of Kuroka's blood gaiac. It stinks of traitor blood, said the green-haired girl with pigtails as she threw a cloth with bloody traces on the floor. Damn, don't you dare insult Kuroka! Irina shouted, attacking Reese with Excalibur mimic, but yeah! Shouted Zenobia, who came to Reese's defense, wielding Durandal, repelling the attack. I'm sorry, Reese, but I couldn't stand the self-proclaimed angel anymore when she doesn't deserve that title. Don't worry, said the green-haired girl, smiling at the blue-haired girl. The angel is all yours, said the green-haired girl, withdrawing and standing next to Seekvaira. Very well, Zenobia said while she wielded Durandal. Tell me, Irina, do you still think you are an angel after betraying your childhood friend, whom he risked his life more than once for your well-being, and that you easily exchange him for a wretch who stole his glory? Of course, yes. Irina shouted, I just did the right thing. Issei, did you think that we truly loved you? When our boyfriend and fiancé makes me feel like a real woman, You don't know the kisses and caresses he gives me. I can only thank Gremory for letting me share a great man," Irina said, smiling in a sickly way and taking out her shiny white wings, trying to hurt Issei emotionally, but he just looked at her with total indifference. But a smile turned to the scarlet-haired man. "Then thank Gremory. What will happen to you, Michael-sama?" shouted Issei while in the VIP room. The video camera focused on the overlord of the sky and looked with total disapproval at Irina. "Irina shitted, do you think I was going to overlook what you did to her?" said Michael, totally disappointed as he took out a poker card, and it was the ace of spades. "Do you know what this is?" said Michael, while Irina began to feel scared. "This card is an evaluator of all your actions. Each one of my saints is linked to an evaluator card, and even if they try not to fall with tricks, as soon as I give it my sacred magic, the card you carry inside will inform the evaluator card of all your actions, and it will say if you are worthy of being an angel or fall for your sins." "No, Michael-sama," Irina said pleadingly. "Too late, a year too late," Michael said as he gave her sacred energy, and then, "Ah!" Irina screamed as the A of Ace appeared and delivered a series of electric attacks on Irina until the A vanished, triggering irreparable consequences. No! Irina screamed as she saw her shining wings turn black as coal and her sacred aura begin to become corrupt, kneeling down and crying inconsolably, "Michael-sama." "Why? Ask yourself," said Michael, "your actions and your consequences." Everyone was shocked to see the fall of an angel and more of Michael's ace. "Michael, why did you do that?" Sirzechs shouted furiously, but the overlord told him with total indifference. "Matters of my faction," said Michael. "He was my saint, and I was not going to overlook what he did." "In the sand?" Irina cried in pain at her fall and in front of the entire arena. "Stop whining!" Zenobia shouted. "Tell me, how does it feel to have that pain in your heart?" "That same pain was what Issei felt when you traded him for that garbage," Zenobia shouted with hatred. "Don't tell my boyfriend like that," Irina shouted angrily, flying with her black wings to attack the blue-haired girl. But two hooded figures came out to protect Zenobia and repelled the attack, knocking her down and throwing her to the ground. "Don't you dare touch Zenobia-chan!" shouted one of the figures, who immediately took off their hood, revealing the rejuvenated Hyoudou. "I won't let you hurt one of Issei-chan's fiancés!" shouted another of the unknown figures, who took off the hood of the rejuvenated Hyoudou. "You get out of my way!" Irina shouted. "You'll have to beat us, traitor crows," said Hyoudou. "Ready, dear Hyunli?" said Goru. "Always, dear Bellum," said Mickey. "X-saber weaponry!" Both brown-haired men shouted, activating a device on their belts that had a buckle with an X, and proceeded to carry said X-saber tribe weaponry. "Miserable for transforming, don't think you'll defeat me easily!" shouted Irina while throwing Mimic to the ground, and proceeds to attack Hyunli and Herbellum with sacred energy. But they proceed to dodge with total elegance, even bragging, something that irritated Irina until she committed. "Damn trash!" Irina shouted angrily, trying to stab Hyoudou in the back, but, Irina's face was surprised, but she felt a trickle of blood running from her mouth, and saw that Hyoudou's saber had pierced her abdomen. The brunette had made a movement to counterattack Irina's traitorous attack. "Area!" Mickey withdraws the saber, leaving Irina on her knees. "Wow, if your father saw you, he would agree to impose a punishment on you, all for betraying my son," said the brunette, looking at Irina with disgust. Who is your son?" Irina said very weakly while she looked at the brunette with hatred. "Don't you remember a sweet chestnut that helped you, and you assured him that you were his guardian angel? That chestnut is my son, Issei!" Mickey shouted, surprising Irina. She looked at the chestnut, and suddenly she saw him with the woman who once wanted her as a mother-in-law. Mickey-san," said Irina, starting to lose consciousness, and tears came out of her eyes. "This is not over," Goru said while holding Irina's two black wings. "You don't deserve to be even a fallen angel, not after what you did to my son." "Goru-san, and oh please," Irina said, very terrified while she felt her wings being violently extended. "Zenobia-san," said Goru. At that the blue-haired girl approached and raised X-Durandal high. "No mercy, Zenobia, and oh, Irina begged, and then, oh! Irina screamed in pain. Zenobia had cut off her left wing, and suddenly, no! Irina screamed again as she felt her right wing being cut off quickly but cruelly. Rias watches the whole massacre and Irina helplessly. "Asia! Cure Irina!" Rias screamed nervously and scared. "Hi!" Asia shouted determinedly, She got close enough and was about to extend her arms and invoke her twin light healing, but eh? Said Asia as she saw how her two arms cut at the elbow were thrown into the air. H. Screamed Asia in pain, and look who cut off both of her arms. Don't even think about it, stupid nun, said Miki Hyoudou as she saw how her saber was covered in blood. They deserved to be punished in the worst possible way. Oka-sama, said Asia, very distressed and with tears in her eyes seeing her mother. Shut your mouth! Miki shouted as she brandished her saber at the blonde's neck, causing her elimination. Just as Goro brandished his twin swords and with a cross slash he eliminated Irina, equally eliminating her. Irina, Asia, and Oo! Rias screamed in horror. A Gremory bishop is eliminated. Irina, Hyoudou is eliminated, shouted the referee. The arena was silent at the cruel display of the Hyoudou patriarchs against the now ex-angel and ex-nun. Rias, Aquino, and Raswais, but especially Issei, were practically terrified. They had never seen such cruelty and cold-bloodedness from an opponent. Why are you scared? Issei said, looking into Rias's eyes. Look what you caused your precious entourage. Today they will sleep in a hospital bed, Issei said, while that comment only made Rias angry. You ruined our wedding. Today you will die, Issei. Rias screamed madly and threw a sphere of destruction towards the scaly-haired boy, but sacred gear, Gishki's mirror. Amelia shouted, and when she summoned the said mirror she began to absorb Rias's sphere of power. Amelia! Rias shouted, very angry when she saw how her younger sister intervened in her attack. Where did you get that from? I demand an answer. You'll know soon, said Amelia while the logo of the Gishki tribe appeared in the mirror. Gishki art transformation! Shouted Amelia, and then the mirror began to release energy to transform the redhead Agars, shining like Ariel did, and she began to slowly transform into something colossal, until the figure gave way to its brightness, and revealed the creature that Amelia became. Grawa! Shouted Amelia's transformation. It's not possible, said Raswais when she saw a transformation equal to or much more powerful than Ariel Gishki's. Rias! Aquino shouted. It's all or nothing, Rias shouted. Aquino, Raswais will help me defeat Amelia. Issei. Take care of that imposter, Rias said, pointing at Issei. Hi! Shouted the only survivors of the Gremory entourage. Amelia Bael, Evagishki Gus Kraken, versus Rias, Aquino, and Raswais. The Valkyrie attacked, launching Asgardian magic, which Amelia repelled with one of her squid tentacles and, in the process, hit the albino with another, sending her to the ground. Era, it seems that Amelia-chan needs a punishment, said Aquino, entering sadistic mode and summoning a lightning bolt from the sky, and immediately, cape him. The lightning struck Amelia, but Zeus-sama's lightning bolts are more effective. Yours are like a cool breeze from me, said Amelia before an incredulous Aquino couldn't believe that her attack didn't have the slightest effect. Now we'll see which one is stronger. At that, Amelia summons with magic a water tornado, capturing Aquino, who began to drown due to lack of air. All this to the horror of Rias and Raswais. The former Valkyrie tried to enter the water tornado to rescue Aquino, but when she tried to enter she couldn't because it was like colliding with a wall, and the water repelled her. Aquino! Raswais screamed desperately, watching as little by little, the raven-haired girl lost consciousness. I can't stand it that long, said Amelia, smiling maliciously. Time to throw out the trash, or in her case a dirty fall, she said while with her hands she manipulated the water tornado, and like a snake she began to whip the unconscious Aquino on the ground inside the water tornado. Amelia, enough! Rias shouted, but then Amelia looked at her mockingly and proceeded to finish Aquino off by throwing her into one of the walls, making her fall face down and disappear into particles of light. The queen of Rias Gremory is eliminated, shouted the referee. Rias was incredulous, but above all, she was annoyed and terrified. When her younger sister had such brutal and destructive power, but more annoyed was Sirzechs, who could not believe that his younger sister, whom he considered an outcast to the Gremory clan, dared to hurt his sister's queen. I won't forgive you, Amelia Gremory! Raswais shouted, very enraged, and then she began to accumulate Asgardian magic and promising a very destructive attack. You will pay dearly. At that, thumb, I launched said attack towards Amelia and it impacts. Boom! Raswais' attack had repercussions throughout the arena, so much so that it shook, and where Amelia was there was only a smoke screen. Well done, Raswais! Rias shouted happily upon learning that her sister had been defeated, or so she thought. because suddenly other squid tentacles caught the ex-Valkyrie, holding her by the neck, beginning to suffocate her, and little by little Rosweiss, held by the tentacle, faced. "A little more and it would have tickled me," said Amelia, looking at Rosweiss, who was scared. "You deserve a punishment," and then Amelia throws the ex-Valkyrie into the air and with another tentacle grabs her by the left foot and begins to whip her on the ground. "Pam, remember, Pam, Pam!" Rias watched as her tower and harem sister was punished so savagely, and every time Rosweiss was whipped, she left a trail of blood on the floor. It was almost minutes of continuous whipping until Rosweiss was completely unconscious, and while she was doing well, alive since her head reflected serious injuries, the albino was disappearing in trails of light. Rias Gremory Tower has been eliminated. Issei vs. Issei Jean. Both Isseis faced each other. One showed fury and desire to humiliate, while the other looked at his opponent with cold indifference. "Tell me, how does it feel to have your harem taken away from you?" said Issei, smiling mockingly at him. "Tell me, how does it feel to win Rias back and with just a few simple words, make her fall in love with me and convince her to kill you so that I would give myself to Ddraig," said Issei, laughing in such a sick way. But the scarlet-haired boy just sighed and raised his eyebrows. "Well, I'll tell you the truth, you did me a favor," Issei said, smiling at her, "because I realized the nature of Rias Gremory. A miserable woman interested and sick of power who doesn't care about getting rid of someone who made a sacrifice for her well-being. She only looks for her own benefit, and would not hesitate to give you her ass to have fame and be someone of interest." At such a description, Issei was speechless. Rias, hearing that from Issei, felt something pierce her heart and shed tears at such an offensive description, not to mention Sirzechs, who was quite enraged. But in the stands a small sector applauded. Sona, Razor and their entourages, and their other allies, applauded and mocked Rias. "And what I am most grateful for is that you freed me from a retinue of self-interested creeps who will now rest in a hospital, from a capricious Mao who only knows how to make silly mahou shoujo poses, when all she does is prostitute her vile image, and from a traitorous cadre whose repugnant presence I can smell from more than a kilometer away," Issei finished. At such a statement, Serafal and Penemu also shed tears for such an offense from someone they once loved. "You will pay for such insult!" shouted Issei, summoning his sacred gear, Balance Breaker. But seeing the vile imitation that Azazel created, he only made a face of disgust. "I'll show you a real Balance Breaker," said Issei's sacred gear sword of Nekraz. In that a sword made of pure ice appeared in a block of ice, and Issei proceeds to break said block with a blow to release said weapon and wield it Balance Breaker Nekraz of Bryanak. At that the scarlet-haired boy obtained said armor from the dragon of the ice barrier, and this was beginning to release an atrocious power that practically felt an unbearable cold, and in the case of Jean was struggling not to kneel before the imposing aura of Issei. Rias feels the new power of Issei and began to feel more afraid since Jean was really in a serious predicament. "Let's start," Issei said, and at a dizzying speed he attacked Issei, and began to feel the attack of the scarlet-haired man, each slash and cut felt in imitation of Issei's Balance Breaker. "Plag!" Jean shouted at Issei's attacks. "Now you will feel my dragon shoot," said Jean, but slash, all. Issei shouted as he saw his hand being cut off by the scarlet-haired boy. Rias watched helplessly as her fiancé was being slaughtered by Issei. "I will clean my sword of your vile blood," said Issei, cleaning his sword with one movement. "Damn, now I will make my final move," said Issei, and began to recite a chant. "I, the one who woke up, to the two heavenly dragons who stole the principle of God's domination. I laugh at infinity and despise the dream. I will become the red dragon of domination, and I will sink you in the depths of crimson purgatory." "Juggernaut Drive!" roar shouted Issei, in his Juggernaut Drive mode. But Issei just smiled at the transformation of the imposter. "I will show you a true transformation," said Issei while accumulating more energy, and at the moment of accumulating, the cold became more intense and more unbearable. He shouted while the scarlet-haired boy's body began to shine and took gigantic dimensions and soon began to adopt a snake figure that began to surround said arena until the snake figure stopped shining to begin the terror of Issei, and possibly the Gremory and Grigori. "Grow!" The ice dragon shouted. That roar was heard throughout the underworld and possibly in all factions. Rias and Issei saw the imposing and colossal dragon with terror and began to beg for their lives while Sirzechs, Azazel, Penemu and Seraphol felt more terror than when they faced the Trihexa. "Say goodbye," the dragon shouted, and then he threw a powerful blast of ice at Issei, freezing him instantly, and then the dragon's head approached the frozen Issei. Chomp! Nuh! Rhea screamed, horrified to see that Issei had devoured her fiancé very easily. No ji nuh! She screamed, kneeling while tears ran down her face. Then a tentacle catches her and imprisons her whole body, and then she sees her sister. "Look at you, Rhea's Gremory, so pathetic, so miserable. I see your face and I want to crush you," said Amelia, and began to punish Rhea's. Crack, crack, ah! Rhea screamed in pain as she felt Amelia crack the bones of her entire body through a constriction of the tentacle. Amelia! Rhea screamed in pain. In the VIP room, at Jean's death, Sirzechs and Azazel were enraged. Penemu and Seraphol wept bitterly at seeing Issei kill Jean without hesitation. And at Amelia's attack on Rhea's. "Amelia, enough!" Sirzechs shouted, but Amelia, upon seeing her older brother, couldn't help but smile sickly and intensified the punishment. Crack, 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 crack. "Ah!" Rhea screamed in pain as she felt her legs, her arms, her entire body being brutally punished by Amelia. "Amelia, please have mercy," said a very badly injured Rhea, crying in pain. "Oops, I ruined your plans again, but I'm not Amelia anymore. I'm evil Jishki Gus Kraken," Amelia shouted as she prepared a beam of water magic, throwing it at an incapacitated Rhea, who received it full on. This was beyond a humiliation to the Gremory clan. It was a holocaust to Rhea and her entourage. "Rhea's Gremory has been defeated, therefore the clan of Seekvaira Agars is the winner," shouted the referee. Chapter 9 Karma. The Fall of Leviathan. Arena de Raiding Games. The people had been left speechless upon seeing the cruel defeat of Rhea's Gremory at the hands of her younger sister Amelia, and were also filled with a mixture of excitement and terror upon seeing Issei's imposing transformation, whose size was practically so large that his snake-like body surrounded the outer part of the arena twice. Not to mention that it gave off icy air that chilled everyone to the bone, and within a radius of km around. The Alliance leaders and the Council of Elders were more than surprised, since it would never occur to them that Seekvaira Agars, considered the laughingstock of the underworld, had acquired such powerful allies that they practically treated Rhea's Gremory's entourage as a punching bag. "Is that Issei?" Michael said in his mind as he saw the imposing colossal ice dragon, totally terrified. Ajuka, Odin, Shiva, and Barakil gulped as they saw Seekvaira's servants, who gave off a threatening and dangerous aura. They knew that at the slightest provocation they wouldn't hesitate to attack. But the most ecstatic were Gabriel, Elmenahilde, Valerie, and Yasaka. They were surprised, excited, and thrilled to see their beloved Issei again. In the stands, Sona, Venelana, and Grayfia couldn't hold back their desire to have Issei back and could only bite their fingers to control the most mundane desires of their crotch. In the arena, Amelia and Ariel transformed back into their normal forms, while the imposing ice dragon disappeared into a mist until it found Issei's transformation back to normal. Doctors acted immediately, arriving with emergency equipment to transport Rhea, who was still unconscious on a stretcher, to the Citri hospital. But everything was silent until clap 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 clap. A child began to applaud, suddenly another, then the young people, adults, noble demons began to applaud until in the VIP room, the leaders of heaven, Barakil, Yasaka with Kunu, Odin and Ajuka, began to applaud and cheer for Agars's entourage. "Bravo!" shouted some demons. "Superb!" shouted others. "Well done, Agars Segwit!" some children shouted. Those who couldn't believe this were Sirzechs, Azazel, Seraphol and Penemu. They thought what they were living was a nightmare. Not only did they humiliate and massacre Rhea's entourage, they also witnessed the death of the Seekvaira. But now the entire underworld cheered Agar's clan when the heiress didn't give her a penny that she was going to win. So, not satisfied, the two Maos and the two cadres decided to act, teleporting to face Agar's entourage. Already in the arena, Sirzechs, Seraphol, Azazel and Penemu recently teleported looked with hatred at their enemies. The Agars, who in turn looked at them with indifference in the case of Amelia, saw her brother with mockery. The traitor leaders decide to act. "Guards!" Sirzechs shouted angrily, "Arrest Agar's entourage." Not counting Azazel, Seraphol, and Penemu, The other leaders were shocked by the redhead's decision. Harry Potter. Is Harry's mother Wanda? 63.8K 8.8K. In the final moment before her destruction, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, is pulled into a void beyond time and form. Lost in the abyss of her, and immediately many demons flew out and proceeded to land on the sand and immediately with their spears threatened to use them against Agar's entourage, who did not even flinch at this. Agar's entourage Sirzechs shouted, "You are under arrest for the death of the Pillar of the Alliance. The Security Hyoudou Issei, so surrender your weapons," and surrendered. The redhead said, "Surrender yourselves peacefully, and your death will be quick." Seraphal shouted, looking at Issei with contempt and hatred. In the stands, Venelana and Grayfia were beginning to get enraged by the redhead and the raven-haired girl's audacity in continuing with their lies. Sona was worried about Issei, her friends Seekvaira, Zenobia, and her allies. But Souza and Noelia still didn't lose their calm and their smiles, even seeing this with mockery. They knew that now Seekvaira's entourage could wipe the floor with them. Back to the arena, Agar's entourage remained completely calm. It was until Issei spoke. "Is this all you can think of, Sirzechs Gremory, Seraphal Citri?" Issei said aloud, looking at the aforementioned. They became enraged to know that he does not recognize them as mouths of the underworld. "Do you condemn several demons to certain death for following your arrogant orders and the whims of your stupid sister? Don't insult Rias!" shouted Sirzechs. "Kill him." The demons were going to attack, but, "My weapon," said one of the guards as he saw that the spear was starting to freeze. But suddenly my legs. The guards were immediately frozen up to their waists. With their weapons completely frozen and unable to escape, Sirzechs' army of guards was practically useless. The Mao never realized when they had cast that ice magic, while the guards stared in terror at Issei and the others. "Sirzechs Gremory, Seraphal Citri, do not condemn these demons to death for their," Issei shouted, but everything fell silent when a dimensional gap opened in the middle of the arena and from there came out two gothic Lolas and a redhead. These had a very serious look. "Ophis, Lilith, Great Red!" everyone in the arena shouted. The two dragon gods stood between the frozen demons and Agar's retinue. But at that, Azazel spoke. "Ophis, that impostor killed your beloved Issei." Azazel shouted, accusing the scarlet-haired man. "Yes, Ophis, Lilith." Seraphal shouted, smiling with relief at seeing the goddess. "He killed our Issei, kill him." But Ophis and Lilith ignored them completely since their gaze was on Issei. "Great Red! That damn guy killed Issei!" Sirzechs shouted. "Please bring the hero and pillar of the factions, please." Penemu shouted. "They want to remain silent," said Great Red, looking at the four traitors with truly intimidating eyes that immediately silenced the four of them from their pleas. Immediately Red and Ophis continued to look into Issei and Amelia's eyes. "You saw it, right, Ophis?" "That's right, Ophis," said the youngest of the ancient dragons, Bryanak. "And I also feel the power and soul that resides in the other two," said Rojo when he saw Amelia and Issei. At that Rojo smiled. "Our since Ophis have returned." "Are they my grandparents?" Lilith said innocently, to which Ophis and Rojo nodded. "Ophis, Red, Lilith, please kill them, they have betrayed the Sirzechs," shouted madly. "But shut your mouth!" Ophis shouted with her distorted voice, with sharp eyes and expelling a bit of her aura. "I remind you that you don't give us orders and I can easily make shit to you." At that Rojo approaches Issei. "It's good to see you back, Issei," said the redhead, squeezing his hand, and immediately took Issei's sword. "And it's an honor to feel your presence, Bryanak-sama, Trishula-sama." At that the sword begins to shine. "Red, I haven't seen you in ages," said Bryanak's voice. "I still remember that you were a very clumsy dragon," Trishula said. "I remember the oath you made me to become strong and kick my ass." Red just laughed at the memories from millennia ago. On the other hand, Ophis along with Lilith greeted Amelia. "It's a pleasure to meet you, dragon ancestor Gungnir," Ophis said, looking at Amelia's staff. Then this item began to shine. "Little Ophis, look at you. Millennia have passed and your power has increased. The last time I saw you was when you had just come out of your egg and were spitting ephemeral purple flames. But who is the other dragon that is with you?" Gungnir said. "She is Lilith, she is my daughter," Ophis said. "A pleasure, Obachan," Lilith said with a bow. The four leaders were perplexed to see the two dragon gods chatting with Issei and Amelia's weapons, until they saw the Infinity Dragon, along with her other half, and the Great Red Dragon, sided with Agar's entourage. "We decided to support Agar's entourage," Rojo said, looking indifferently at the leaders and the army of useless guards. The four leaders were shocked. Their last hopes had betrayed them. In the VIP room, the other leaders were smiling at the dragon god's decision. But in the arena, Sirzechs was already truly enraged. Ophis Ouroboros Great Red, you will be considered traitors of the Alliance, said Sirzechs, expelling his aura in such a way that it began to frighten everyone except his opponents. The dragons were going to respond, but Issei and Amelia put a hand on the dragon god's shoulder as a sign to keep them out. Sirzechs, let's settle this quickly. A battle, me, Amelia and the pawn that had no activity in the raiding game, said Issei, pointing at the hooded man. Okay, said Sirzechs, very angry. It will be me, Azazel, and Seraphol Penemu returns to the VIP room, said Sirzechs, and the little girl agreed, leaving the arena guards withdraw. Shouted Sirzechs, the ice that imprisoned them melted and the guards ran out of there terrified. If we win, which is most likely, you will hand in your weapons and all of Seekvaira Agar's Intur will be tortured and executed for treason to the underworld and for the death of the Hyoudou. Isci. Upon mentioning that, Seekvaira Agar snorted in annoyance. Zenobia wanted to decapitate him at that moment. The others showed great indignation. Okay, but if we win, the four of you will be removed from the position of leaders in your respective factions, said Issei, expelling his aura just like Amelia and Seekvaira's pawn that practically rivaled the auras of his rivals. Honorable Demonic Council, do you support this decision? Sirzechs said, to which the old men who saw everything nodded without hesitation. Very well, shouted one of the elders, but they will fight in special pocket dimensions, said the old man, taking 3 artifacts out of a coat and teleporting them into the hands of the Maus and Cadre. Seat-chan and the others, retreat to the stands. This is going to get ugly, said Issei, smiling at his king, to which he nodded, smiling and blushing. Take care, said Seekvaira, giving him a kiss. Break his face, Rhys said, smiling. Make him regret what he did to you, Zenobia said to the hooded pawn, to which the latter nodded. Agar's entourage withdrew from the arena, leaving Issei, Amelia and the incognito pawn. I'll take care of the vulture, said Issei, referring to Azazel. I'm a bitch, said Amelia, looking at Seraphol with disdain. So I stay to fight against the pawn, said Sirzechs, looking maliciously at the hooded man, who didn't even flinch. Sirzechs, Azazel, and Seraphol activated the dimensions where they were going to fight, disappearing with their opponents. The dimension where Seraphol would fight against Amelia would be this. The dimension where Sirzechs and the hooded pawn would fight would be this. And the dimension where Azazel and Issei would fight would be this. The atmosphere became very tense. The 6 contenders were looking at each other with hatred and desire to kill each other until the 6 of them launched themselves into battle. But their power surged to such an extent that the entire raiding game's arena shook violently, resembling an earthquake. The spectators were extremely fearful, having never seen 2 Mao fight before. Sona and Issei's allies watched nervously, knowing that her sister Seraphol can be very childish. But when things get serious, she's truly a powerful and terrifying woman. Amelia versus Seraphol. Seraphol tried to connect punches and kicks coated with ice energy, but Amelia blocked it. Damn scum of the Gremory family, why do you always ruin your honorable sister's plans? Seraphol shouted, looking at Amelia with contempt. Wow, the little sister is angry, Amelia said, smiling mockingly at the Mao, who was already enraged. I'll tell you it like that. I stopped seeing Rhys Gremory as my sister since she supported my deceased father's bastard when he divorced my mother, all for not having the Gremory power, and also when we celebrated when Sirzechs' bastard got rid of my nephew as long as he wouldn't interrupt getting rid of Issei. But I'm glad that imposter is dead. Damn you! I swear that all of you will pay for the death of the man I loved. Seraphol shouted, connecting a kick that Amelia blocked. But all she did was slide her a few meters. I should have bailed you from the underworld along with your bastard mother and the traitor Lucifer. Dirty, powerless demon. Jew! Said Amelia with a gloomy look and smiling as she began to expel her aura that was beginning to unsettle Seraphol. I'll tell you one thing, Seraphol. I never needed demonic power because I have a power that could surpass the power of the factions, and of course, I would make you look ridiculous in such an easy way for daring to insult one of the most appreciated people in my life, said Amelia as she took the staff from her hips. Sacred Gear Nikraz Rod. The staff proceeded to shine balance breaker Nikraz of Gungnir. At that, Amelia proceeded to transform. Her clothes were changed for a navy blue blouse that only covered her chest and abdomen, accompanied by long sleeves that covered her arms up to the middle triceps area, along with navy blue stockings. But a minimal armament appeared in Amelia, where the wings of the dragon Gungnir and a belt that carried a dragon's tail appeared. along with a helmet that reflected the dragon's head, but the most shocking change was that Amelia's eyes changed from reddish to yellow and maintained a sharp countenance. Seraphal, seeing the change in her opponent, became very nervous because she felt dragonic power, but the other power was unknown to her. "Okay, Seraphal, now I'll attack," Amelia said, and at an impressive speed. She was already a few centimeters away from Seraphal. She was horrified to see her opponent a few centimeters away. She was going to attack, but Amelia was faster. 5. Amelia hit Seraphal, sending her flying, but Amelia chased her prey and landed another blow to her forehead, which made her fly through the air, and it continued like this for a while. Amelia playing with Seraphal. The Mao couldn't react to Amelia's attacks because when she wanted to stabilize herself, Amelia was already connecting another blow. In the raiding games arena, everyone saw Amelia, a powerless demon, humiliating Seraphal Leviathan, one of the most powerful women in the underworld. In the stands, Venelana and Grayfia saw their daughter and soon-to-be harem sister and shouted to encourage her. "Let's go, Amelia!" Grayfia shouted. "You can do it, daughter!" Venelana shouted. Sona, for her part, felt some pity for her older sister, but deep down she knew that it was the least she deserved for trying to kill Issei. "Per you, Seraphal," said Sona with a malicious smile. "It's time for you to pay for your stupid pride." In the VIP room, the leaders who supported Issei watched in amazement as Amelia massacred Seraphal, while Penemy watched in horror as her harem sister was brutally beaten by one of the people they hated so much. Back in the pocket dimension, Amelia finished her combo of punches and kicks by burying Seraphal in the ground with a blow from the sky, while the redhead descended calmly using the wings of the dragon Gungnir. "It seems that the pathetic little sycophant can't take it anymore," Amelia said coldly. "I don't understand how a woman with such pathetic power was promoted to Mao," Amelia said with disgust. "Just as weak as the stupid Gremory and my bastard brother who only makes the name of Lucifer look ridiculous." Seraphal gets up with difficulty with several wounds, especially on her head. Her beautiful face was swollen from the blows. Several wounds sprouted from her head where blood was slowly coming out. Her suit was ruined and almost destroyed. Damn you!" Seraphal screams and then takes out her demon wings and flies into the sky of the pocket dimension. Then she raises a hand and begins to accumulate her demonic energy. No one will humiliate me, and you will pay for the death of the man of my life," she screamed while looking down with a fading hatred towards Amelia, while she looked on with indifference. Die. Celsius cross trigger. Seraphal had made a sphere of colossal demonic power and immediately throws it towards Amelia. She just closes her eyes, but he smiles, saying, "What I was waiting for." Boom! In the stands, Venelana, Grayfia and Sona were horrified to see the monstrous power of Seraphal fall on Amelia. "Amelia!" Venelana screamed in horror. "What have you done?" Seraphal said. Sona in horror, because she knew that when her sister's movement was applied, the opponent would have a survival rate of less than %. Issei's allies were terrified by Seraphal's action against Amelia. Some began to cry like Tomo and Rhea, because they appreciated Amelia. Others began to get angry like Valley, Razor and Zenobia. But the girls from the terminal duel remained calm, although their gaze remained serious. In the VIP room, the leaders closed their eyes in dismay at Amelia's death. Only Penemy smiled with glee as Seraphal had done her job of killing Amelia well. Back in the dimension, the desert was practically frozen and snow began to fall from the sky in a calm manner, and immediately Seraphal descended to approach where her opponent was, who was enclosed in a block of ice. Hee ha 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 ha. Seraphal was laughing like crazy. "I admit that you gave me a good fight, but it was quite stupid of you if you thought you were going to beat me. Ha 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 ha. Now you will pay with death, for having hurt Rias-chan." Seraphal shouted, ready to deliver the final blow by covering her fist with demonic energy to Amelia, who remained frozen. "Disappear." Seraphal shouted, releasing her fist with demonic energy, but 5. Seraphal immediately falls to the ground upon sensing a monstrous aura. What is this power?" Seraphal said, stunned and nervous, unable to get up. "But whose is it? It's only her, and I know. It can't be. She must be dead." Seraphal screamed upon seeing the frozen redhead. "Am I dead?" said Amelia's voice. "Your attack, which they fear so much, was only like a refreshing draft for me," said the same voice, and immediately, brick! Seraphal saw how the block of ice where Amelia was trapped was breaking little by little until, crash! Amelia Gremory stood with no sign of having received any damage, She only wiped the frost off her beautiful dress before an incredulous and horrified Seraphol. No, no, no! Impossible! Seraphol screamed in horror upon seeing her opponent unharmed. Your attack didn't cause me any harm, in fact. I'm grateful because it only made me and my staff stronger, said Amelia as she expelled more of her aura, causing the pocket dimension to start snowing in such a furious and violent way that it seemed like a snowstorm. It was practically leaving Seraphol terrified. That kind of aura, it was practically making the Trihex's power look ridiculous. Now you will see a sample of my power. At that, Amelia begins to shine and increase her dimensions, transforming into a quadruped being of colossal size, and in doing so she began to unleash more power than practically Seraphol. She was with terror flowing in her veins. That power was felt by everyone in the arena, and in the other factions it was an unknown and indescribable power, but they felt more fear when they faced Trihexa. In the other pocket dimensions, Issei and the hooded pawn felt that energy, and just smiled and said, Seraphol is a dead woman, something that enraged Sirzechs and Azazel. Back to the confrontation. The snowstorm began to lash the dimension with more violence that Amelia was practically lost and said snow. Seraphol could not see well due to the climatic phenomenon, until the energy subsided a little, but footsteps were heard that made the dimension rumble. 5. Seraphol, tired, dazed, and nervous, only heard the footsteps getting closer until she saw Amelia Gremory. Seraphol said upon seeing the colossal creature the redhead had become. She practically had death in her face. Roar! Roared the colossal dragon in the face of Seraphol, who was at another level of terror in his being. The roar was louder than Bryonax, sending goosebumps through the skin of more than one person in the underworld. Seraphol Citri, you will pay for your stupidity of betraying Issei Hyoudou, shouted the dragon, who immediately grabbed Seraphol's head with her brutal claw and began to crush it. Ah! Seraphol screamed in pain. Oh, does it hurt? Said the dragon, this is nothing compared to the pain you caused Issei, damn ungrateful demon. And then, 5. The dragon whipped Seraphol brutally and began to torture the Mao by crushing her head. Ah! Seraphol screamed with tears in her eyes. Help! Nobody will come to help you, said the dragon, and that's it. Sichoam, chomp chomp, chomp chomp, ah! And oh, enough, no! Cried Seraphol. The dragonized Amelia began to tear off Seraphol's wings with her snout, and with extreme violence, immobilizing her by placing her heavy paws on the Mao's limbs. Of her wings, she only left one in a rather critical and pitiful state. The Mao cried in pain and helplessness. Please, not anymore. Why are you doing this to me? Seraphol said with a voice broken by pain. And you still ask, said Seraphol. I'm simply avenging my beloved Issei. He did so much for you that you pay him back by betraying him. Seraphol opened her eyes and had a flashback of all the moments she had with Issei, from the happiest, the most difficult, some meetings where they lived together comfortably. But she also remembered how she was convinced by Rias Gremory to abandon Issei and be easily conquered by the late Jean. No, what did I do? No, said Seraphol, crying, but now it was emotional pain. I betrayed Issei-chan because of your sister. And worst of all, you wanted to kill him. You wanted to kill Isekai'ed. You wanted to kill Hyoudou. You insulted my mother, said Amelia, and I won't forgive you for that. Amelia raised her claw and landed a blow on the back. Crack! A horrible sound of bones being broken was heard. Ah! Seraphol screamed with more horror and pain. No, I can't feel my legs, I can't feel my hip. What did you do to me? Simply, it's the beginning of your sentence, said Amelia, who was preparing a blast of ice in her mouth disappear. And in that, bam! The blast of ice hit Seraphol, who ended up frozen in a block of ice. The entire Raiding Games arena witnessed the brutal and humiliating fall of the Mao Leviathan, Seraphol Citri, at the hands of Amelia. Chapter 10, Torment of a Raven. Trishula appears. Arena de Raiding Games. The public was terrified at how Seraphol Citri was defeated and humiliated, but suddenly they saw how the pocket dimension was collapsing. That dragon, her power surpasses that of the dimension, said one of the council elders. Quickly deactivate that dimension and get them out of there, shouted the old man to another, and immediately another old man deactivates said dimension, from which a block of ice appears where the frozen Mao is. But when the dragon, Amelia, arrived, upon landing, the entire arena shook like an earthquake, and they saw the colossal dragon. They could feel a clearly devastating power surrounding it. The leaders couldn't handle so much pressure since they defeated Trihexa, but Penemu was the most scared, and she thanked her luck that she didn't face an angry dragon. What a terrifying power, said Gabriel when he saw Amelia. I've never felt so scared, not even when we faced Father or Trihexa, said Zeus. Clearly that dragon surpasses Father, Hades said. Despite his expressionless and bony face, the fear was evident in the tone of his words. Roar! Roared the dragon, and made the arena shudder even more. All the demons were feeling very terrified and were just waiting for an attack from the dragon that massacred Seraphol Citri, but the only thing they saw was that the powerful creature began to shine, and little by little it began to decrease its dimensions and was obtaining a human figure again to such an extent that it reflected a redhead with wavy hair. Amelia, said Seekvaira, very impressed. But the redhead began to wobble in a sign of fatigue, and just as she was about to fall to the floor, someone caught her. Okasama, Amelia said as she saw her mother falling asleep in Venelana's arms. Venelana had come down to help her. The brunette was smiling and looking sweetly at her daughter. Amelia, I'm so proud of you, said Venelana, shedding a tear of happiness upon seeing her sleeping daughter. You've become someone very strong. The doctors in the arena acted immediately. They moved the block of ice where Seraphol was imprisoned to her family's hospital, while Amelia was taken to the infirmary to rest, accompanied by Venelana, who for nothing in the world would take away her smile today. Seraphol Citri, she has been defeated, shouted an elder from the council. The arena applauded Amelia for such a display of power, but above all the demonstration of loyalty and love towards the people she holds most dear in her life, Issei and his mother, Venelana. Pocket Dimension. Issei vs. Azazel. In the frozen dimension where the cadre and Issei were fighting, they heard Seraphol's defeat. The scarlet-haired man smiled while the cadre was in disbelief. How the hell was Seraphol defeated? This is a mistake, said Azazel. Error was turning his back on me and impersonating that wretch Jean, Issei said as he began to emanate the aura that made Azazel nervous. Issei, understand that change was for the greater good. Understand that you are of no use to us anymore, shouted Azazel. As soon as we discover the new wearer of the boosted gear, we will remove it and give it to a better candidate, said Azazel, looking at Issei with disgust. But what he didn't realize was that the entire arena was listening to him, and they began to feel hatred towards Azazel. At that moment, the council began to talk among themselves about what the cadre said. I doubted, Azazel. Issei said, the new wearer of the boosted gear has been in front of your nose today, and she is one of the women in my harem. Azazel thought about all the girls in Agar's entourage until. Don't tell me that, said Azazel. That's right, Azazel, my successor is Zenobia Corda, the new secretary, said Issei, leaving Azazel in shock. And I'll tell you one thing, consider yourself a crow pallet for daring to supplant me, already Ddraig, with a bastard and a low-rated dragon, out of dimension. All eyes turned to Griselda's protege, which didn't surprise her. Zenobia Corda, reveal the boosted gear to us if that, Issei Hyoudou. Is telling the truth, shouted an elder from the council. At that the blue-haired girl raises and summons the boosted gear. Good night, said Ddraig. The council was seeing that this sacred gear was the authentic one. Okay girl, can you reach the balance breaker? Said an old woman. You have to prove it to him, mate, said Ddraig. Very well. At that Zenobia and Ddraig shout at the same time. Boosted gear scale male balance breaker. At that Zenobia manifested the security armor. At that Vala stands up and takes out Albion's wings. It's the authentic boosted gear, said the white dragon, the Gremory entourage, along with the cadres Penemu, Azazel and the Maus Sirzechs and Seraphol, tried to assassinate the pillar of the alliance. At this, the people in the stadium began to shout in discontent. Damn you! Shouted a demon. Ungrateful! Shouted a fallen angel. Kill him, Issei-sama! Screamed a demon. Let us go, Agar's pawn! Some children shouted. Many screams were heard in the arena, as they were tricked by the Maus Lucifer and Leviathan when trying to kill the hero of all factions. In the VIP room, Penemu wanted to escape but was caught by Betrayal, who subdued her with magic. Let me go! Penemu shouted at Akino's father. Oh no, Penemu, I'll just tell you this, I hope Azazel ends up dead for this offense so that no one from Gregory comes to your defense, said Akino's father. But this Shemhazai, if she finds out what you did to me, she'll kill you! Penemu shouted, smiling maliciously as she remembered another cadre who agreed to take the boosted gear from Issei. I doubt it, said Betrayal without stopping, looking seriously at Penemu. He will not protect you because now he shares space with Kokabil in the Kosaido, said Betrayal. Penemu was horrified. Her last ally was now frozen with Kokabil. She was trapped. The entire plan they had formulated was shattered. There would be no escape for her or the Gremorys. In the pocket dimension, Azazel was more than furious to learn of Ddraig's carrier. Now when I kill you I will kidnap Zenobia and Seekvaira. Before killing them, I will grape them and kill them while they scream like pigs when they scream your name for having failed to defeat me. Azazel shouted as he materialized a war axe, and it contained a draconic aura. Upon hearing that, Issei began to emanate a draconic aura in a violent manner. Azazel, due to his arrogance, ignored that with a dragon you shouldn't mess with what is most precious to him, especially his family and his partner, because it was practically committing suicide in a stupid way. What do you think of my new toy? He shouted while swinging his axe. My new sacred gear. Trixc Madness. Contains the soul of one of the evil dragons you defeated, Azazel. Issei remained silent, but in his mind and heart he only felt hatred and disgust for Azazel. It was obvious that the cadre had sealed his death from everything he said. How about we level this up, balance breaker? Azazel shouted as he reflected said monstrous armor. Not even that pathetic lizard will save you, Azazel, said Issei while wielding his sword. Balance breaker Nikraz D. Trishula. At that the scarlet-haired boy's sword shone and covered Issei with energy, revealing the cold and powerful armor of the three-headed dragon. By revealing said balance breaker, and despite being in a pocket dimension, its energy was felt throughout the underworld and part of the factions. It was like having felt the first ice dragon that appeared in the raiding game against Rias. As expected of Trishula-sama, said Great Red. Trishula? Said Seekvaira, confused. That's right. That dragon is the most powerful of the three that are sealed in the weapons that Amelia and Issei carry, said Noelia. When this dragon was free, it was truly a threat in our world, since no sorcerer or tamer could control it. Ophis listened to what Noelia was saying and marveled at her ancestor, the tricephalous dragon. But a smile appeared on her face. Issei, the bearer of two of my ancestors, I definitely found the father of my offspring and Lilith's, Ophis said, blushing slightly. Back in the pocket dimension, the clash of auras was very uneven. Azazel, despite having an extremely powerful evil dragon, was no match against the aura given off by Trishula's Nikraz, since the cold was dominating the stage, leaving the cadre a little nervous. You're going to stay there or fight, said Issei, looking at the cadre with contempt. Now you'll see, Azazel shouted as he flew out to attack with his axe. Issei only limited himself to blocking the attacks with his sword. Why don't you die once, damn it? Azazel shouted, panting as he saw that none of his attacks were hitting him, and he also felt that his speed was decreasing. Tell me, why don't you accept your imminent destiny? I have no obligation to tell you my motive, said Issei, and tell me, is that all your power? You don't even make an effort to defend myself, even with that lizard made of sacred gear. For some reason, Gabriel was never interested in you, said Issei, who had stepped on a traumatic mine in Azazel because he could never conquer the most beautiful woman in heaven, and it is a frustration that he has been carrying for quite some time. Miserable! Shouted the cadre, releasing his sacred/corrupted aura, his fallen angel wings, and also released the draconic energy of Azazel, mixing it with his own, and began to create a sphere of power that combined both elements. The power was widely destructive that the dimension began to collapse. You will see what I can do. I will show that I am more worthy of having Gabriel as a partner. When you die, Michael made a serious mistake by trusting her in a being that is worthless. Die! Sacred evil Nova! Shouted Azazel, throwing the ball that contained said energy towards Issei, but he saw how Azazel's destructive technique was quickly going towards him. Stupid, said Issei. Boom! Out of dimension. Azazel's attack was felt throughout the arena. No one would have thought that the former governor of Gregory had such power and malice, since they never thought that the spirit of a dragon as dangerous and insane as Azazel, an artificial sacred gear, could return. In the VIP room, everyone was worried about Issei except Penemu, who was smiling maliciously. But the one on the verge of tears was Gabriel. Issei, no! Screamed the most beautiful seraph, on the verge of tears when she saw that the scarlet-haired boy received that attack full on. Oh, what a shame, Gabriel, said Penemu, smiling at her ex-sister. Consider yourself Azazel's new boar. Shut up! Michael shouted, kicking his ex-sister in the face. I won't give my sister to my ex-brother. It's inevitable, said Penemu with more malice. We will do so many things to him that he will undoubtedly become a fall like us. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Issei is dead. Well done, Azazel, ha 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 ha. Laugh like a true psychopath, Penemu. You are a, said Metatron, containing his anger and his wings began to flicker. But, look! Shiva shouted, seeing the frozen dimension. Everyone paid attention, but the song, Reign of Terror Rhapsody, begins. Everyone began to feel more power, the sand felt more pressure, and practically everyone was on their knees and chest on the floor. Even Ophis, Lilith, and Great Red were resisting. But everyone was beginning to feel cold, a terrifying and eerie cold. What is this power? Ophis said, resisting the pressure. Oka-sama, I'm scared, said Lilith very nervously. Great Red, what is this power? It's times more overwhelming than when we faced Trihexa? Sona said. I'm so cold, said Zenobia. I hate to admit it, but after so many years now I feel true fear, said Ddraig. This power easily surpasses the 3 dragon gods and the 2 dragons that revealed themselves today. But Big Red, like Noelia and Souza, who suffered such pressure, just smiled. He's back, said Noelia, smiling. That crow is more than dead, said Souza. I feel sorry for him, Lee said sarcastically, also with difficulty. Who's back? Said Seekvaira. Trishula-sama, said Great Red, a few moments before, in the dimension of pockets. He ha ho 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 ha. Azazel laughed like a real man. It was your destiny to die. Issei ha 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 ha. Now is time to claim my prize, the virginity of Seekvaira, Zenobia, and Gabriel. Ha 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 ha, he laughed, but suddenly the same power they felt in the underworld, he felt it leaving him speechless. He began to feel colder, and a snowstorm began to hit the dimension. What is this power? Azazel said fearfully, and then monstrous footsteps were heard and practically made not only the pocket dimension but the territory of Agar's tremble. 5. I warned you, Azazel, today you will pay for your crimes. A voice was heard that made the cadre's skin crawl, and then the ice storm began to subside, revealing the cadre's possible executioner, who could only say, Who are you, Hyoudou? Issei, said Azazel with a mixture of fury, fear, and hatred when he saw Kuoh roared the 3-headed dragon, but the roar could also be heard in the underworld, terrifying everyone. Azazel watched as the dimension began to be destroyed. It's so much power that the dimension can't hold any more, said Azazel, and then the dimension collapses completely. But the cadre and the dragon appeared in the raiding games arena. The colossal dragon barely fit in the arena before a completely terrified faction. Gruer! Roared the 3 heads of the dragon. Azazel. Damn it, said the squad in terror, fleeing at top speed, but one of the heads easily caught him and bit his leg. Azazel screamed in pain. Where do you think you're going, damn crow? Roared the dragon, whipping him to the ground, leaving his leg bruised and with traces of blood. Don't think you'll get out alive, not after messing with my fiancés and all the lies you told the underworld and the Alliance. Hearing that, Grayfia, Seekvaira, Zenobia, Gabriel, the Gustos sisters, Yasaka, Ariel, Elmenahilde, and Valerie, Issei, they all said with a noticeable blush. In the VIP room, all the leaders thanked fate that this dragon was their ally. Penemu was beyond horrified. In the sand, Azazel looked at the imposing dragon with great terror on his face. Issei, please have mercy on me, said Azazel, crying in fear under the cold gaze of the dragon. Please excuse me, I will give you whatever you want, and I will do everything possible so that Gremory and her entourage will love you again and commit to you again. Azazel, Issei shouted, I am already engaged. But you know that Sirzechs is part of the Alliance, and will force you to engage with Rias and her entourage, Azazel said with a malicious smile. That's why Isekai'ed Agar's pawn will finish him. Issei shouted, I will never get committed to Rias Gremory. Issei shouted, and with that, with one of his legs, he crushes Azazel's bionic arm, leaving it in pieces. Die, Azazel. And with that, one of his heads tears off his bruised leg. Agagay! Azazel screamed in pain as he felt his leg being torn off. But that was just the beginning. Issei proceeded to tear off the cadre's other things with the other heads, then his other arm, then his other leg, and finally his wings, leaving a weeping, dying cadre, limbless, wingless, at the dragon's mercy. All this in full view of the demons and the Alliance leaders. And without hesitation, the dragon raises its paw and brings it down on Azazel's head. Flat. The cadre's head burst from the pressure due to the tonnage of Issei's leg. One of the heads proceeded to devour the torso of Azazel's corpse. Grower! Regia de Triunfo Issei. Azazel is dead! Shouted an elder of the council, terrified upon seeing the dragon. The song, Reign of Terror Rhapsody, Ends. Chapter 11. Too late. Arena de Raiding Games. The mighty dragon Trishula roared in triumph before everyone in the stadium. The demons were a mixture of fascination and fear at the sight. The demonic leaders and council were impressed and fascinated by the creature, but they weren't stupid enough to confront it, otherwise they would end up like Azazel, like his meal. Penemu was weeping for the death of one of their leaders. You said Azazel was going to win? Gabriel said calmly, smiling. Penemu said nothing. You know that messing with a female dragon is practically signing her death warrant, and even more so if it's Issei, said Elmenahilde. He will seek power to protect the one he loves most. It is something that both you and the Gremory lost that right and benefit, said Yasaka, although Amelia-chan has also become stronger because of the way she defeated Serafal Citri. Penemu felt her pride hurt upon hearing that Amelia, the outcast of Gremory and a powerless devil, was able to defeat Serafal Citri. Otusama is very strong, said Kuna, celebrating Issei's victory over Azazel. I want him to train me to be a worthy daughter of his. The cadre still said nothing and could only regret making a decision that they thought would have a great future, but they would never think that Issei Hyoudou, whom they considered a pervert and useless, would obtain great power in order to protect the women who were faithful to him. Excuse me was the only thing Penemu said, scared at the sight of everyone who only showed anger but preferred to turn their backs on her and ignore her. In the sand, Trishula stopped roaring and her colossal body began to shine again. It began to decrease its colossal dimensions until it revealed Issei Hyoudou, panting from exhaustion. That was quite tiring, said Issei, sweating. Issei! Shouted a few female voices. The scarlet-haired boy saw who was flying closer. It was Zenobia, Seekvaira, Rainier, Ophis, the Gustos sisters, and Ariel. They practically tackled the scarlet-haired boy and hugged him and proceeded to give him a kiss each. The scarlet-haired boy couldn't feel luckier for this display of love. Everyone saw this with good eyes, and in that, the demonic council was the one who began to applaud at the demonstration of power. Then it was the VIP room with the exception of Penemu. They applauded. In Kunu's case she cheered, and Yasaka's, Elmenahilde and Valerie applauded, but inside they were dying of jealousy since other girls monopolized the scarlet-haired man. And to finish, the stadium applauded and roared with excitement. Our hero! Some demons shouted. Well done, Issei-sama, some of the fallen shouted. A pay dragon! The children shouted. The sand roared and surrendered to Issei Hyoudou, Amelia Bale, and the Agar's clan. Their allies couldn't be happier and more pleased that, despite being branded as the worst, they had proven their worth and will. We can't celebrate yet, said Issei. There's someone missing who has to settle accounts with the Siscon, said the scarlet-haired man. That's right, said Seekvaira seriously. You've been waiting a long time for this moment. In the stands, Grayfia had accompanied her beloved to watch over Amelia, who had woken up in the infirmary. The three of them watched on a flat screen the massacre Issei had unleashed on Azazel and the scene where Seekvaira and the girls interested in Issei hugged and kissed him. But the big surprise would come from his mother. So you're a couple? Amelia said, surprised, since her own mother revealed that she's Grayfia's partner. Well, I accept their relationship compared to when they were together with my nefarious brother and my father. It's clear that they're happy together. And when will they get married? Not yet, Grayfia said, smiling at her stepdaughter, ex-sister-in-law and soon-to-be harem sister. Someone very important is missing and she can answer us a sincere question. But that we'll tell him when the last duel between Sirzechs and Seekvaira Sans pawn is over, said Venelana. But my question is, who is it? Well, I can give you a clue and that's for you to answer. Grayfia Wani-sama, said Amelia, adjusting her nightgown, as someone who has been absent all this time in our life. Grayfia thought about many things until a red-haired boy who had come into her life came to her mind, and she couldn't hold back her tears. But Amelia, he's dead. I was notified of his death. It was my reason for divorce with Sirzechs, said Grayfia. No, he was never dead, Amelia said, smiling at her. He only got stronger with the goal of meeting you again. Grayfia smiled and cried because she already knew who it was, and it was the one who was facing her ex-husband. Milika's, Grayfia said happily, seeing Pocket Dimension versus Sirzechs. In the rainy dimension, Sirzechs was attacking the hooded pawn, but the latter was only limited to dodging the Mao's attacks without any effort. Damn you, don't you know how to do anything but dodge? Sirzechs said, annoyed, while the pawn remained calm and silent. Won't you answer me? But then you hear the declaration of the council elder. Azazel is dead. Sirzechs was shocked. He couldn't believe that his accomplice and ally had ended up dead, at the hands of Hyoudou Issei. No, It's not possible, said Sirzechs, and suddenly looks at the pawn. You will pay for Azazel's death and Seraph's defeat. You will die. I don't believe it, said the pawn. Sirzechs, Gremory, I will finish you off myself. The Mao listened to what the pawn was saying, but his voice seemed familiar, and he was somehow starting to feel nervous. Who are you? How did Mao order you to reveal your identity? Sirzechs demanded, tense with fury and fear. Well, don't you remember me? Said the pawn sarcastically. Don't you remember someone you sent on a mission to find a valuable object in the volcanoes of Iceland when the real intention was to send me to die in order to not intervene in the plan to get rid of you, the bitch I have for an aunt, and her entourage of damn ungrateful people who will spend the night in a hospital today? The cadres who today one died and the other whose fate hangs by a thread, and that snitch Seraphal who gave him the humiliation of his life, all for trying to kill Issei and Amelia One-chan, out of dimension. The entire arena heard what the incognito pawn had said. They began to shout in annoyance at the red-haired Mao. The demonic council had moved to the VIP room to talk with the other leaders and a still magically subdued Penemu. Ajuka, what does this mean? Shouted the old man. Are you accomplices in getting rid of the hero to whom we owe our lives? Of course not, said Ajuka. By the way, where is the damn Falbium sloth? Said an old woman from the council. You are doing a job, and I assure you that you will have all the possible answers, said Ajuka, smiling. But Falbium voted to agree to get rid of Issei, said Odin. He never agreed with Sirzechs and Seraphal, said Ajuka. He was the one who had a bad feeling about them both, and Azazel, Penemu and Shemhazai. He acted as a double spy to get all the information. He was the one who revealed to me the entire disastrous plan to attack Hyoudou, Issei, and Amelia Bale, formerly Amelia Gremory. Both I sent this one to safeguard the life of Issei Hyoudou, and I sent a message to Michael when Zenobia Quarta had asylum in heaven, and she sent a letter of the same plan to inform Mickey and Gora Hyoudou. Penemu was in shock. Falbium was the snitch and the one responsible for the plan to kill Issei and brainwash his parents a year ago, which failed. Falbium, you are a damn guy! Penemu shouted, but was silenced by Kunu. Shut up, you damn interested girl! Shouted the little kitsune, kicking him in the face. That's my girl, Yasaka said, doing a high with her, leaving an angry group. Damn girl! Penemu screamed, but she felt like she couldn't move because the magic that had her under control was reinforced, and she saw the culprits. I think your chains were a little weak, said Elmenhild. Thank you, Elmenhild-san and Valerie-san, Barrakiel said. We are allies and friends after all, said Valerie Teeps. And immediately Barrakiel and the two vampires high-fived Kunu, leaving a humiliated Penemu in the pocket dimension. Sirzechs processed everything the pawn had said and was immediately horrified. No, not you! You're dead! Sirzechs screamed, terrified, having learned the pawn's alleged identity. At that, the latter removed his hood, revealing surprise, said Milikas with a malicious smile. In the sand, everyone was surprised by the identity of Seekvaira Agarz's pawn. It's Gremory Sama militants! Some demons shouted. Supposedly his death was notified in Iceland, others shouted. What is happening here? Other demons shouted. Uncertainty and confusion reigned in the stands, but certain people, including Noelia, Souza, the Phoenix clan, except for Ravel, Citri, except for Seraphal, the Bale clan, Seekvaira Agarz and her entourage, along with Venelana, Grayfia, and Amelia, had one thing in common. Sirzechs, you're a dead man. In the VIP room, the demonic council listened to everything Milikas had said and made a decision. If young Milikas loses, we will remove Sirzechs from his position as Mao. The same will go for Seraphal. She will inevitably, along with Sirzechs or any other Gremory, hold any important position within the underworld and the Alliance again. Do you agree? Said an old man, to which the leaders nodded. No, you can't do that! Penemu shouted, already exasperated. Silence, cadre! Barrakiel shouted, you no longer have a voice or vote within the Alliance, and not in Grigori either. Penemu just hung her head, frustrated and defeated. In the nursing room, Grayfia cried with emotion knowing that her son was alive. Soldiers, soldiers! Grayfia shouted excitedly upon seeing her son on television. Aren't you glad, dear? Said Venelana, hugging her from behind at the waist. Amelia watched with happiness as her ex-sister-in-law and her mother looked at each other with love. But now I can only say one thing to one of the two most important men in my life, Grayfia said, and then she inhaled deeply. Soldiers, break his ass, leaving Venelana and Amelia stunned. Wait a minute, he said, two men, so who is the other one? Amelia said to her mother. You know that, said Venelana, winking at her. That man is the reason why Grayfia and I would become bisexual. Just a moment, said Amelia, impressed. Bingo! Both women said, hugging Amelia. It's Issei. Returning to the dimension, Sirzechs confronted his newly identified son. I don't know how you survived, but I assure you that today you will die. Sirzechs shouted, unleashing the force of destruction. If I had known that you would betray me and the Gremory clan, I would have killed you right there. Milikas looked on with complete indifference, and then from a small sheath that rested on her hip she took out a knife, but she had a similar mirror that she carried on the handle of Issei's sword as well as on Amelia's staff. Sacred gear, Nikra's knife. Milikas shouted, and in that, the younger redhead's weapon began to cover itself with a cover similar to that of a plumage, and in that also Milika's weapon provided an armor-style plumage of emerald green color, without counting that in the chest the breastplate reflected a bird of fearsome appearance. Balance breaker, Nikra's of clauses. Milikas shouted, showing her armor emanating an auric power that would rival a Mao without difficulty. In the stands, Souza and Noelia were surprised by Milika's transformation. So Clausilas selected Milikas as his bearer, said Noelia. Clausilas? Said Eubelina, confused. Clausilas was a unique bird in our world. Its sharp feathers are so deadly that they could pierce even platinum and titanium, and its claws could crush gold and diamonds without difficulty. But the most important ability is so destructive for the opponent, said Calm Gusto, leaving all of Issei's allies surprised. Back to the dimension. Both red-headed father and son looked at each other with hatred. Die! Sirzechs shouted, raising his hand to release said power of destruction, but in less than seconds Milikas was already in front of him and 5. Milikas had connected a kick to her father's jaw, cutting his cheek as it impacted with the claws of his armor. The little redhead followed his attack with blows, cuts from his knife and kicks that practically had Sirzechs cornered in a wall. He separated from him for a moment, and prepared a magic attack from which he flew out. Necrosis technique, Jade Feather Flood. With said attack from Milikas, a monoton of feathers shot out like sharp arrows and hit Sirzechs, who received the attack full on, where several feathers stuck into his entire body, only protecting his head. After this attack, a voodoo doll like Sirzechs could be seen with feathers stuck into his back, neck, abdomen, thorax, and legs. If you want to kill me like that, believe me, you are far from doing that to me, he shouted as he released his power, and with a wave he expelled all the arrows stuck in his body, and looking at his son who was in the sky, he began to accumulate power in his hands and created a sphere with the power of destruction, and each time he made it bigger. Milikas, you had the opportunity to kill me, now I will do it. And when I leave here I will kill your mother and Amelia. Sirzechs shouted with all the hatred possible. Die, bastard. Devil Holocaust. At that, Sirzechs lashes the sphere of power and begins to create a field of force and energy that little by little grew until it reached Milikas, and immediately, boom! An explosion shook the entire arena, horrifying the people to see that the mouse Sirzechs was a monster capable of sacrificing his family in order to achieve his goals. Damn monster, the older demon screamed. Other young demons cried at Milikas's imminent death. In the infirmary, Grayfia was horrified and cried, seeing that her son was hit by her ex-husband's technique. Damn you! Grayfia shouted, very angry. Damn you, I will kill you for hurting my baby. Grayfia shouted while she was held by Venelina and several nurses. Let me go, let me go. In the VIP room, all the leaders were horrified by the atrocity Sirzechs committed against Milikas, but Penemu only gave a slight smile of satisfaction. In the stands, Sirzechs was very tired and dazed, but an evil smile appeared on his face. You were very stupid, Milikas, Sirzechs said tiredly. You thought you were going to defeat me. You are definitely not worthy of carrying my father's honorable surname now to kill Grayfia and all my enemies, Sirzechs said, and was going to proceed to withdraw from the dimension, but you hear the flapping of a bird's wings, but a loud flapping. Sirzechs tried to locate the origin of the sound, until a lightning bolt that illuminated the sky showed him the silhouette of a bird that gradually increased in size until the bird began to reflect plumage similar to the armor his son wore. Damn, Sirzechs said when he saw the enormous bird let out a squawk similar to that of an eagle. It flew into a dive and prepared its enormous claws to catch Sirzechs. The redhead prepared an attack with the power of destruction, but he felt that his power was weakening, and then, area, all. Sirzechs shouted as he felt the sharp and destructive claws of the enormous bird dig into his arms. Why can't I make my attacks? I'm getting weakened. I can answer that for you, said the bird, to which Sirzechs recognized the voice. Milikas? Sirzechs said, terrified when he saw what his son had transformed into. When I sent you the barrage of jade feathers, those feathers already had special magic and some of my blood carrying in them. And when these were stuck in your body, both elements began to act, slowly eliminating the force of destruction that resided in your magic reserves, weakening it until your magical force was almost null, said the monstrous bird, looking at Sirzechs with murderous instinct. That's why your devil holocaust didn't have much effect on me, said Milika's, looking at her father, who was marked by terror. Milika's son, please forgive me, have mercy on me, said Sirzechs, knowing that his fate was already sentenced. I propose that we return to being the happy family we were, you, me, Grayfia, Issei, and the others, as if it had never happened, he said with tears in his eyes due to despair. The bird looked at him carefully. Sirzechs smiled because he thought he had convinced him, but the older redhead saw that where his heart was, Milika's had pierced said organ with one of his sharp claws. Too late, Tio, ask for forgiveness, said the bird, and then it opens its beak and plock, crash, crack. No, please, no, it hurts, no. Sirzechs screamed while Milika's began to destroy him by tearing off his legs, arms, wings, parts of his thorax, tearing off part of his skull and disfigured face of the red-haired Mao. But then the pocket dimension destabilizes, showing a disfigured Sirzechs screaming in pain, without arms, legs showing perforations in the chest, also showing on the face only one eye, part of the face, and the shattered skull showing part of the brain, while the plumage of the bird had been bathed in blood of its victim. Sirzechs' Gremory has been defeated. The winners are Issei, Hyoudou, Emilia BL, and Milika's Lucifer, shouted the demonic council in the VIP room. Chapter 12, Temporary Farewell. After Sirzechs' cruel defeat, Issei, along with Emilia and Milika's, requested a meeting with the alliance leaders to discuss a new peace agreement and an alliance with the dual world in 10 days, something that was agreed to by them and the demonic council, since they did not wish to have Agarz's entourage as enemies after witnessing the brutal power they possessed. The next day, there were many changes in the demonic faction and in Gregory. Serorg Bale and Roygun Belfelger were promoted as Maus. Serorg would take the place of his nefarious cousin, as well as Roygun would assume the role of the new Mao Leviathan, giving them the confidence that they would do a great job as leaders of the underworld alongside Ajuka and Falbium. In Gregory, upon learning of the crimes committed by Shemhazai and Azazel against the pillar of the factions and being an accomplice to them, Penemu was demoted to a simple low-ranking fallen angel, not to mention that her wings were clipped down to a simple pair of black wings and much of her power was extirpated, as a precaution should she rebel against her superiors. The new leader would be Barakil, his right-hand men would be Armoros, and the newly promoted cadre Ananiel would assume Penemu's position. Meanwhile, with the Agar's clan, the next day the patriarchs received many requests for alliances from the existing pillars of the underworld, but also from families of the other factions, both commercial and peace alliances. They even received letters of loyalty and service from some Yukai and Asgardians, where they reflected on serving the Agar's family for all eternity. All thanks to the raiding game that his daughter and her entourage won overwhelmingly and absolutely. But on the other side of the coin, the Gremory mansion was practically abandoned. The maids and butlers left there, and some houses like the Citri, the Phoenix, Glagia Labelas, and the Agars themselves hired them to serve them. The Gremory family had fallen to the lowest. There was not a surname so hated since Diodora Astaroth had allied with the extinct Cow's Brigade. It was synonymous with scum, betrayal, and ingratitude. All thanks to Rias, her entourage, and Sirzechs for making those decisions, they lost practically everything, which not only left them in a very sorry situation both physically, emotionally, and socially. They really never knew all the weight that the name of Hyoudou Issei represented in the underworld society, and everything that would unleash by the simple fact of trying to replace him and kill him. But enough of the narration, and let's move on to the next thing. Citri Hospital. 2 days had passed since the raiding game. Rias, her entourage, and allies had remained unconscious due to the extent of their injuries. Sarah Fall underwent surgery only to repair her back, although the spinal cord suffered critical damage, something that modern science cannot repair, giving her the news that she is now paraplegic, devastating her emotionally. Her family would support her in terms of physical and emotional therapy, and they bought her a wheelchair that could be controlled with a remote control. But now that she was no longer Mao, she would be in the custody of her same parents, since due to her decision to turn her back on the now scarlet-haired man, she would not commit an immaturity against him and against Amelia. because she still held a grudge against Rias's younger sister. In a large cubicle the Gremory were resting. The first was Rias, who had a pair of casts, one on her right arm and the other on her left leg. "Well, you're finally awake," said a voice that reflected Serorg, who looked at her sternly. "Serorg, how long was I unconscious?" Rias said. 2 days, he said without stopping, looking at her sternly. Amelia-chan really held back when attacking you, because if she had, you would have ended up very badly. Rias snorted in annoyance as she remembered a rather humiliating moment for her. "What have you come for, Serorg?" said the redhead, annoyed. "I have come to notify you that you will have to come to an alliance meeting with your entire entourage," he said, handing him an envelope signed Serorg Lucifer. "Lucifer?" Rias shouted. "That position is my brother's." "Correction, it was your brother," said a female voice that reflected a red-haired girl wearing the attire of a Mao. Both Sirzechs and Serafal were removed from their position for what they did, just as Serorg is the new Mao. Lucifer, I, Roigun, former heiress of the Belfelger clan, am now the new Mao Leviathan, said the red-haired girl, leaving Rias horrified to learn that her allies were removed from their high positions. "Not to mention that your accomplices, Shemhazai is now frozen in the Kosaido, Penemu is now a simple low-class angel, and Azazel is dead." Rias couldn't believe what the new Mao Leviathan was saying. "It's a lie, Azazel. He shouldn't be dead, it's a lie." Rias shouted exasperatedly. "I'll show you," said Serorg, taking a DVD out of his robes. "This is where the entire raiding game against Seekvaira Agars is saved." "Well, I'll show them to you, since your entourage is waking up," said the Mao. And indeed Rias saw that her entourage was waking up, some with pain in their bodies and others with a quite battered state of mind, because they still remembered how they were truly humiliated in front of the entire underworld. "Wow, did you sleep well, traitors?" That insult hit them in the pride, and the self-esteem of all was lowered. "Well, I think everyone is awake," Serorg said, but was interrupted by Asia. "Wait a moment, where is Jean-san?" said Asia, looking for her fiancé. "Where is darling?" Irina said, looking for her fiancé. "Jean-senpai, where is he?" Kaneko searched, sniffing if she could find the scent of this. Serorg and Roigun sighed in annoyance. "I'll spare you the demon Jean Nabirius, usurper of the Alliance Pillar and bearer of the dragon doppelganger, has died at the hands of the bearer of the Ice Barrier Dragons Hyoudou Issei," said Roigun, smiling with satisfaction. The Gremory and their allies, upon hearing this, could not contain their tears, and some were skeptical and furious. "And no, it's not true, Jean Ny. Is much stronger than Issei," said Kuroka, furiously refusing Roigun's statement. "Issei, he couldn't do this, right, Rias?" said Akino, looking at her king, but she was downcast, shedding tears since she witnessed Jean's death. "Rias, say it's not true?" said Akino, shedding tears. "I'll show you," Serorg said, putting the DVD and fast-forwarding it to where Rosweiss was eliminated and the scene where Jean activated the Juggernaut Drive. "Ha! I don't believe Issei was able to beat Jean like that." Rosweiss shouted confidently, but was silenced when the scarlet-haired man had transformed into the dangerous Bryanak and proceeded to kill Jean by devouring him. "No, it can't be," Rosweiss said, horrified at seeing how Issei was able to kill Jean without any hesitation. The Gremory and allies cried for Jean's death, at the hands of her ex-fiancé, having transformed into a rather dangerous dragon. "No, Issei, he's," Irina said in a choppy tone as she refused to see how Jean was killed by Issei. "Jean-senpai," Kaneko said with pain. "He will pay for killing him," said Lefei. "I don't think so," said Roigun Pendragon. "Let me tell you that both Hyoudou Issei and Amelia Bale, bearer of the dragon Gungnir, and the reappeared Milica's Lucifuge, bearer of the bird of the Misty Valley Clausulas, as well as the entourage of Seekvaira Agars, are out of his reach." "Ha! What a good joke," said Akino, laughing. "Amelia Bale's stronger than us? She was lucky to beat me and Rosweiss, but I assure you that the next one, her skull will be in the Gremory trophy room." "And Milika-san, there was news of her death," said Asia. "It was something tragic, right, Wani-sama? Eh?" "Ah, yes. Something tragic," said Rias, very nervous since she consented to the death of her nephew at the hands of Sirzechs indirectly. "I wouldn't say that," Serorg said without losing his calm as he fast-forwards the recording to the last confrontations. Everyone was watching the first one between Emilia and Serafal. Everyone thought that Amelia had died, but they were surprised by how she dominated the encounter, and even withstood Serafal's best technique. But they were terrified when Amelia transformed into the dragon Gungnir and mercilessly attacked Serafal, and the brutal way she left her humiliated. Asia covered her eyes as she watched her harem sister being massacred, The others were really scared by how Amelia left Serafal Citri in a sorry state. And now if you want to know what happened to Serafal this paraplegic, Amelia's attack destroyed the last vertebrae of her spine and now she can't move her hips and legs, Roygun said indifferently. Actually it was cheap for her, because it wasn't for the others. In that now they see the confrontation of Issei against Azazel, the transformation of another balance breaker different from the one he faced in his raiding game. Azazel's attack, all of them assumed that Issei had finally died, but when they saw the dangerous dragon Trishula and the way he mercilessly killed the cadre, all of them began to regret having betrayed him, because if he had killed Azazel so easily with them, they wouldn't put up a fight. And in the last fight, it was when Rias was surprised that Milikas was alive, but the horror came when she transformed into the Colossala's bird and attacked Sirzechs in such a way that now the red-haired ex-Mao was left as an unidentifiable mass, leaving him in a rather pitiful state. The Gremorys and allies, seeing everything, couldn't utter a word. They were horrified and cried, regretting having turned their backs on Issei. If they had known he would gain such enormous power, they wouldn't have followed Rias's plan. Now don't forget the meeting in days, Serorg said, leaving the traitors in awkward silence with Roygun. You regret having betrayed Issei, Rias Aquino said. The redhead said nothing, all because of her. Not only were they humiliated, but she still remembered the indifferent look that he often dedicated to her in the raiding game, but also the fate of Serafal and Sirzechs were left in a sorry state, counting on the death of Azazel, the condemnation of Shemhazai, and the Penemu disgrace. Yes, I do, said Asia, crying. It still hurts me that Ota-san and Oka-sama cut me with my arms, and gave me that look of hate. Me too, said Irina, seeing the parts of her wings cut off. Not only did I stop being Darling's guardian angel, but now I don't even have wings cut off by my old friend. Kaneko and Kuroka wept inconsolably. Le Fay was angry with herself, first because she was stupid to let herself be tempted by Rias, and second because she still held a grudge against Calm Gusto, the woman who humiliated her and took the love of her life away from her. Rosweiss remained silent, but her gaze reflected sadness and pain, all for betraying the man who had accepted her. Kiba and Gasper simply remained silent, but inside, guilt ate away at them. All day the Gremory and allies remained silent. They did not touch the subject again until the day of the meeting. The Mao Ajuka came personally for them when they were discharged and took them to the Palace of the Maos, where the leaders of said alliance were already gathered along with Noelia and Souza. Odin was accompanied by a Valkyrie with blue hair with pink locks. She smiled at Issei. Ophis accompanied by Great Red, Tannen and Bova. There was also Agar's entourage with Venelana and Grayfia. The curious thing was that the ladies of Agar's retinue, with the exception of Miki Hyoudou, had the mark of a blue dragon. Barakiel was also there, along with Aramaros and the new secretary of the Lightning of God, Ananiel. But Penemu looked in a rather neglected state, because her beauty had gone to the devil, because she showed dark circles, her eyes reddened from crying so much, and her beautiful body, now it became rickety from the work she had, and also her back had several sutures as a sign that her wings were cut off. When the Gremorys arrived, she couldn't contain herself and give a look full of hatred towards the redhead, who ignored her with her head down. Serafal was also resting in her wheelchair accompanied by Sona Citri and her entourage. She also couldn't help but give Rias and her entourage a look full of disgust and hatred. But when she exchanged glances with Amelia, she reflected fear and terror. The former Mao now had a facet on her face where depression had hit her these days. Ahem, with the arrival of these, said Ajuka, referring in a contemptuous way to the Gremory, we begin this meeting of peace and alliance with the world of Dual Terminal, having as leaders Noelia Gishki and Souza Saber, as ambassadors of said world, and that the redhead and the colossal swordsman bowed. They have offered us knowledge of the world before Elohim, something that you, along with Rias Gremory, Serafal Citri and Penemu, were excluded from said information, and having the Seekvaira and the hacker Yuko. Forgive my interruption, Serafal said, but the wearer of the boosted gear is not here. But Zenobia took a step and raised her left arm, revealing the boosted gear, impressing her and her former comrades. The boosted gear had always been right in front of their noses, and that left them very frustrated. I continue, having as witnesses the Seekvaira Zenobia Corda, hacker Yuko Vala Lucifer, the dragon gods Ophis Boros and Great Red, and also the ancestral dragon gods sealed in the weapons of Issei Hyoudou and Amelia Bale, Bryanak, Gumnir and Trishula. We the Alliance signs an agreement of peace and friendship between the Alliance of Factions and the world of Terminal Duel, said Ajuka, in that Noelia and Souza signed said agreement where friendship, peace, and cooperation between both worlds would occur. Now, as a pack, some women from our factions want to go to the world of Terminal Duel to learn the customs of that world, and they will also get engaged to the bearer of the dragons Bryanak and Trishula. Issei Hyoudou. He will choose the ladies who will accompany him to the world, said Michael, smiling. That set off alerts in the Gremory, Seraphal, and Pennymew, as it was a perfect opportunity to start a relationship with Issei again. I already chose the girls who will accompany me, said Issei from the Heaven faction. The Seraph Gabriel will accompany me, said Issei, to which the most beautiful woman smiled, blushing. From the Fallen Angel faction it will be Rainier, said Issei, to which the raven-haired girl smiled arrogantly at Pennymew. No, I offer myself as Bwag. Pennymew shouted but was silenced by a blow to the abdomen from Rainier. Bad damn, is this how you pay your superior? Pennymew said, panting. I stopped seeing you as my superior since you betrayed Issei, said Rainier, finishing her off with a blow to the head, slamming her into the ground. Rainier apologized and reunited with Issei, leaving Pennymew injured. From the Yukai faction I choose Yasaka, said Issei, to which the blushing Kitsune accompanied by Kunu went to Issei's side before the jealous gaze of Kaneko and Kuroka. From the vampire faction Elmenahilde, Karlstein, and Valerie Teeps, he said, and in that the vampires go to Issei's side, leaving Gasper shocked to see his friend by Issei's side. From the Asgardians I choose Perry, the sadistic Valkyrie, said Issei, to which Rosweiss was horrified and saddened to know that Issei chose her younger stepsister. From the dragon faction, I choose Ophis Ouroboros, he said, to which the lowly smiled and nodded. And to finish, from the demon faction, Issei said, to which the Gremory showed a minimum of hope, I choose Seekvaira Agars, Zenobia Court of Enelana Bale, Issei said, giving Rias a painful blow to the heart. Grayfia Lucifuge and Sona Citri and her entourage, Issei said. I won't refuse. Seraphal shouted furiously, Issei Hyoudou, I won't let you take Sona Tan. That is not up for discussion, said Sona. I chose him as my beloved fiancé. All with the approval of Ota-san and Okasama. Sona Tan, if you leave I will stop seeing you as my sister, Seraphal said angrily, while the youngest of the Citri just raised her eyebrows. Well, I'll tell you two things. It was a pleasure meeting you, Seraphal Citri, said Sona, implying that she let Seraphal be recognized as her sister, causing her to start crying. She couldn't believe that Sona chose Issei over her own sister. And the other, that goes for all of you, she said, pointing to the Gremory, Seraphal and Pennymew. Did you think you were going to get away with it? Did you think you were going to easily replace someone as wonderful as Issei with any insignificant demon? Said Sona, making the traitors feel worse. I can only say that for the rest of eternity you will not have a great man like Issei, and you will never know what it is like to make love with the person you truly love, said Sona as she lifted her skirt, and at the seam of her right side panties she showed Issei's mark on her right buttock, impressing everyone and leaving the traitors sad, especially Seraphal. Refusing to know that Sona was marked by Issei, but I wasn't the only one marked here. In that Rainier, Venelana, Grayfia, Reese, Calm, Winda, Ariel, Ophis, Yasaka, Perry, Gabriel, Elmenahilde, Valerie, and especially Seekvaira, Zenobia, and Amelia showed the dragon marks on their bodies, indicating that they had been marked by Issei, leaving everyone speechless, some blushing but with horror and insurmountable sadness to the Gremory, along with Seraphal and Pennymew, who couldn't take it anymore and ran out of there. Well, it's time to leave, said Noelia, but she took out of a magic circle a yellow envelope quite bulging full of papers. Ajuka, I leave this as a sign of peace and friendship between the two worlds. Just as they trust in leaving us important people in our world, we offer them some of our knowledge so that in the future it will serve to defend them successfully. Ajuka saw the envelope that said, Ultimate Weapons Blueprints, Project, Ally of Justice. Your plans are in good hands and thank you very much for trusting us with your knowledge, said Ajuka, smiling, shaking Noelia and Souza's hands again. At that, Souza and Noelia recited again. The white portal appeared, and just as they were about to retreat, Wait, said Valley, accompanied by Lavinia and Bova Tannen, we also want to go with you. We want to become strong. We don't want to be left behind, please. Noelia sees in Vala someone she knew millennia ago, nothing more than. Go ahead, Gishki, thought Noelia, since she thought she saw her nephew in the Descendant of Lucifer, and immediately smiled. Well, don't stay there. Let's go. Hi! Shouted all those selected to enter the portal and head to the World of Duel Terminal. Time skip. World of Terminal Duel. Noelia, Souza and their selected allies were under the inspection and identification of the Aquamarine Gem Knights to enter said world until they arrived with Issei and Emilia. I am Isekai'ed, from the reappeared Necros tribe, said Issei, showing Shuret's sword. I am Emilia Bale, from the reappeared tribe of the Necros, said Emilia, showing the staff of her past life. Who are they? Said the Gem Knight, pointing to the girls who were behind the scarlet-haired boy with the exception of the Citri clan, Saji, Valley and Lavinia. They are my fiancés, Issei said. And the dragon, the albino, the blonde, the guy with the idiot face with the brown-haired lowly and the silver-haired one? Said the knight. My new apprentices, said Noelia. The knights nodded. Welcome to the world of terminal duels, said the knights, opening the doors of the world. Friends, it's time to make our new life, said Issei. Welcome to your new home. Hi! Everyone shouted as they entered the village where they would live a peaceful life. That's what they expected. Unknown zone. A silhouette was sitting on a throne. So Sirzechs Gremory failed in his attempt to kill the former Seekvaira. My useless son couldn't do something so simple, he said in a spectral voice. That's right, Xiaoticus-sama, said a specter. Don't call me by my name, Sokius Jujujujuju. It will take us a while to rise again, but this time not only the supernatural will fall but humanity and the world of terminal duel, because we will wipe out everything, shouted Xiaoticus, revealing his new appearance. In outer space, a meteor was floating towards the Earth, and in that a creature was watching everything. It took us eons and light centuries to get back to this planet, and nothing but nothing will stop us the worms. Back to the world of terminal duel. Monument to the extinct tribes. The Necros spear and combat claws remained chained to the metal base until they began to glow. Your back, Gishki advanced, said a voice from the spear. In the clutches. Confirming carrier Exa, Necros killer returned successful, said a cybernetic voice. Arch. Chapter Prologue. In a desolate place full of snow you could hear someone running. Puff puff puff, gasped a girl who was running away from something, her face reflecting only terror and despair. Akino! Asia! She shouted while running. Irina! Kuroka! She shouted while taking off a hat revealing her crimson hair. Indeed, it was Rias Gremory who was in the deserted and frozen place, running and looking for the members of her entourage. But suddenly, the footsteps of a creature were heard in the middle of nowhere. Oh, they're not here! Rias screamed as she started running for her life, and as she ran, a snowstorm began to whip the icy blue desert where she was. Rias couldn't run anymore. Tiredness was taking over her until... Kia! Rias shouted, having tripped over something or someone. Checking what had caused her to trip, she got a terrible surprise. Akino! Rias screamed as she saw the corpse of her best friend and her entourage queen, with a lost and lightless gaze, and oh, Akino. But suddenly she starts to look around her, and little by little more corpses began to reveal themselves and horrify the redhead even more. No, guys, no! Rias screamed as she saw the corpse of Asia, Rosweiss, Sarah Fall, Penemu, Kaneko, Kuroka, Irina, Kiba, Gasper, Sirzechs and Azazel were revealed in the snow, and oh, please don't abandon me, and oh. But she didn't have time to cry anymore, because 3 colossal silhouettes had surrounded the redhead, and the corpses of her colleagues began to shine their eyes in a threatening way. They roared with fury and were about to attack Rias with their freezing powers. Issei, said the redhead when she saw 2 of the colossal silhouettes, one in the form of a gigantic snake and the other a 3-headed creature. Emilia, said Rias with great terror and hatred when she saw the 3rd silhouette, a quadruped creature. Until the 3 colossal silhouettes unleashed their powers against the redhead, she powerless covers herself with her arms. Nuh! Rias screamed in terror, waiting for her imminent death. Ah! Screamed the redhead as she woke up agitated, all sweaty, wearing a white nightgown. Rias! Said a raven-haired girl entering the redhead's room, very worried. Rias calmed down. Akino, I had that nightmare again, said Rias, hugging her queen and starting to cry. Rias, you've been dreaming the same thing for weeks, said Akino, calming her down while her king cried in great pain. Akino, if it weren't for my plan to betray Issei, this wouldn't have happened, said Rias, very distressed. It was also our fault, said Akino very sadly. We made a terrible decision, and now the Alliance has marginalized us from everything. My mother has disowned me, as her daughter Milika's also disowned me, but it was all my damn sister's fault, Rias said with great hatred as she remembered her younger sister. It's been 10 years since Issei and Emilia left, along with the Citri clan, Valley, Bovatanen and the Agar's clan Aquino said seriously we haven't had any news of any of them not since the last time we saw them, and those damn things didn't rub it in their faces that they were marked by Issei. Even my mother and Grayfia now they are my Issei's females, said Rias. I still couldn't believe that Okasama and Grayfia Onisama were a lesbian couple. Well, rest, it's barely in the morning. We have to get ready for work, said Aquino as she got up from her king's bed. Good night, said Aquino as she left Rias's room, and immediately the redhead tried to sleep again. POV Rias. 10 years have passed since my Issei left for that world with my cursed little sister, and all the girls he'd selected to accompany him to the world of Terminal Duel. Since then, there have been many changes in the Alliance, especially to the detriment of my beloved clan. We had been excluded from any Alliance missions. Ajuka Beelzebub was now the one who took the reins of the underworld, supported by the Falbium Snitch, my cousin Serorg Lucifer, and Roigun Leviathan. In Gregory it was only that Barakiel became the new leader of the fallen angels. Penemy remained a mere low-class angel, and her pride had been trampled many times by Gregory, and it was so much that one day she could not stand it, and wanted to attack Ananiel, who had taken her place but was quickly subdued by Armoros, and for daring to attack her superior, she was exiled from Gregory, and now lives with us in the Gremory mansion. In heaven only the former Ace of Hearts Mirana had been promoted to Seraphim, and was very supportive of Michael since Gabriel had left with my Issei. In Kyoto, the new leader was the Nikomata Magari, an acquaintance of Kuroka and Kaneko. When she assumed leadership of the Yukai, the first action she took was to prohibit us from entering her territory because Kyoto held a lot of resentment towards us for what we did 10 years ago, but with Kaneko and Kuroka, they were given an ultimatum. If they dared to step on Yukai territory, it was practically signing their death sentence because they were considered the shame of their species. In Asgard everything was normal, but just like in Kyoto we were forbidden entry, and the same situation happened with Rosweiss, because Odin imposed exile on her with the consent of her grandmother, and the chief of the Valkyries Brühilde, because she had brought shame on the Valkyrie Corps to which she had belonged. Meanwhile, my clan had finished college, and now we worked in miserable part-time jobs and dedicated ourselves to exterminating low-level renegade demons because the Baal and Phoenix clans were in charge of the most powerful demons. It was almost as if they gave us the leftovers from work, and the pay was a damn pittance. The only one who had left my clan was Seraphal because one day at a meeting, she rubbed in my face that I was the one to blame for leaving her paraplegic, and that since then her life had been a damn hell, and she practically told me to go to hell. But what hurt me the most was the death of my Ani-sama, Sirzechs Gremory. One day his body, which was deformed by Milikas's attack, could not bear us any longer, and his heart suffered a heart attack. I swear that as soon as he sees Milikas, I will reprimand him for having killed his honorable father. It has been 10 difficult years for me, for my entourage and for my allies. I have worked against the current, but yes, when we see Issei we will recover him and compensate him. As you have idea we will snatch him from those damn girls of Dual Terminal, from the clutches of Seekvaira Agars, from Sona Citri, but above all from that woman I once called Mother, Venelana Baal. End of Rias Gremory's POV. World of Terminal Duel. In the picturesque village where the inhabitants of said town lived, where peace reigned relentlessly, on the outskirts of said town there was a fairly large house, but without being a mansion, with a country appearance, where around it there were harvest fields, lived the Hyoudou family, who were the patriarchs Miki and Goro Hyoudou, great warriors who belonged to the tribe Xno. Along with his son Issei Hyoudou, who is the current head of the Necros tribe. It is worth mentioning that Hyoudou Issei had married in the lands of Dual Terminal with the girls of his current harem, who represented each of the factions of the world where they came from, the alpha woman being Seekvaira Agars. When she wasn't with her husband, she usually spent her time in a workshop creating machines and wicks. Other girls like Sona Citri, Amelia Baal, Zenobia Quarta, the Gustos sisters and Ariel Gishki also spent their time training. It is worth mentioning that Zenobia and Seekvaira, they had received training in the lands of the Terminal Duel, and their power had increased considerably. Other girls, like Perry, Venelana, Gabriel, Grayfia, and Rainier, had dedicated themselves to farming and, in their own words, felt liberated by not having to do the administrative work they routinely did in the underworld. It's worth mentioning that the Asgardian Perry and Rainier are pregnant with Issei's child. Ophis, for her part, was dedicated to wandering around the world of Terminal Duel and several times ended up with her clothes in tatters and with some injuries, because she ended up fighting with creatures that lived in very hostile areas and could practically overcome her. But that helped her, and she took it as training to become stronger. With Sona's clan, they had gone to live with the Gem Knights since, with the exception of Uruko and Saji, who are a couple, they had found true love in the Gem Knights, especially Tsubaki, upon finding a better man than her ex-love, Hyoudou. With Valley, Lavinia and Bova Tannen they embarked on a training trip in order to become strong. Until now they have not had the will to return to their friends, but they contacted them so as not to worry them. But yes, both Issei and the Citri girls had managed to have offspring. Everything was going swimmingly until one day. Issei was enjoying a peaceful day in the rural town where they lived. "This is comfortable," said the scarlet-haired boy as he leaned against a tree. "The days of peace have been so beneficial," said the scarlet-haired boy as he began to close his eyes to sleep for a while. Issei shouted a voice to which the scarlet-haired man saw who was calling him. "Amelia," Issei said as he stood up upon seeing one of his wives accompanied by "Dad!" shouted a year-old red-headed girl as she ran towards Issei. "My little Pavlova," said Issei while holding his daughter. "Issei, Noelia urgently requests our presence at our house," Amelia said seriously, something that Issei agreed with, and accompanied by his wife and his daughter Pavlova, they quickly went to his house where Noelia Gishki, along with Souza Saber, were already waiting for him, along with his parents and Seekvaira Agars, who at this moment was carrying a baby in her arms. "Hello, Issei-kun," Noelia said in a friendly manner. "How are you, friend?" Souza said in a friendly manner to the scarlet-haired boy. "Good morning, Issei," said Mickey and Gora smiling. "Hello, Anata," said Seekvaira very happily. "Hello, everyone," said Issei while Pavlova now ran towards her grandparents and hugged them. "Well, let's be quick about this. The topic of the meeting is very serious." Noelia said something that caught Issei's attention. "Issei, do you remember who the first invaders of our world were?" Issei and Amelia were doing a little memory until "The worms?" said Issei. "That's right," said Souza. "The worms have arrived in the old world," said Souza, shocking the Hyoudou. "But how?" Amelia said incredulously. "They were supposed to have been extinct for millennia." "Well, they aren't," said Souza, putting an envelope he had to one side. "Ajuka, through the interdimensional magic circle you sent me these files," said Souza, to which Issei, Amelia and Seekvaira saw on the table photos of several of those space creatures. According to Ajuka's words, they arrived no more than months ago, when a meteorite fell on the island of Tanzania. "And they spread like a plague," Noelia said. "They wiped out the entire population of Tanzania, then moved on to Asia and parts of Europe. The Olympians and the vampires tried to stop them, but they were outnumbered. But fortunately the other factions rescued them," said Souza. "It's not possible then the old world is in danger," said Seekvaira while passing the baby to her mother-in-law, who began to rock him. "The factions are in danger." "That's right, that's why it's time for us to return to the old world," Noelia said. "All your wives and the Citri clan must return, and more so because Seekvaira's parents, like Sona Citri's, will want to meet their grandchildren." At that, Seekvaira blushed and was happy as she looked at her baby who was in Mickey Hyoudo's arms. "Very well. No more discussion," said Issei. "It's time to return to our old home," said Issei. "Tomorrow we will leave for Kuoh again." At that statement, everyone in the Hyoudou residence nodded. It was time for the members of the Terminal Duel and the factions to return to action. Chapter 1. The Reunion. The Worms Attack Kuoh. United Nations Headquarters. Nara, Ajuka. After the massacre on the island of Tanzania by the creatures that emerged from the meteorite that hit Mount Kilimanjaro, I began to investigate these things. Since in the story Noelia Dano and Souza Dano had told us, they had mentioned that these creatures are called worms. With a bit of the bibliography that Noelia and Souza had given me 10 years ago, I realized that we were talking about some creatures that are very dangerous and, paradoxically, they are composed of light very similar to the sacred light. It is not possible. These abominations are composed of an energy similar to that given off by angels, and indeed, on a rescue mission in Istanbul, Turkey, I witnessed how these creatures killed a small squad of demons, each swipe, bite or luminous substance that came out of their mouths. According to the witness of a dying soldier, it was as if a spear of light from the angels and the fallen hurt you. The attack of these beings has affected the human world as well as the supernatural world, due to which mythologies and factions have suffered attacks from the worms. As in the human world they had suffered great carnage in the most populated cities of the world. Having no choice but to consider that both worlds were at great risk, I gathered the Alliance leaders to consider revealing the supernatural world, arguing that both worlds were at great risk of collapsing without cooperation to end the worms. The Alliance approved this idea, so it was time to reveal ourselves to the humans. When we requested a meeting at the United Nations headquarters and revealed our secret, at first they did not trust us, but when we argued that we did it because both worlds had a common enemy, we decided to make a non-aggression pact with both worlds in such a way as a proof to us that we were not going to abuse the trust that humanity had given us by cooperating with us to exterminate the worms. Now I find myself together with the other leaders of the Supernatural Alliance facing the leaders of humanity. We had to make a strategy to begin to gain ground against the bloodthirsty alien invaders. End narration of Ajuka. Ajuka, along with Serorg, Barakiel, Michael, Krulteeps, Magari, Odin, Ra, Zeus and Shiva were gathered with the representatives of the UN countries, still discussing about the worms. We have detected attacks by these things in areas such as Mongolia, Hong Kong, Nepal and Sri Lanka, said the UN president, while a slide showed bloodthirsty scenes of worms killing innocent people and supernatural soldiers falling in battle. These things are gaining ground. Not to mention that my race almost became extinct, said Krulteeps with a slightly lost look. Romania was left in a lamentable situation after the worms' attack. The humans and vampires of that country were at the mercy of poverty and crisis, and because of that the Carmilla clan is officially extinct. There was also an attack in Greece and part of Italy, where my faction was almost not going to live to tell the tale, said Zeus very sadly. My wife Hera, along with Ares and Athena, along with the demigods, died in the attack when a very powerful worm mutilated them and ate them, said the father of Olympus. Many of the gods of Olympus had been left in a very critical situation. The only ones who are still well are only me, my brother Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Helios and Aphrodite. The case of leaders of the supernatural, both the human race, and you have not been able to stop the advance of these creatures, said the president of the UN. Neither our weapons nor yours have been able to finish them off. That's right, said Magari. Every time a part of a worm is cut or mutilated, they automatically regenerate. But the surprising thing about this case, said Michael, is that these creatures emanate a power similar to ours and that of our former brothers from Gregory. In 2 months we have not obtained any useful information to counter our common enemy, said Serorg. To me, the god of destruction, said Shiva, I hate to admit it, but it took me a lot of effort to annihilate a few. I spent a lot of energy in the process. Great Red also had serious difficulties in killing a few worms. So we just have to admit that our worlds have come to an end, said the UN president, very resigned to his imminent fate. The boardroom was filled with a heavy, negative atmosphere, as everyone inside was thinking about the imminent defeat and possible extinction of humans and the supernatural at the hands of alien invaders. Suddenly a circle of communication forms in Ajuka's ear. What's going on, Roigan? Ajuka said seriously. What? At that moment an alarm sounded at the UN headquarters, and some commanders entered. Leaders and president of the UN, we have detected another worm's attack, said a commander. Where? Said the president of the UN. The commander was going to say, but Ajuka got ahead of him. Kuoh, Japan, said Ajuka very seriously. The Mao Leviathan informed me right now that the worms are attacking Kuoh, Japan. This left the supernatural leaders and the representative of the country of Nippon in shock, as the region was guarded by Razor Phoenix and his entourage, as well as Miss LaBelle, who for the moment held power over her son's entourage while they were in Kuoh. Very well, these are the orders, Mao Beelzebub. You must go immediately with the faction leaders to Kuoh to support the Phoenix and Bale families. At this moment, the Japanese army will begin to repel the Kuoh worms and you will have the necessary support for the defense and evacuation of the city. The meeting is over, said the president of the UN. Hi! Everyone shouted as the leaders of the supernatural retreated in a magic circle towards Kuoh, while at the UN they prepared for another battle against the invading aliens. Timeskip. Japan, Kuoh City, PM. The situation was in chaos. The streets of the city were painted with the blood of innocent people who had been victims of the worms' corpses, limbs separated from the bodies, and the horrible scene of these invaders happily eating human flesh as the flesh of supernatural beings was the scene that was shown in the streets of the Japanese city. Human and supernatural soldiers joined forces to stop the invaders, but their effectiveness was very low. The leaders of the supernatural factions also fought, but they did very little. They could barely defeat a very insignificant number of worms compared to the mega army that was forming. But now we will focus on Kuoh Academy, where the students took shelter in the classrooms while the entourage of Razor Phoenix and Serorg, commanded by his mother, Miss LaBelle, defended the integrity of the school. Keep attacking! Razor shouted, very tired while trying to burn a worm that was quickly regenerating. Damn it, they don't die with anything. Razor-sama, said one of Burin's pawns. Now Yubelina-sama has been sheltered in the halls with the other students. Very well, Razor said, very mentally tired. This couldn't come at a worse time when Yubelina is pregnant. Razor said a voice, and then a red magic circle appeared, showing some people that the Alliance didn't want to see even in paint. What are you doing here, Gremory? Razor shouted when he saw his ex-fiancée, while she looked at him with superiority and seriousness. We came to support you, said Akino, also smiling with confidence. We will eliminate these aliens in the name of the proud house of Gremory, said Kiba. Razor was going to explode against the newcomers, but thought things through. Fine, just don't get in the way, said Razor, turning his back on the Gremorys, especially his sister, who only gave him pain in his heart, because the blonde still hadn't forgiven her girls. Let's keep defending the academy. Hi! Shouted the Phoenix girls, as they watched the Phoenix retreat to the battlefield. You know what we have to do, said Rias. That's right, we must exterminate the worms to start gaining the trust of the Alliance leaders, said Irina. And little by little gain Issei-senpai's attention, said Kaneko. And so make him fall in love again, said Rossweiss. And return to the clan where he shouldn't have gone, said Kiba. It's time to put the plan into action. Get Issei back, said Rias. Gremory smiling confidently. Hi! Shouted the Gremorys. But unfortunately things were not going well for the defenders of Kuoh, as the worms began to gain ground rapidly as the human and supernatural soldiers began to fall under the jaws of the invaders. The Bale and Phoenix clans were falling wounded one by one. But with the Gremory they were worse off, as apart from being knocked out they did not receive any kind of medical support from the Alliance, making it difficult. Razor, tell your Bishop Tio heal my pieces, please, Rias demanded while repelling a worm with her power. Asia won't be able to do it all herself. I don't care about your pieces, Razor spat while also repelling an alien with his fire. The Alliance doesn't care if you and your pieces die in this. How can you say that, Razor? The redhead shouted exasperatedly. You've become a monster. The monster is you. If you hadn't betrayed Issei with that bastard Jean, shouted Razor furiously while leaving Rias silent. You know I am enormously grateful to Issei for having freed me from the commitment with you, for having known that behind those silicone breasts their lives are being so despicable. That doesn't deserve even a great friend like Issei. Rias couldn't respond to what the blonde said. She only had in mind that plan they had made 10 years ago. At least your sister will take care of making him happy and giving him that family he dreamed of having with you before changing him for Jean, said Razor, hurting Rias's pride by mentioning Amelia. Don't mention that, Rias shouted with great hatred as she remembered her little sister when Kaya! A scream was heard in the halls of Kuoh Academy. Razor recognized that scream. Oh no, Yubelina! Razor shouted, and then he saw that a very large worm was climbing the classroom building, and he saw that his wife, holding her pregnant belly with one arm and her magic scepter with the other, was defending the students who were behind her from the worm that was threatening her life. Razor-sama, go with Yubelina-san! Shouted Carloman, her body showing scratch and bite wounds, but she was ready to give everything for her king. Together we will cover him. Just don't get in the way, Gremory, shouted Meru, a pawn carrying one of the chainsaws, looking at the redhead with disgust. Miserable girl, you don't know who you're messing with. Rias shouted furiously as she saw how Razor Phoenix's pawn was addressing her with contempt. And we are not interested, shame of the underworld, shouted Razor Shui's tower, silencing Rias. Girls, those who can still fight, hold on as long as you can, shouted Isabella's tower. We must hold on until Razor-sama arrives with Yubelina. Hi! Shouted the Phoenix, and then they recreated a defensive force field so that more worms could not enter the students' classrooms. Rias saw the determination of the Phoenix. She could only curse herself for doing nothing. While Razor was running at full speed, he saw something that terrified him. Crash! The worm had destroyed the classroom windows, and the screams of terror from the students were not long in coming. Yubelina-sensei, save us please! Kaya! Razor couldn't take it anymore. Leave them alone! Shouted Razor, throwing a fireball, something that managed to stop the worm's advance, but his fierce eyes fixed on the blonde. Come on, here I am, come for me, shouted Razor while the fierce alien left the students alone to launch himself against the blonde. Grow! roared the worm, and with a jump he launched himself against the blonde who was waiting for him in the courtyard, ready to sacrifice himself for Eubelina and the students. He only closed his eyes to his imminent fate before the terror of those present. Razor-sama! Shouted this entourage. Razor-sensei! The students shouted. Razor! Eubelina screamed in horror and tears upon seeing that her husband was willing to sacrifice his life for her and the students. Issei, thank you for opening my eyes in time, said Razor, remembering old memories where he shared moments with the then brown-haired man. Add audio from the video. Buam! Razor opened his eyes but saw that the worm had fallen face down, to the blonde's astonishment. Phoenix's entourage, Gremory, Bale, the Japanese soldiers, and the supernatural leaders also saw that the worms had stopped fighting and turned their attention to the sky as if they were searching for something. But suddenly something very unusual for summer days began to fall. Snow? Razor said incredulously, but what is this power? All the supernatural felt a very powerful and unusual power. Apparently it caught the attention of the worms because they also looked for the origin of said source of power. Suddenly the snow began to fall more heavily. This power, said Razor, while the worm that wanted to attack him tried to get rid of the pressure but couldn't. Rias also saw the falling snow and tried to find out who could be the user of this type of magic when in her mind she saw the silhouette of a red-haired woman with unruly hair. No, impossible! Rias shouted because she had recognized who was responsible. Nothing is impossible, Gremory, said the voice of a woman who immediately enraged all of Rias's allies. Are you okay, Razor-san? Just then, a red-haired woman had appeared wearing a very familiar outfit. She was the woman who had left Serafal paraplegic, and one of the people who had humiliated Rias and company. Amelia! Razor shouted upon seeing Amelia Hyoudou on the roof. And he's not coming alone, said a man's voice when suddenly they started to appear. Milika's-sama! Said Razor Myra's pawn upon seeing the now teenage Milika's lucifuge. Sona Citri, said Eubelina as she saw the youngest of the Citri with her students through a hologram. Seekvaira Agar's Rias said when she saw who snatched her precious pawn. The blonde just looked at Rias with total indifference. Zenobia Quarta Irina said when she saw that her former friend and colleague had become someone very beautiful. But above all, who they were waiting for all this time. So long time no see, said a scarlet-haired man wearing Bryanak's Nikraz, smiling. Issei/kun/senpai/san/sama. Shouted with joy all the supernatural beings to the bearer of the dragons. But they were surprised to see some children who were behind the named ones. Time to fight, ready! Issei shouted. Hi! Shouted Amelia, Seekvaira, Sona, Zenobia, Milikas and the children behind them, jumping off the roof ready to fight the worms and start saving the world once and for all, starting with saving Kuoh. Chapter 2: The Worms Retreat. The supernatural beings who were fighting against the insatiable worms were surprised, and partly that Issei Hyoudou, accompanied by Seekvaira Agars, Sona Citri, Amelia Bale and Zenobia Quarta, had come to their rescue. In part they were happy that those bearers of the ancestral dragon gods came to their rescue, but they were worried because the worms had been quite powerful enemies and difficult to kill even for Great Red and Shiva, who suffered a lot in killing a few. In the middle of the leap they had made in the air, humans and supernatural beings retreat now, Issei said very loudly. And immediately demons, angels, fallen and human soldiers began to retreat, leaving the worms who still had their eyes on Issei and his companions. The Bale and Phoenix clans were happy that their hero and friend, along with his fiancées, had come to help them. But with the Gremory they were in a whirlwind of emotions. At first joy and hope at seeing Issei again, but combined with hatred and the desire to kill when they saw the women who accompanied him, especially Amelia. Audio for the battle plays. Ready, Ddraig? Zenobia shouted. Always a companion, shouted the red dragon on the blue-haired girl's bracelet. Balance breaker, Zenobia shouted, revealing the red emperor dragon armor. Seekvaira was not going to be left behind, activating a scream device. Sky Striker mode, Seekvaira shouted, at which the device on her wrist shone so much that the blonde's clothing changed to a metallic-looking armor. Isekai'ed activated. The armor in some parts began to shine orange, and she took out a katana that began to shine and expand heat from the armor and from her own weapon, giving it a very fearsome appearance. Balance breaker Nikraz of Bryanak's/Gungnir/Clausulas, shouted Issei, Amelia and Milikas, activating both armors of the beasts of the terminal duel respectively. Suddenly with Sona, she began to surround herself with water and snow until she became a sphere of ice from which she began to crack and give a new appearance to the heiress of Citri. Everyone watched as Issei, Milikas, Amelia, Sona, Seekvaira and Zenobia revealed their powers. This surprised everyone as they felt a powerful, gentle and imposing aura. But the big surprise was going to come to them from the boys who were in the building and accompanied the brown-haired boy and his wives. "Let's do it, brothers!" shouted the blue-haired boy excitedly looking at Pavlova. "Okay, Zen Anakin," said Pavlova, the daughter of Amelia and Issei. "It's our first battle, Roy Anakin," said the blonde-haired girl, a little nervous looking at the raven-haired boy. "Let's not disappoint Otasama, we prepared for this." Siane-chan, said the Roy boy, calming the blonde girl, who nodded a little calmly. At that, the four boys make four magic circles appear with a magic symbol in front of them, and at that, "Appear!" shouted the four boys. By then, four creatures appeared in front of the boys. In front of Pavlova appeared. In front of Roy appeared. In front of Xia appeared. In front of Zen appeared. The four little dragons flew around the boys uncontrollably, and with hyperactivity. "Union Dragonity!" the children shouted, and then the little dragons began to shine alongside them. The reptiles began to grow in size while the children began to line up and dress in armor resembling that of a winged beast. Pavlova and Victoria's armors, Zen and Roy's armor. But with the small dragons, they increased considerably in size until they had a totally different and intimidating appearance, to which the boys mounted said dragons and launched an attack. Attack! The riders shouted now with their dragons that roared loudly and joined Issei and his wives. The worms immediately ignored the supernatural beings and the human soldiers, launching themselves at the newcomers, something the survivors would take advantage of. Something Razor would take advantage of. "Everyone withdraw now!" shouted Razor, to which demons, angels, fallen, students and soldiers obeyed the order while the horde of worms left them aside. Each one walked at their own pace and supported the wounded to get out of there. Razor, with the help of Nisla Bale, supported a pregnant Eubelina who was carrying a month belly. They took shelter in the academy buildings since they wanted to see the fight between the newcomers of the dual terminal against the aliens. But now they saw a different panorama. The newcomers were beginning to dominate the scene. They could see Issei, Milikas and Amelia freeze, in Milika's case attacking and cutting down the worms. "Ready, dear?" Issei said, to which Amelia smiled and nodded as they faced these worms. Hearing Issei address Amelia, Rias and her entourage couldn't contain their rage and anger. "Necros technique. Cryo-exterminating breath," shouted Issei and Amelia, to which the opposing worms could not do anything, remaining as blocks of ice, but they did not realize that another worm appeared behind the redheads until GROWWWW/ a dragon at a dizzying speed pierced the chest of the gigantic worm that was going to attack Issei and Amelia, with its helmet killing it instantly, and that a voice sounded above the dragon. "Well done, Luin! Oda-sama!" "Okay, Sama," shouted a voice on top of the dragon, revealing the red-haired rider who was waving at them. "Thank you, daughter," said Amelia, returning the greeting. At such a bombshell, everyone was stunned to see the daughter of Hyoudou, Issei and Amelia Bale. "I won't be left behind. I must also impress Otu-san." Milikas shouted very excitedly. "Necros technique, emerald feathers flood." Milikas shouted, and in that, several feathers came out of Milika's back, and at a very fast speed they stuck into other worms that came to reinforce those frozen by Issei and Amelia before the attack that Milikas made, beginning to weaken them. "Now!" Milikas shouted, and with that she killed the aliens with her blade, both the weakened ones and those frozen by Issei and Amelia. With her blade she split, decapitated, and impaled all the worms she saw. On the other side, Sona faced an army of worms alone. The worms were starting to salivate from hunger, but Sona kept a cool head and began to recite a spell, gathering cold wind. The worms couldn't hold back any longer and attacked Sona. "Ha!" Sona shouted, and then she released an ice attack and a shockwave, freezing the army of worms. The Citri heiress just sighed and looked at the sky. "Now, Roy!" Sona shouted, to which another dragon roar was heard. "Hyokasama!" shouted the raven-haired man riding a dark blue-skinned dragon with crimson weapons that was hovering above his mother. "Let's go, GEDRG!" The dragon, emerging like a missile, dived towards the frozen worms. Crash! Crack! Bomb! Bang! Roy Hyoudo's dragon crushed the ice where the helmeted worms were frozen, parts of the alien invaders severed and crushed, falling to the ground with no chance to regenerate. "My son inherited his father's roughness," said Sona, rubbing her temples but with a satisfied smile. "Seeing all the mess he caused, he really is your son." Issei said Sona, smiling, looking at the scarlet pelican while Roy took flight again with his dragon Ddraig. While with Seekvaira he was having a fight against a species of worms that could fly. One by one, Seekvaira cut them down with her katana, incinerating them swiftly and steadily each time she swung it. This surprised everyone who knew her, especially Razor, as he knew that Seekvaira wasn't a fire user, and she was able to master said element with great precision and ample power, which, when applied, prevented the worms from regenerating and thus dying under the blonde's weapon. But Seekvaira sees that her armor was beginning to fail. "Damn it, not now!" Seekvaira shouted, seeing a quick analysis of her armor, and saw that she spent a lot of energy in the moment of fighting. When she sees other flying worms approaching Seekvaira, she sees with impotence. "Okasama!" shouted a female voice, to which Seekvaira saw Sia. Seekvaira shouted as she saw her daughter riding her dragon flying with a rocket to rescue her mother. "Let's go, Vajrayana!" Sia shouted, at which the armed dragon flew towards where the winged worms were, killing them, both Sia brandishing his sword and the dragon crushing them with his jaws and tearing them apart with his claws. It didn't take Sia Agars long to kill all the worms that were threatening her mother's life. She immediately took the older blonde by the arm and rode her dragon with her. "Thank you, daughter," said Seekvaira, to which Sia said, "It's normal for a daughter to worry about her mother," Sia said, smiling at her mother, "and if something happened to you, either Issei Oda-sama nor I would forgive myself," the blonde said happily while Seekvaira smiled for her offspring. Elsewhere, Zenobia was fighting against other slightly more powerful worms wielding X-Durandal and wearing Ddraig's armor. "Wow, they are quite strong!" shouted the blue-haired girl while decapitating a worm. "Careful, partner!" Ddraig shouted as a two-headed worm threw a substance towards Zenobia, falling on her arm. "Ah! Damn it!" Zenobia screamed as she saw that substance corroding her like acid. "Is this sacred light?" Zenobia said quite incredulously. "I just analyze your opponents well," said Ddraig. "These creatures produce a light inside them similar to that of angels and are capable of killing demons without problems. You will have to be very careful." "Hi," said Zenobia. "Let's increase our power." "Ready, Ddraig?" "No need to ask," said the red dragon. "Boost X30. Zenobia accumulated energy in the boosted gear and immediately transfer. The Seekvaira sent the energy to X-Durandal, which acquired a reddish glow. "Ah!" Zenobia screamed as she launched herself at a very large worm at a speed combined with her strength and began to make several cuts towards her enemies. Legs, arms, amorphous parts of the worms fell to the ground as they roared in pain, trying to hit Zenobia, but she very skillfully dodged the claws and bites of the galactic invaders. "Damn creatures, die!" Zenobia shouted while decapitating an invader. The blue-haired girl panted from exhaustion, but GROAWWWW. The worm that was going to kill Razor launched itself against the Seekvaira. That worried everyone, well, almost everyone, because the Gremory, seeing Zenobia in danger, couldn't show an evil smile since they expected to see the blue-haired girl die for stealing Issei. "Careful, Zenobia-san!" Miss LaBelle shouted as she saw the gigantic worm going all out towards the Seekvaira. "But Remulus!" shouted a boy's voice, and in a dizzying manner an armed silver dragon went against the worm. Boom! The dragon and the worm engaged in a duel where the dragon pinned him to the ground and bit him with its jaws while the worm clumsily tried to escape from the dragon's threat. "You will pay for messing with my disgusting alien mother!" shouted the knight who was riding the dragon, Remulus. And then he jumped wielding a sword. Slash! Grow! Zenovia's son plunged his sword into the worm's head, causing its death quickly, as the alien invader fell dead imminently. "Thank you, Zen," said Zenobia, deactivating her balance breaker, to which her son smiled at her while taking out the sword from the dead alien. "And of course, thank you, Remulus," said Zenobia, caressing the head of her son's dragon, something that the dragon liked. All the survivors saw how Issei Hyoudou and his companions in less than minutes had easily defeated the bloodthirsty alien invaders. Tears in their eyes began to spill over, both from the humans and from certain supernatural beings. Video audio ends. "Finally a victory," said a human soldier. "Thank you," said a surviving student. "Yuwa!" Everyone shouted with happiness and joy when they saw that the dangerous worms had finally been defeated. With the Phoenix clan they smiled with satisfaction at seeing their friends again, after years of absence. You've become quite strong, Issei Hyoudou said Razor while Eubelina affectionately hugged the blonde's arm. Milika-sama has become very strong, said Carlamine looking at Grayfia's son. I even think he is stronger than his nefarious father, said Eubelina seriously. But the Phoenix and Bale noticed that certain unwelcome people in the Alliance were approaching the warriors who had given hope to the world. Issei! Rias shouted upon seeing the crimson-haired boy. He looked indifferently at the Gremory heiress. Issei, my Issei, you're back, she said happily with tears in her eyes. Issei kept seeing his ex-harem again, who looked at him with longing. Issei-san, it's good to have you back, said Asia. Era, these 10 years have been good to you, Akino said, licking her lips. Seekvaira felt nauseous when she saw that gesture. My childhood friend will finally be together, Irina said happily. Zenobia, still with balance breaker, hearing what her former partner had said, stands next to Issei. You've come finally, we'll make kittens, Kuroka and Kaneko said ecstatically, to which Sona Citri stood on the other side of Issei in a protective manner. Issei-sama, said Lefei very timidly and happily. Kiba and Gasper were also happy to see the crimson-haired girl, but Amelia couldn't stand it anymore, standing in front of Issei and shouted, Stop with the hypocrisy, what do you want? A sequence without honor? Amelia shouted, to which Rias, upon hearing that from her ex-sister, took on a furious expression. Get out of the way, he's our man, Amelia Gremory. Rias shouted, emanating her aura of destruction, something that did not intimidate her former younger sister, but the latter smiled when she heard some voices. Otiu-sama, Oka-sama. Roy, Sia, Pavlova and Zen shouted, accompanied by their dragonets, which left the Gremorys perplexed when they saw how Roy went to hug Sona. Zen stood on Zenovia's side, Sia next to Seekvaira and Pavlova next to Amelia. Okasama, who are they? Said Pavlova looking strangely at the Gremory along with Kuroka, Penemu and Lefei. Simple, they are the women who hurt your father in the past, the entourage of your miserable ex-aunt Rias Gremory, said Amelia with contempt, to which the children of these took a penetrating and threatening look. Something that began to disturb the Gremory, and in some way it hurt them to know that Issei had had children with the women they hated so much. This was only the beginning of the martyrdom of Rias Gremory and her entourage. Chapter 3: The Last Mistake of a Gentleman. World of Terminal Duel. Lida's Hall. There were of the leaders of the Terminal Duel discussing what happened in the old world. So the worms are back, said the leader of the Ice Barrier Gantala very seriously. That's right, Noelia said thoughtfully. It took almost millennia for another horde of those aberrations to reach the old world again. But unlike that time when we faced those creatures, the current society that lives in our previous world is weak enough to face them, said Gem Knight Crystal. We barely put up a fight against them, said Flamboyurikizes. Those creatures are very wild and hard to kill. And that's not all, said Souza. From what I've seen, they are stronger. The only ones who can stand up to them are the dragon god Great Red and the Hindu god Shiva. But with the level they have, I doubt they can exterminate those invaders alone, said Gem Knight Crystal, looking at some files where data from both gods mentioned came from. That's why we sent Issei-kun and the others, Noelia said, smiling at Crystal. Unlike the demons, fallen angels and angels, they have started training and surpassing their limits. Since Issei-kun had offspring, his wives have been training like crazy, both in magic and in physical fitness, said Souza, laughing. Why are you laughing, Souza? Said Urikizes, very confused. Simple, those women, they want to prove themselves worthy of the now reincarnation of Shurit, said the leader of the X-Saber, laughing while Noelia nodded at what the colossal swordsman said. But I'm surprised that the Citri demon clan, not counting Sona-san who is now Issei's wife, and also Saji-san along with Momo-san and Muruko-san, since those three are now married, the other girls in the entourage married members of your Crystal Clan, Gantala said, smiling. I still remember it. It was days of continuous celebration, said the Gem Knight Crystal. My clan had never celebrated so much for a wedding. And when the 4 Citri girls got pregnant, it was chaos in your clan, said Urikizes, laughing. Ha 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 ha, don't even remind me, Crystal said, while the other leaders laughed. Tsubasa-san, Benia-san, Tomo-san and above all Tsubaki-san were treated like queens by all the Gem Knights, both female and male. There hadn't been so much happiness in my clan since we won the war against the Vylon, Crystal said, sighing. Hey Crystal, you told those two that Issei-kun went to the old world, said Gantala, to which Crystal became tense. No, said the Gem Knight, trembling with fear. The 4 leaders were seen with Meliodas-style chibi faces. Okay, countdown, said Urikizes, said Gantala, said Noelia, said Souza. Pam! The council doors swung open as someone was thrown to the floor, all of which was seen by the leaders. My back! shouted the being that was thrown to open the door. Go Gothams! Crystal shouted, terrified, seeing one of the most powerful leaders of Dual Terminal had been the victim of a beating. But who caused this? Crystal! Shouted two distorted female voices, revealing two female silhouettes emanating a dark aura. The Gem Knight leader was scared shitless. Oh, hello, Lapis Lazuli, Lady Diamond, Crystal said quite nervously as the aforementioned approached their leader with a determined step. How is this that our beloved left without telling us anything? Lapis Lazuli shouted, facing Crystal, who was still very nervous. We demand that you move us to the old world, Lady Diamond screamed, possessed. What if our Isse is in danger? Girls, it's not that bad, said Crystal, but pressure was present, intimidating the male leaders. Take us back to the old world, said Lapis Lazuli, or your armor won't help you in the next few hours and you'll know the true meaning of the word pain, Lady Diamond said with an intimidating tone as Crystal began to sweat down her helmet. But then the portal opened. Ready, said Noelia, smiling. You know the rules, girls. You must change your Gem Knight forms for human forms and have, said the redhead, giving them some magic circles. This will take you to the underworld of the old world. Once there you will be able to locate without problems the energy of Isekai'ed and the Gem Knights who left with them. Hi! Said both Gem Knights with a childish voice. Thank you, Noelia-sama, they said at the same time as both Gem Knights began to shine to take said human form. See you, said both Gem Knights, walking like spoiled girls. They entered the portal, closing instantly. You owe me a favor, Noelia said, to which Crystal nodded while fainting from fright. The old world. Kuoh City PM. After the battle where the worms suffered their first defeat in the war, the dual terminal envoys along with their children confronted the Gremory, who had just suffered a bomb upon learning that the young dragon riders were Issei's children, but the worst of the women they hated so much. Children, how do you have children, Issei? Rias shouted euphorically with a mixture of anger, sadness, and resentment. You know you are our fiancé, said Akino furiously. It was your obligation to give us offspring. Remember your promise to my mother, Issei-sama. Ravel shouted, to which Issei just rolled his eyes and sighed heavily in the style of Tony Stark. And the same old shit goes on, Amelia said, sighing heavily, to which Rias and her followers were offended. Do you still think Issei was going to forgive you for what you were going to do to him after you replaced him with Jean? He will forgive us. Irina shouted, we know that after all he loves us. That is as believable as the purity of your wings, said Zenobia sarcastically. Oh, I remembered you don't even have wings, said the blue-haired girl, to which the Issei and his wives present laughed at the Seekvaira's comment, something that was a very low blow to Irina. Your Zenobia, said Rias, pointing at her, I order you to return to my entouragement. The Seekvaira never had to leave the Gremory clan, and with you my clan will rise again. Ahhhh. Rias shouted, but an attack hit Rias in the shoulder, sending her to the ground as they saw Zenobia attack her with a dragon shoot, looking at the redhead Gremory with contempt. Rias/Sama! Shouted the Gremory, alarmed by their king. You don't give me orders, you spoiled brat, Zenobia said angrily, and much less in front of my beloved son and my beloved husband. It's clear that you haven't matured at all in the last 10 years. Maybe you've grown in body, but not a bit in mentality, said Seekvaira, crossing her arms. What could be expected from Rias? Amelia said with disgust. Zeoticus pampered her so much that maturity never reached her brain. You will be one! Akino shouted, starting to release her rays to attack. Enough! Shouted a voice, to which a magic circle with the emblem of Astaroth reflected Ajuka Beelzebub, accompanied by Sona's entourage and her parents Akino Himejima. It would be better not attack our heroes who gave us our first victory against the worms. Akino snorted in annoyance, and resigned herself to the green-haired man's orders. It's good to see you again, Ajuka-sama, said Issei, smiling while shaking the Mao's hand. It's also good to see you, Issei-kun, said Ajuka, smiling. On the part of the patriarchs of Citri. My beloved daughter, said Sona's mother, Hemlock Citri. Oka-sama, said Sona, hugging her, and then sees her father, who also hugs them. Ota-sama, I'm glad to see you. Likewise, said Andrews Citri, who sees Roy, and that perhaps he is, said the patriarch of Citri. Roy, come here for a minute, said Sona, to which her son nodded with a smile. Son, these are your grandparents. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aji-chan. Oba-chan, said the little raven-haired boy with a bow. My name is Roy Hyoudou Citri. We are grandparents! The patriarch of Citri cried with joy, while the matriarch also cried with emotion. Everyone was happy with this news, well, almost everyone. That miserable Sona, said Rias, very angry, shedding tears of sadness and fury when she saw that her ex-friend had a radiant smile next to her son. She will pay me for stealing my dream with Issei. But then the Gremory Knight Kiba sees someone he's been waiting for a long time, and a smile lights up on his face. Tsubaki! Shouted the blonde when he saw the Queen of Sona Citri. She gave him her typical cold look. The blonde was running to see his reunion with the long-haired raven-haired girl when, "Dear," said a redhead approaching Tsubaki while carrying a baby in sheets. "It seems that little Garnet wants to spend a moment with you." "Of course, Anata," said Tsubaki, smiling warmly at the redhead, giving him a kiss on his lips and proceeding to pick up the baby, starting to rock him, all in front of the Gremory Knight, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Shinra with a son?" Kiba said in his mind as he saw this scene that began to break his heart. The Gremory girls looked at Kiba with sadness as they saw how the person he had been waiting for was with someone else. Tsubaki. "What does this mean?" Then the Queen of Citri looked indifferently at the blonde. "Oh?" she said, pretending that she barely saw him. "Oh, hello, Kiba-san," the Queen said indifferently. "I repeat, what does this mean?" the blonde shouted furiously. But then the redhead who was accompanying Tsubaki proceeds to confront Kiba. "Who do you think you are, yelling at my wife?" said the redhead. "Your wife?" Kiba shouted angrily. "She's my girlfriend, in case you didn't know." "Oh, of course I was your girlfriend after you and that fifth-rate interested woman you have as a mistress replaced my best friend Hyoudou Issei, and my dear Tsubaki saw your loyalty towards him," said the redhead, looking coldly at Kiba. "That was a mistake." Kiba shouted very furiously. "I know that Issei-kun will forgive me because I am his best friend." "Correction, you were my friend," Issei sentenced, to which Kiba began to shed tears under a darkened look. "Issei, how dare you hurt Hyoudou?" Rias shouted angrily. "Shut your mouth, Rias!" Amelia shouted. "You still don't accept that by making those bad decisions years ago, all of you, including Gasper and Kiba, lost everything." The Gremorys and Rias's allies lowered their heads in resignation, but someone didn't want to give up. "No, I won't accept it!" shouted Kiba, summoning his sacred Giryu. "I challenge you to have Shinra Tsubaki!" shouted the blonde against the redhead. Everyone watching this discussion was stunned by what Kiba said. "How dare you look at Tsubaki-chan like that?" Issei shouted, glaring at the blonde. "Damn dishonor of a man!" Zenkorda shouted. Everyone looked disapprovingly at Hyoudou. Kiba, who saw the Queen of Citri as a trophy, but with her husband a murderous instinct was evident that sprang from his body. "Very well," he said with a darkened look, "I will make it clear to you once and for all that you will not mess with my wife." "Anata," said Tsubaki worriedly. "Don't worry," said the redhead, "I won't let that miserable man touch you or our son Mau Ajuka. I request that a fight be held against the Knight of Gremory in the underworld." Ajuka seized the unfortunate situation. Although on the one hand he felt it was an opportunity that a thorn in the side of many would leave the underworld. "Granted," said Ajuka, "all supernatural beings to the Agria's territory," ordered Ajuka as they left the human territory to focus on the duel between Kiba Hyoudou and Shinra's now husband Tsubaki. Time skip. Arena de Rating Games. The Rating Games arena was half full. Everyone watched with interest, or rather morbid curiosity, the confrontation between the now discredited Gremory Knight Kiba Hyoudou and Shinra Tsubaki's current husband. The alliance leaders, along with Issei Hyoudou's family, the girls from the duel terminal, and the Citri clan, watched the confrontation closely in the VIP lounge. Rias Gremory's entourage and her allies were in the stands in the opposite area of the VIP lounge. The red-haired boy was already in the arena, very calm, and in the opposite area was Kiba, eager to start the fight. "Dad, what happened to Serafal?" Sona said when she saw that the aforementioned was not with them. "Right now he's in our family's hospital undergoing physical therapy," his father said. "This is to prevent his muscles from the hips down from atrophying. I think that losing the mobility of her legs and hips made her reconsider everything she did," said her mother somewhat sadly. "For doing that she lost many things, among them her position as Mao that she fought tooth and nail to get. Her Mahou Shuju show was cancelled and her reputation." Sona and her entourage felt a little sorry for Serafal. But a magic circle bearing the Baal emblem appeared, showing two young women, one brunette and the other silver-haired, holding hands, accompanied by two little girls, carrying them in their arms. "Sorry for the delay," said the brunette happily. "We had a setback at Baal Castle." "Serorg couldn't stop playing with his new cousins," said the happy albino. Ajuka, seeing the women, seemed familiar to see them, but Venilana-chan, Grayfia-chan, said Reese Gusto, accompanied by a girl. "What?" shouted the Alliance leaders upon seeing the rejuvenated women. Surprise? Venelana said, smiling. Grayfia just smiled nervously. If they only knew how Yasaka rejuvenated, Grayfia said in her mind. But his thoughts were interrupted by the referee. Is it time to start this fight between Kiba and the young man? Said the referee, looking at the redhead. Ruby, said the redhead. Ruby Shinra, said the redhead, with emphasis on his wife's last name, something that bothered Kiba. In the stands with the Gremory. Go Kiba! Rias shouted. You can, Kiba senpai! Kaneko shouted. Faced with the cheers of her teammates, Kiba only raised her hand in a sign that she had heard them. Kiba versus Ruby Shinra, ready? Shouted the referee, while both contenders nodded. Let's fight. Hyoudou summons a holy demonic sword. Very well, it's time to get back what belongs to me, said Hyoudou as he took a battle stance. You talk a lot, Ruby said, while from a magic circle she summoned a spear with a curved reddish blade like the same precious stone that honors its name. I will not allow you to touch my wife, much less my son Garnet. Kiba launched himself at Ruby and the clash of weapons began. The blonde showed off his skill and speed while the redhead only limited himself to defending himself effortlessly. But as the clash of weapons progressed, the speed of both began to increase to such an extent that the attacks could not be seen, but the violent clash of metal between the two contenders could be heard. In the VIP room, the leaders and the Hyoudou family watched the confrontation closely. I see that both fighters are very evenly matched, said Michael. I must contradict you, Michael, said Issei, leaving the Seraph perplexed. Maybe they are equal in speed, but Kiba is having a hard time keeping up. Not to mention that Ruby is just getting into her stride, said Calm Gusto. With a month-pregnant belly, she hasn't shown her true form, or her true power. He's practically playing with the blonde, said Winda, accompanied by a girl. Back to the arena. Kiba was panting and frustrated that no blow landed. Why can't I hit you? Kiba shouted. You are so blinded by anger and hatred, Ruby said, annoyed that all your movements are easily predictable. You are so slow and so visceral that if you fight against the children of my great friend Issei, they can easily overcome you. Kiba, upon hearing that, had never felt so offended, so humiliated, and even more so if it was said to him by the man who stole his wife and his best friend. He gritted his teeth. The blonde became more lost in hatred and gripped his sacred demonic sword more tightly. I won't accept it, I won't accept it, Kiba shouted, and once again, finding strength from nowhere, he proceeded to attack with more force and violence. Ruby only limited herself to defending herself. I'm going to prove that I am a worthy husband of Shinra Tsubaki. I'll kill you. I've never felt so much hate since the Holy Sword Project. You don't know how much I hate you, damn you. Insensato, said Ruby to make a maneuver with his spear and with a blow of its shaft. Pug! Kiba complained as he received the blow to the abdomen with the spear, leaving him on his knees, panting and out of combat. Accept it, kid, you are the past that Tsubaki wants to forget, Ruby said, starting to leave. Go away with your entourage and accept the consequences of your decisions. No! Kiba shouted, I will not accept it, I will kill you and I will kill the damn son that you and my wife had by right. Ruby stopped walking and then a reddish flashing aura appeared surrounding him. Kid, you just signed your death warrant, Ruby said when the redhead's aura began to cover him until only a silhouette remained. Everyone saw how Kiba's opponent began to transform until, phew, Ruby shows her transformation, or in this case her true appearance. Friends, cover the children's eyes in EARS. I don't want them to see this, said Ruby, to which Issei, his wives and the boys of the Citri clan nodded. They knew what Ruby meant. Kiba yuto. You should never mess with my wife, damn boy. Ruby now went on the attack and slash, chomp, clash. Ruby fiercely attacked Kiba, who was being seriously injured, but every time she attacked, her spear began to catch fire. The Gremorys were terrified to see their comrade being brutally massacred by Ruby. Aha! Kiba shouted, stop this please. Very good, Ruby shouted until add audio from video. The VIP room closed their eyes in surprise at the culmination of the confrontation. The children who were still unfamiliar with the battles were removed from the stadium by Rainer, Perry, Venelana, Grayfia and Gabriel. But with the Gremory, Kibaya! Rhea screamed as she saw her knight being pierced through the chest with Ruby's spear. Akino, Asia and Kaneko shed tears as they saw their companion being the victim of a lethal attack. Kiba complains as he feels an immense pain in his heart, in his ribs. He felt that little by little his senses were fading. His vision was blurry. Tsubaki was the only thing the blonde said while his hand where he carried his sacred demonic sword lost strength, and he threw his weapon to the ground. Ruby proceeded to remove the spearhead from his chest. What your foolishness and lack of maturity caused, Ruby said as he raised his spear high and slash. No! Rhea screamed again when she saw that the Ruby Knight had decapitated Kiba, in which the blonde's head rolled on the ground and his body fell, showing post-mortem spasms. Kiba's face still maintained that expression of suffering and his eyes still saw Shinra Tsubaki. Even from afar, she only limited herself to turning her back on him with contempt, and because of that, a last tear came out of her lifeless eyes. Kiba Hyoudou had died. Chapter 4 Past Consequences. Arena de Raiding Games. Silence reigned. All Shinra Tsubaki's husband, the Gem Knight Ruby, had killed Rias Gremory's knight by beheading him. His mistress, considered the shame of her clan, Rias Gremory, watched helplessly as her first knight died dishonorably. The blonde's corpse began to disappear into particles before the pain-filled and tear-filled eyes of his former comrades who could do nothing. Little by little, Kiba Hyoudo's trail disappeared until it left his evil horse Peace, and suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the sand revealing the Ajuka Beelzebub with a serious face. He bends down to pick up the evil piece from the older redhead. Rias Gremory said, Ajuka, while holding Hyoudo's evil piece. Do you remember the meeting we had a long time ago? Said the green-haired man before an anguished Rias, having a flashback in her memory. 10 years ago. Sararog Castle, Lucifer, PM. It had been days after Issei and his current harem had left for the dual terminal lands, and a meeting had been called to determine the punishment for Rias Gremory and those people who had participated in the assassination conspiracy against Isekai'ed. In said assembly, the leaders of the alliance could be seen waiting for a certain clan that was not pleasing to their sight. Do you think they will come? Said Odin, accompanied by Gondel, Rossweiss' grandmother, who kept a serious expression. They have no choice, said Ajuka. They know the consequences of not attending that meeting. I don't think they have enough courage to challenge our authorities, said Roigun Leviathan. At that moment, a reddish magic circle appeared in the meeting, revealing Rias Gremory's clan and her allies who had participated in the attack. Everyone had a rather dejected expression. Good night, leaders, said the redhead in a rather defeated tone of voice. Ajuka got up from his seat. Well, as you know, this meeting has been formed by the leaders of the faction alliance to determine their punishment for trying to kill the pillar of our alliance, to whom we owe everything, and without him, our existence would have been nullified by the Chaos Brigade, said Ajuka before an indignant Rias. Then the Nikomata Magari was the first to speak. On behalf of the Yukai, I, the new leader Magari, imposed the exile of coming to Kyoto, especially you Kuroka Hellcat and Chiron Hellcat, said Magari, pointing with her finger at both Nikomatas set foot in our territory, and personally, I will kill you. But Magari, you can't banish us from our other home, Kuroka reprimanded, but in an instant the new leader of the Yukai stood in front of the black Nikomata, and without letting her react, he had landed a slap on Kuroka, knocking her to the ground in front of everyone, especially a very shocked Kaneko. You are a disgrace. Your mother would be very ashamed of you and your sister, said Magari, looking at her with fury, and tears of resentment sprang from her eyes, leaving a great boy for a pretty face that this filthy bitch introduced you to, said Magari, pointing at Rias, who was offended by how the Yukai leader called her. Magari-sama, it's not fair that you treat my sister like this, said Kaneko, very indignant. But shut up, shouted the older Nikomata as she slapped her, knocking her to the ground. The white Nikomata began to cry, touching her injured cheek, looking at the Kyoto leader in pain. How do you think I feel knowing that my friends' daughters are just self-interested and some bores? Both Nikomatas wept at what Magari said. They still hadn't accepted that they had acted wrongly and that what they were receiving was unfair treatment. Now Odin, accompanied by Gondel, stood up and confronted Rossweiss, who was looking at two very important people in her life. Now, as leader of Asgard, I, Odin, impose exile on you for all eternity. Rossweiss, you will not have access to Valhalla, nor to Asgard, not even Hela. She wants to see you in Helheim, in the world of the dead, without honor, because she considers that your soul has fallen very low for committing such a vile atrocity against this shame of the underworld, said Odin, while he looked with disgust at Rias, who was enraged by how the most important god of Norse culture called her any objection damn albino. Scum? Rossweiss felt like garbage after what Odin said, but the way he called her completely destroyed her, all in front of her grandmother, who still looked at her granddaughter with disappointment. Hai Roswai said as her tears made the mascara mixed with her tears run down her cheeks. At least my other granddaughter Perry will do what you can't do. Thanks for going along with that bitch dressed as a demon, said Gondal. I don't want to be insulted. Rias shouted, very angry, confronting an indifferent alliance that looked at the Gremory and their allies. I demand respect now. Silence! Roygun shouted, to which the Mao Leviathan emanated a little of her aura, something that left the Redheads group static. You lost your respect when you decided to do that a year ago. I know we made a mistake with Issei, said Akino, crying from helplessness, but we know that deep down he will forgive us and loves us, but even so we don't deserve that treatment from you. Akino, better shut up please, said Barrakiel, containing his contempt for his daughter. You don't know how you dishonored your mother's memory by making that stupid decision. Was it not enough for you? Issei? Shut up, Akino said very quietly. What? I insult you for telling you the truth? Barrakiel said, already very furious. You are not even a shadow of that sweet daughter I had and who was the product of the love I had with Shuri. You are a bore and a self-intended girl. Shut up! Akino screamed, going out to attack her own father, but he grabbed the hand that was going to hurt him. Pam! Barrakiel had landed a slap on Akino, who fell to the ground holding her grateful cheek with eyes full of surprise and disbelief. From now on, you are banished from Gregory Akino Haimajima, said Barrakiel, turning his back on his daughter. I renounce all blood relations with you. And you, said the thunder of God, pointing at Irina, who was horrified by how her friend's father was addressing him. You are not welcome at Gregory either. I see you in any Gregory facility, and I will personally destroy you. At that, the four Maos go out to confront Rias, feeling intimidated. Rias Gremory, considering that you were demoted to a low-class devil, your clan fell to the most despicable. Without counting on more punishments upon you, you will have one more punishment from us. You will not have the right to reincarnate anyone in your entourage, said Ajuka, while throwing a ball of green magical power that entered the redhead but also what was left of her entourage, to which Rias remained static to what the green-haired man said. If I were you, I would take good care of your only servants, because your evil pieces will give me a warning when one dies, and that I will get to where your evil piece was and destroy it. Now get out of my sight. The redhead could not bear the humiliation to her person any longer, and decided to retire with her pieces to the abandoned mansion of her clan. All her allies experienced the rejection of the supernatural society. It was so much that not even the elders of the demonic council, nor did they take them into account for future commitments with other heirs due to their past actions against Issei Hyoudou. End of flashback. Rias was still crying at the loss of the only thing that tied her beloved murdered knight, while Ajuka only limited herself to shaking her hands as she cleaned the ashes of the destroyed evil piece. But even so, that gentleman had no right. Sniff, Rias said, pointing at Ruby. He had no right to kill Kiba. But are you saying that he did have the right to destroy the family that Tsubaki-chan had created with Ruby? Said a voice, to which Rias showed a grimace full of disgust and reproach upon seeing her sister Emilia approaching with the entourage of Agars and personalities from the dual terminal. You shut your mouth, said Rias, approaching her sister, eager to hit her. Something that the redhead Hyoudou didn't show fear, and also faced her sister Tsubaki-san, was Yuto's girlfriend, and it was her obligation that I forgive him, and they both be happy, just as I know that my Issei will forgive me, and we will be happy. Do you still think that after they tried to kill him, extract his sacred gear and replace him with a demon that does not exceed his power as a middle-class demon, he is going to forgive them easily? Said Seekvaira, containing her anger at seeing such hypocrisy from Rias. That is more than obvious that yes, Issei owes me his life. He is my pawn and owes me loyalty. Rias shouted, expelling her aura. If it wasn't for that boar Rainier, you would be dead. So now I order you, Issei, to abandon these bitches that are keeping you away from our side. Rias shouted madly, but then someone came towards the redhead. 5. Rias had received a blow to the abdomen, leaving her on her knees. Don't ever talk like that to my family again, especially my dear father, said Pavlova Hyoudou while grabbing Rias's hair. Damn bastard, said Rias, facing her niece. Damn descendant of the shame of Gremory. Shut your mouth, Pavlova shouted, finishing Rias off by punching her in the head, burying her in the floor, leaving her out of combat. Rias/Boucha/Sama, shouted her allies as they saw their leader succumb to the power of Emilia and Issei Hyoudo's daughter. I can't stand it one bit. What a weak woman, said Milika's Hyoudou as she saw her aunt lying on the ground. What was expected of the weakest and most pathetic branch of my family, where my ex-father is, and this interested witch with her barracks of boars? Insolent, Akino shouted, looking at Milikas. How dare you say that to your aunt, and especially to the memory of Sirzechs-sama? How dare you insult your father? Akino shouted, but a look devoid of emotions and the release of the aura of Issei's adopted son made her shut up. Akino saw in Milikas's eyes the doors of hell itself. You're the least likely to say that, disgusting hybrid, not after you raised your fist against your father Barrakiel in an immature fit of hysteria, said Issei, putting a hand on Milikas's shoulder in a sign of support, when he mentioned how he called her the true love of his life. Akino fell to her knees like a rag doll. Issei, why do you call me that? Said Akino with empty eyes, seeing a disgusted Issei watching a cheap drama scene. And how do you know that? How do you think I found out about the worm's attacks? Issei said, raising an eyebrow. I assure you I'm not a fortune teller to know that the most important people in this world are in grave danger. It's obvious that in an alliance there must be mutual support. Something that you forgot. Those former cheap leaders who are fortunately dead today, along with the last descendant of the Nibirius clan who gave me diarrhea the day after eating low-class demon meat. The Gremorys and their allies began by expressing the love of their lives to important people in their hearts. Senpai, don't be cruel to us, said Kaneko, kneeling down and grabbing the scarlet-haired boy's clothes in a sign of pleading. Forgive us, Issei Naya, said Kuroka, while the makeup she was using had run due to the tears she was still shedding. Darling, please give us a second chance, Irina shouted, also imitating Kaneko's action. But Issei was losing patience and began to expel more of his icy aura, causing damage to the three girls, and that plaff! Issei had connected a slap to Irina, knocking her to the ground. She is surprised to feel said attack from the brunette, and was practically shocked to see that the person she loves so much had hit her. Issei expels a wave of power, sending both Nikomatas to stamp a wall. Don't touch my clothes, you disgusting women, said Issei, looking angrily at Irina, who felt a lump in her throat when she saw that murderous look. Calm, Reese. Amelia, remember that I must burn these clothes because I touched people I hate. The aforementioned nodded. This is becoming so sad, said Ajuka, seeing how the Gremory were crying, and in the case of Asia and Ravel trying to heal Rias, who was still unconscious. Well, we rebuilt your old house, and now during your stay here in the world you can live there. Thank you very much, Ajuka-sama, said Agarz's entourage and the people from the terminal duel. It's the least they can do for giving us our first victory against the worms, said Falbium. We will let you know if anything extraordinary happens, so please rest, said Roigun serenely. In fact, Yasaka-sama, Valerie and Elmenhild are already living in said property along with Kunu. It seems that their visit to Kyoto and Transylvania was faster than usual. At that, Agarz's entourage and his companions left in a magic circle, leaving behind a disconsolate Gremory group, who would not give up on taking Issei away from them. New Hyoudou residence. Upon arriving at the building, many people passing by recognized Issei and the other girls along with their little offspring as those who were able to stop the bloody march of the worms by defeating them. Many humans thanked them for their magnificent efforts and for saving some of their lives from the invaders, especially the teenagers from Kuoh Academy. Women, children, and the elderly approached the Agar's clan to express their gratitude. After the entire encounter, they quickly went back into the house, a little exhausted after hearing everyone. Wow, they really became famous, said a voice, to which a young blonde kitsune with a stunning body and delicate appearance was revealed. It was to be expected from Oda-sama, said another blonde kitsune, but this one had the temperament of a warrior and a look of determination. Two-chama, said a small kitsune who was holding the hand of the first kitsune mentioned. How did the meeting go, Yasada-chan and Kunu-chan? Issei said when he saw both his wife and his daughter. Everything's fine, Anata Yasaka said happily as she approached Issei to kiss her. Magari has done a great job as a leader, so I cannot worry about my faction. Vampires have also opened up to the world after my clan Carmilla became extinct. They have put their pride aside to accept any help possible from the few survivors of the massacre in Romania, said Elmenhild sadly. Upon learning the fate of her clan, she cried a lot because no one in her family was saved from the attack. Calm down, Elm-chan, said Valerie Teeps, calming her friend by hugging her. I assure you that their deaths will not be in vain, Elm-chan, said Issei, also hugging her. We will finish off those creatures. Not for nothing we return to this world again, said Amelia very seriously but with a smile to give the vampire more confidence. It's time to end that problem from millennia ago, said Winda, who was accompanied by a child similar to him. Kamui Hyoudou, House of Wind and Water. The entire Agar's clan, along with the Citri, the Gem Knights, affirmed what Winda had said. If the alien invaders had arrived, It was possible that the events of millennia ago could be repeated, but this time against a rather vulnerable society. Something that would make the task more difficult, but for humanity, for the supernatural, and for those innocent lives, they would give everything.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.